case you missed week number 1, then I have a quick recap video to bring you back up to speed.
Out of there just fine, and Sam H right back in onto the clone Druid. They want 1, 2, 3 dead immediately. Look at the damage output. They still can't kill Sam H. They'll toss him back in, but that might work against them. As Sanctity, he was rolled up. The Dark Rift, is it going to make it in time? No, they barely get it. The kill as the finger flies out now. Tino on a triple kill. They even found the TA on the high ground. They won't give the Rampage. The Dark Rift, it was cancelled off, but it was too late anyway. They could not save the Tiny. Now Sam H, he's right back in onto the Leshrac. X123, he's in trouble, but Sam H, he's the one to go down first. The Yule saving the life of the Leshrac in onto the Underlord. Marvel has no choice but to dive. 4 heroes down without buyback. Roar is there onto Palos. They got the static link damage already, so he's not hitting that hard right now on the troll, but he's going to be forced to battle Trance up and try to fight this one out as he does go onto Bok and gets the Bloodseeker onto another now, and they found Gabby as well. Big smoke up though, Execration. Gonna lead to March, already, oh yeah, wait, he jumped right in now, but does pop his BKB. They've got Boomy on the IO. Snowball is there to counter out the Jewel, and now Bok is in danger, but a big Sonic Wave on Mel! Don't have the easiest way of locking him down, and now Nico, he's right in with the Sunray out from the Phoenix. FBZ just melts. Uh-oh, Boom Esports maybe getting a little bit confident, but there's a 4-man Dream Call out by Makoto. He already takes down BDZ into RR. They get the Phoenix. Now they go right onto Nico again. They want the Centaur dead, but Dream Missile has been called out and will lose the Aegis. That'll be 1 life. They are fighting without it. Palos needs to be very cautious. He'll jump in with the Inkswell immediately. However, Snowball going to save the day, and they are going to move right back in. FBZ, he's still alive. Dreamercell onto the PA. Palos just perma-bashed up. The Frostbite to hold him down. They'll get the PA. There's no buyback available on Palos.
Oh, they're afraid they're not going to go for it.
Back, yeah. I mean, they back off of it immediately. They've got the spear that's onto the Tiny as well as the Flame Break coming through. Sunray right on top of Marvel. They'll get the kill onto the DK. Let's see if Boom can get any more, because they are chasing. They've got these spirits hitting down on the both Sanctity as well as Ace. But there's the Soulbind Viper Strike onto 2. Avalanche Toss coming in, but Ace, he ends up dead first. Getting chased there. They have the TPs coming in. The Mars wants to get there. There's the Arena with the spear. They will catch the Arc Warden. Hishki looking next. He is gone, and the Reaper Scythe just not going to do enough. Really doesn't do anything. They're going to go after Marvel. They should have this kill. Should be a potential team wipe. Sanctity's trying to run, but this team, they're right on your tail.
Oh man, FBZ is exactly where he needs to be.
Cuckoo trying to run, mules up into the air, hit with the Impale, lands on the Lion too. Zephyr hit with that E-Blade. Oh, Soulbind with Sniper hexed up. Do they have the damage to get the kill here? He still has Aegis, so even if you get this kill, I don't know how much it's going to be worse. CML gets low, the Blade Fury's there, 3 heroes dead as they're going to get one back from this Aegis. They've got the Primal Roar out of the jug. They look over, Lotus Orb, stun again, onto the Sniper. There's the Avalanche and the kill on a Tino. They also have Mount Mac in, so LSA Laguna Blade, that's through, kills off CML, but they've got themselves to terrorize, and now they're feared away. They look over at the Void Spear, they'll take out Carl, toss him into the air, it's 23, who charges up the stun, but it's not going to be enough to survive. They kill off the Alchemist, they look over at Zephyr, they should be able to take out the Lina, and they will.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PGL DPC Season 2 of the SEA Dota division.
Yeah, we received a little bit of an upgrade here because Tsunami decided taking part in this discussion is not worth it. So for now we'll be running you through the show.
Yeah, and we have a blast of a series coming up as TNC will be matching Smart Omega Esports
who impressed a lot recently.
They played out of their mind. They have their own meta, their own style. They're even playing some sniper on the safe lane, which we haven't seen in any other region that I've watched, at least so far. So it's going to be a very interesting series.
Yeah, and we are almost live with the draft already. As we can see, Tsunami dwelling in despair and
he's contemplating. He's contemplating. What's happening right now, guys, is he can't speak because his mind is all about the memes.
Yeah, like he ascended to another plane. We could hear him briefly, but then suddenly we heard some angel voices, and since then he just disappeared.
It's like in his phone, some creation is forming. There is. I'm not sure if it's a GIF, if it's a video, but he's making something very special for all of us. So you should 100% follow him on Twitter to figure out what's it gonna be, what meme he's got in store for us now.
Yeah, he's looking.
He's pulling one out of his beard at the moment. That's why we're actually taking all of this time and space on us to lead you into the draft of the first game of TNC versus Omega Esports, which is, what do you think, Black? Which one of these teams has an edge?
Actually, Omega quite impressed me in the last series they played, and TNC not as much. So maybe I'm actually, I'm favoring them a tiny little bit. Oh yes, Tsunami, the Greek god himself, has descended upon me. Oh, I suddenly feel a surge of power.
Come closer to me, please, please. I need this aura. Now I feel it. Perfect.
Okay, so nobody wants to hear from us anymore, of course. So we're going to be doing the draft with the casters. So we'll see you guys back again after that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we're doing the draft, seeing if we're as good as the guys across the hall.
Yeah, they were like, these guys are too clowny. Let's get some real experts. Like, you guys are the panel. You guys are also going to be casting this game, and we're going to be taking this out of their paycheck. So, I mean, I'm down for it. So, let's see what's cooking here. TNC, they open up with the Tiny and the Grimstroke. Tiny, not convinced by a position for Tiny. I mean, I've seen so many games across all other regions. It can work. I've seen Alliance playing mid Tiny yesterday. We've seen some carry Tiny the other day in Southeast Asia region. It looked really good, and I hope it's not a position for Omega Esports. They're opening up with the Puck, with the Centaur. Like, these two heroes are really... They gel well together, where you have like the whole team can cut into backline. You have Puck, who's very elusive. Puck's really not afraid of like Tiny can blow up Puck, but if you have that phase shift, couple of levels, you can also like dodge the spells. If you're fast enough, you could also potentially use the silence. Of course, Beastmaster gone, so
thank God.
Thank God. Like I watched some games yesterday where Beastmaster was just like, how's this even in the game? Like why is this allowed? Exactly.
Yeah. They've gone on the Grimstroke. We've seen a lot of that Grimstroke Doom combo. I think yesterday we saw it 2 or 3 times. And it just seems so strong. It's been combined with like Lion as well. You've got like Lion, Doom, anything that can get in there with a combination. Grimstroke's back in the meta, and I love it. I love this hero. I love the combinations that teams are trying to pull off. I just don't know, is Double Doom going to be enough? It always feels strong, but we'll see.
Could be. It's just one of those combos that was in Dota since Grimstroke was introduced. First it was like Lich and Grimstroke, then Double Doom, Double Beastmaster Roar.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking about like you don't necessarily need to have a combo but it's a bet, it's something extra. If you can pull it off, Grimstroke can sustain by himself as a position 5.
Yeah, Grimstroke's like everybody always talks about I did too, the Double Doom and everything like that. But Grimstroke on his own is just one of the stronger 5-position heroes, especially right now. He feels like he's in a really good spot. We see a lot, not a lot of times, but situationally as well. Grimstrokes go for that Axe, go for that Dark Portrait, and even the Shard feels pretty strong right now.
Like Shard is actually really super good, having that extra damage, the healing that it provides, also his level 10 talent, reducing the cooldown of the Ink Swell. This time around, Omega Esports, they will ban out Invoker. Okay.
TA ban.
TA, so that means it's a mid puck. I don't think they're going to flex it. And the Mars against the Centaur, I like that. You know, Mars has been, since he was in the game, Centaur was really popular back when Mars was introduced. So it's just a good counter. You know, you have this Mars arena that can keep them inside.
It just feels like you're giving up the Doom, and that's the double Doom, and now you've got to play around that. I think your targets, if you get the Doom, is certainly going to be that puck, which it feels like that puts you on a more defensive lineup because you have to be worried about that double Doom. And I wonder what Omega are going to play around this. Is if that puck is the mid, they've got their 2-3 already picked up. They need to go for their supports. We'll have to see what they want to go for. Enchantress, Dark Willow, the 2 supports banned by TNC right now. Been really liking Oracle as well. Have that save scenario, but I guess we'll see what they want to go for after this pick from TNC. Grimstroke, Tiny, so far, anything from the Tiny, you just don't want him for.
Yeah, it just feels, you know, he needs his levels. Like, the hero needs to be very active. I think teams understood how to play against the Tiny with the introduction of the Fluffy Hat as well. Everyone is just tanky enough to survive through the initial burst coming out from Tiny.
So they banned that Nyx Assassin. Want to make sure that you're not in any danger of getting hit with that Spike Carapace, putting yourself out there and getting followed up by like a Centaur stun or even Puck coming in. You know, you've got, if you have that Nyx Assassin, that basically that mobile ward, that lockdown, you know, it sets you up for Centaur to blink in or Puck to illusory orbit, and really sets up a lot here for Omega. And they do go to the Lions, so that puts Tiny in a quarrel.
I love that. You know, having these 2 heroes, you can be very active. You have the double Hex, the double Finger combination. Skyrat Mage plus a Centaur. I've seen this combination of 2 heroes across other regions. It works really well. You have a lot of kill potential. It scales well. Like once that silence, damage reduction, magic reduction is there, combined with the double edge, with the puck, like this lineup is going to be super scary. They might start thinking about, you know, getting an offlaner who builds into a pipe, because they definitely need one.
I think we saw the Doom in Game 1 yesterday of Elephant SAG
potentially
go pipe, right?
get something like a Legion Commander. I wouldn't mind seeing that. We've seen one of the Chinese teams playing it, especially with the Grimstroke. It was Yang, I believe, who like
double duel and everything.
Itemized really well. You know, got that pipe, and we'll see what they decide to go for.
They go for that Legion.
They go for that Legion Commander.
And
makes a lot of sense.
The double duel isn't just for dual damage. It gives you a lot of control in these fights.
Like the first duel is, you know, for the damage pretty much. The second duel is I want to lock down one guy.
Yeah.
That one. It's not about I'm gonna have 200 damage 15 minutes in. It doesn't really matter. You know, it's about that control. More about like the spell against the Skyrat Mage as well. They go with the Razor. Okay, so this should be a safe lane Razor. They just want to give him a good laning stage against the Legion Commander. I want to see who's going to be playing what. I suppose it's going to be a 4 Lion, where you want to have a stun that can keep Razor out of the static link.
I'm interested to see now if that does in fact end up being a safe lane Razor, mid puck, or if they swap it around a little bit. Banning out that Tusk, banning out the PL. TNC, last pick. They're looking for a safe laner themselves. Like, what are they looking towards against this lineup at the moment?
Even though they have a puck, which is a kind of a good response to Phantom Lancer, their heroes don't deal well with the illusions, especially Razor. Like, a lot of his damage is just spread out in the team fight. You can't find the real one. It's easy with puck, but if you decide to get like a hood, potentially it could be like a hood carrier. I mean, you know, it's tricky picking into Razor, because you're like, well, yeah, we can't go Life Stealer, since that hero is really good in the lane against the Centaur, has a built-in BKB.
They go Visage, and we've seen how strong this hero is. Interesting lineup. The lockdown for them is okay. Dream Coil, Hoof Stomp, Skywrath maybe goes for a Rod of Atos if it gets
not
the gold.
necessarily. Like, it's okay build, but you could potentially, like, his cast range is not that great. So like Lens is fine. Getting possibly like a Glimmer Cape is also okay-ish. If you can farm that, it's good, but it's a very greedy build-up, I would say.
Right.
And especially against the Legion Commander, where you have a Dispel mechanic.
End up going Spectre.
Okay, I love that. You know, this is the hero that, with the Dispersion, becomes super tanky. You don't care too much about the Skywrath Mage. I like what TNC's got here. You know, they have a bit of a global presence from Spectre. It's going to be tiny as a core, which I really like.
I think this is also a lineup for TNC. Like, you're trying to keep the map open for Spectre that can accomplish that. Tiny can get going pretty quickly. If it gets like a Blink Dagger first, you get early duels. You've got burst damage from Lion at 6. I think these 4 heroes can certainly do a good job keeping the map open for Spectre, get like those first items, and then get involved afterwards.
Spectre's a bit slower compared to some other heroes that you kind of want to fight early on with, even though like some Battle Fury carriers like Juggernaut, Ursus, they will potentially join a fight. So will Spectre with the Haunt, but it's a long cooldown. Good Blade Mail game. Like, it should be Blade Mail into Manta style, into something else, probably just a bit more tankiness, Scotty type of a build from Spectre, because you get so much value from the Blade Mail here against the Skywrath Mage, against the Razor. It's just a good build-up. Maybe potentially even get a Hood as a first item. I wouldn't mind seeing that here, considering the amount of magic damage that they got.
Yeah, go Hood, maybe you get Blade Mail. We've seen in the past, like, I would say Ame is a good example of that with the Spectre, where you get that early Blade Mail, and if the fight's happening in the opposite lane, you got a couple of heroes, or you haunt in, then you start farming the opposite way, and you do whatever you can to really up that farm, up that that tick in GPM, see what you can do here. And I guess we'll have to see. TNC up against Smart Omega. Be an interesting game one for sure.
You are dead. You should.
I'm definitely leaning a little bit more towards TNC.
Yeah, I kind of like what they got. You know, the combination with the Grimstroke. I think Legion is a bit of an underrated hero currently, considering what he provides. Like, his shard is her shard. I always think of Legion Commander. From Dota 1 days, it's, I don't know why. Like, you press the attack against spell immunity for almost 2 seconds, 175, and it also reduces the cooldown by 2 seconds. So it's a pretty good damage shard.
So we'll see how that works out. As a little bit of all chatting. Some wards down here and a D ward for Armel. Gets that early D ward, a little bit of an advantage for the Radiant side with that vision. So we'll see how this ends up going. Mid puck up against the mid tiny. Who you favoring?
With the introduction of the, you know, regen rune, water rune, 2 minutes in, then you have a bounty rune, 3 minutes in, another water rune, 4 minutes in. Like, he can't sustain. It's, of course, puck favorite, I would say. I don't think you should be able to die to Tiny. He needs a lot of mana. Also, like, his combo is not going to be maxed out. He's going to get 1 point in 3 throw. Of course, at the starting level, we'll max out the Avalanche, but I don't think you can kill puck.
Yeah, unless they get a rotation, and even then, it might be a little bit difficult. I could definitely see Boomy coming over once he's got, say, level 3. Have a Hex, Earth Spike. Maybe you catch Mac out with an Avalanche toss in that combo. But you were saying it in the draft that puck is not the easiest to catch.
They have the tools. They have Duel. Of course, they have one of the best heroes, Lion, with the Hex. So they decided to swap things around a bit. The Razor is... I thought they were going to put the Lion, you know, on the top lane so that they have something to instantly stun him.
Right.
Break that static link. They decided to go with the Grimstroke. You know, potentially there is, like, Inkswell, maybe counterplay, and the Stroke of Fate, slow, could potentially turn things around.
Yeah, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate, definitely a combo to be weary of. That with the maybe like overwhelming odds. Press the attack coming in. CML taking a lot of damage. They've got the static link onto Bach. CML living with just a sliver of health. And not stealing too much damage. Not amazing, just level 1. But it certainly starts to really ramp up.
This is a thief lane on top. They steal your damage, they steal your move speed, steal your attack speed.
What do you have left after that?
And then they start taking your HP.
Yeah, so not much. Not much left once they steal everything. Could certainly turn to be a pretty productive lane here for Omega.
Mid lane, Mac, he picked up the Water Rune without the bottle, so not going to get the full efficiency, while Tiny will bottle it up.
Does have that new fresh bottle. Now full of some fresh spring water. Inkswell stuns up Tino, but again, that damage getting sucked away. You aren't going to hit that hard when you're going after an aggressive play like that. And Sam H needs to be careful, thinking about going in onto Gabby. He's got the slow from Shanks. So far for Gabby, just 8-1. So things a little bit difficult for the Spectre down bottom.
HCS, you know, she will get the farm eventually. Like, Lion started with the Boots of Speed, so he doesn't have too much regen to offer to his Spectre as well. Boomy will steal. You know, you steal something on the top lane from us, we steal your Bounty Rune. That's how it goes. Just keeping things balanced.
Balancing all things. Tim's coming over, try and help out Armel. Maybe thinking about going in onto this puck. Boomy's still sitting down towards bottom. He does have one in each, the stun and the hex. But I'm not sure if that's enough yet to really make a move over towards mid. And he needs to protect Gabby, who's certainly struggling at the moment at just 13-1. But maybe he starts to get off the ground.
This lane is super strong for Omega. Shanks on a Skywrath Mage, 2 points, and Concussive Shot. Like, you get close, Centaur with the double edge, with the Stomp. Like, there's so much kill potential, and he's working towards that. Vanguard, which seems to be one of the most popular items nowadays on a Centaur. It got a buff in terms of damage reduction and costs 100 gold less.
Get that quick ring of health. You have that extra regen to start the lane off. He's already regenning at 10.8. Feels pretty strong. Sam H will just kill a courier. Boomy comes over. They've got the Earth Spike, but Boomy taking a lot of damage. The Hex comes through.
There's the rotation.
Boomy might survive this with Tim's coming over, especially the Arcane Bolt will be first blood for Shanks, and now he's under the tower. They've got the Inkswell right on top of Sam H. Hope Stop comes in, but it's not in time. And Centaur will lose his life to Tim's. Shanks is... okay, now gonna TP back. He's sitting under that tier 1 tower for a while.
Yeah, they understand that Bach on the top lane now is not going to have a really good time because there was a rotation from position 4 Grimstroke. I like his itemization in this game. He understands I need to be able to outrun people. Goes for the Boots of Speed, goes for Windlace.
Already moving at 395 movement speed.
Boomy, rotation on the mid lane, Hex.
Mac, hit with the Hex. They're going to rotate over the Visage, but is it going to be in time? Avalanche toss. They've gotten the kill on a Mac. CML's just too late. Soul Assumption thrown over, but that's just not enough damage. He's too slow on the rotation, but TNC, it's a little bit of what we expected. Both supports coming over mid, making a play on Mac, and I mean, they get what they wanted, and they got a kill.
Good rotation there from position 5 Lion. Like, Spectre is a bit low on HP, so she needs some kind of a help. They have no regen whatsoever. Lion is bringing a healing salve for Spectre. That's why I said maybe, you know, a Hood wouldn't be a bad choice here. To have some extra regeneration coming out from that little ring.
Right. A little bit of HP regen never hurt anybody, and it's a little bit of an investment that could certainly go a long way. I don't think it's terribly expensive to the point where Gabby's going Hood, and all of a sudden he thinks to himself, no, man, I'm too slow at the moment. Like, you get that Hood, you get the Blade Mail, and I think, honestly, if the team's in a decent enough spot, you're still good to go.
Haunt is available, so they can potentially make a play on a different side of the map. They have a good setup, you know. Legion Commander is struggling a bit on the top lane, just hit level 5. So I don't think they can kill Tino if he gets static link off on Razor. They can't kill him. Maybe if Legion Commander hits 6.
Get that duel out, potentially. CML taking over mid for a second as Max come over to try and just farm a stack for the moment. Maybe head towards bottom. He does have Dream Coil ready to go, going into that Witchblade first. This has left Armel to just continue to farm. He's got Phase Boots as well as the Bottle. I'm assuming Blink Dagger next, and yeah, he'll queue that up. So Blink Dagger, mobility early here for TNC if you can get to that Blink Dagger at a decent enough timing, and that goes back to the mindset that I had with this lineup where they've got 4 heroes that can keep the lane open for Gabby. Or keep the map open for Gabby.
Gabby sitting at 35 CS. You know, still struggling a bit. Oh, he finds the perfect item. Chipped Vest, someone finds it for him. It's the dream, you know, having that 5 extra HP regeneration and combined with the Blade Mail, like, it's so much damage. Tiny on top of net worth.
Certainly a bit of a buff for that Chipped Vest.
Oh yeah, big buff.
From 3.5 to 5, like, tier 1 item, it's a lot. And the return damage also getting increased. By the way, Sam H went for that hood. He's also going back for the Vanguard. He's also picked up a Chipped Vest. So he's getting all the items he's happy about.
Like, there are 3 heroes in this game that just love to have Chipped Vest. You have Legion Commander, you have Spectre, Centaur with the Retaliate. It's just a perfect item. They will have to split it, you know, just get the half of the West.
Vest.
Yeah.
Rubbing the hands together. Trusty Shovel picked up. I think Razor sent that back immediately. There we go. Sam H finally presses send on that. Gets the Chipped Vest starting to come out his way. They'll bring over Mac again, and I think this is... He's been hanging out here bottom quite a bit. They've got Tino here too, but Tino's not working with a lot of mana. So they'll go for this. They've got the Dream Coil over bottom. Blade Mail already popped. It's the early Blade Mail doing a lot of damage onto the puck. They've got the Ink Swell. Looking over at Sam H. They'll hit the Hex onto the Centaur. They've also used that Haunt. They'll get the dual victory too. Avalanche comes in on the Mac.
As well?
Ooh.
Toss.
Running away and finally goes down to Bach. Overwhelming odds is what finishes him off.
Man,
well done by
Spectre
TNC.
is so tanky. He even put, you know, 1 extra point in Dispersion instead of maxing out the Spectral Dagger. It's a lot of damage, you know, and it's still 9 minutes in. This Spectre is such a good pick, actually, for this game.
Puck went in through Dream Coil, and all of a sudden he was down to about a third of his health and started running away. The Blade Mail, I'm not sure if that was totally expected for Spectre to have it, because it's no boots Blade Mail. So maybe the timing's just the expectation of having a Blade Mail this early is not there. But it was also big rotations.
Oh yeah, it's very hard to click on a hero before you gank him to see what he gets.
Oh, yeah, he got delivered right, you know. Sometimes people don't click.
I know some people who don't click. Tims, he's gonna get go on, and yep, easy pick up by Mac, going into Witchblade. Bottom lane. I don't think they can defend this tower. Bach needs to get out. Coil is available.
Oh, there it is.
They find him.
They've got the silence, they've got the coil, they've got the kill. Double kill for Mac.
This should be the tower. Meanwhile, top tier 1 tower is still standing. It's being pinged out. They have a catapult to work with. I don't know if you want to fight into Tiny with Arcane. Like, this is the dream for Tiny. Omega seems like they will try to collapse on a mid tower, potentially. Get a pick off there.
Could go for Tims. He does have his Soulbind ready to go, but I'm not sure he's going to make it out of this one. Inkswell, Arcane Bolt, Plasma Field, all coming in. CML gets credit for the kill. They rotate over Armel into the trees. That is not where he wants to be, and they've used the Stampede. Boomy does get an Earth Spike off on a Tino, but it's not enough to survive. They've already killed the Lion. Meanwhile, CML does in fact fall to Bach. He's got himself a second victory on the duel. They'll look over at Tino. They're trying to catch up. Armel has Avalanche available. Hits onto Sam H as well as Tino, but they just can't follow it up.
Buyback for nothing. I guess they were expecting a fight to still be there. We didn't see the combo yet from the Grimstroke and Lion. At least Legion is getting a second duel victory.
Yeah.
A bit of a ballsy move there from Tiny. You know, going in, TPing like that after one hero already died.
Into that spot, too.
Surprised he managed to get out.
Because he went in the trees, and that was honestly a spot I think TNC were aware Omega were in. It's not like, oh my god, they just showed up. They were taking that tier 1 and taking that fight before he TP'd in. Dream Coil used. Back over mid, Mystic Flare. Look at the damage on the Bach. They'll get a quick kill. Avalanche toss, a return on the Shanks. They've got a haste on this Tiny.
It's so good when you're controlling the runes with Tiny, when you get those up. I think a good example is yesterday's game where Alliance, like Lim, had all the runes.
Oh, and that's the reveal. Avalanche toss, the finger comes in, CML ends up dead. Now we'll see if they can get out of this without taking many casualties. It looks like Tims and Boomy are both going to fall on this. Boomy is the first one to drop on TNC, and Tims follows him to the grave as Sam H gets the kill.
Spectre with the Haunt.
Yeah, they're jumping in. They want this. They'll look over. Mac Avalanche, he cannot get out. Press the attack onto the Spectre. They'll look over the Tiny once again. They've got the Silence. The Ancient Seal. Is it going to be enough? Looks like Armel might give up his life for this, and the Arcane Bolt comes through and does the deed. Armel giving up a 4-time spree to this Skywrath Mage.
I believe that was a finger on 10 HP Visage there. Also, that's not the hero that you want to focus with the finger.
No.
That was the first finger usage. Infinite scaling lineup, you know, so you got to get those stacks up as soon as you can. Lion, Legion Commander. Also, I think it's a big bait for Legion Commander to get Blade Mail here as a first item. Like, your job, it doesn't make you tankier. You know, on Spectre, it's fine. You know, going in, taking up that damage because she has a dispersion. But I think Pipe is just too good to miss out. Because your job is not to go in and deal damage. You still have people to, you know, burst them down with the Lion, with the Tiny. There's a ton of magical damage inside the duel. You just need to be able to go in and not care about their damage. So a bit of a missed opportunity. I think this is was a big bait, and he got it. He's hooked on it.
Getting low and doesn't survive the tree thrown his way. A lot of damage done on Armel. They've got the Dream Coil down. He'll snap it, and with the Soul Assumption and the Illusory Orb, CML gets the trade. They still want Tims. Full Stroke of Fate comes through. Hits onto Tino as well as CML. Bach moving forward, but not close enough. Do you think maybe he's going Blade Mail because he wants to deter a Mystic Flare right on top of him? I mean, is that even enough to deter a Mystic Flare? It's so much damage. Like, it's
no, I mean, you can still die because you're taking full damage.
Yeah.
If you get, you know, Hood, you don't die. You can easily reset multiple times in a team fight. This is one, you know, I don't want to sound too harsh, but this is one of those kind of game-losing item builds where I don't know. It's just, you know, after seeing what like Yang did with the Legion Commander yesterday, like
the bar's been
Legion,
set.
yeah, the bar has been set pretty high.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it goes. Inkswell just to get away. Going Aetherlands first on this Grimstroke after the Arcane Boots, so we'll have that extra cast range. We'll be able to sit back a little bit further.
Oh, you definitely need that item on a hero because the hero feels, you know, almost unplayable if you don't have the lens. They have some really good heroes to jump in with. You have Spectre, you have Tiny, even Legion Commander, so a lot of value coming out from that Inkswell.
First item, BKB for this Razor.
And it's not even a 10-second BKB anymore. Like,
It's not that fresh 10-second anymore, that's for sure. Tim's in trouble, chased. And there's Tino from the other side. They're actually just going to leave him to Tino. They knew he had the kill. Does it feel weird? Can't say 10-second BKB anymore?
yeah, because it's been there forever.
That's the line. It's the go-to line. Picks up that 10-second BKB.
He just used a 10-second BKB. Yeah, it's now it's a 9-second BKB.
He was scared of illusion. He popped the 10-second BKB.
You also can't say, you know, the BKBs are down to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Doesn't
under
allow me to
attack.
fake hype BKBs as much anymore.
Dire's
10
middle
seconds
tower
seems so
is
much
under
longer than
attack.
9. It's 2 numbers instead of 1.
Yeah, 2 digits.
2 digits, 1 digit. It's a big change.
Yeah, but the good thing is, you know,
Radiant's bottom
6
tower
seconds,
is under
9
attack.
seconds. Also, like, these 2 numbers go well together.
Yeah, they just flip over. Blink, stomp coming through. Blade Mail popped immediately by Bach. They're going to go in looking over at Boomy with this Visage, trying to get as much damage as he can. He charges
got
up the
the
finger
duel.
for a second, but Boomy now gets the Earth Spike out. They've got the Dream Coil down. They got the kill on the Shanks as well. Sam H, they look over at CML. They're going to try and chase with Gabby. These familiars maybe looking to catch up so they can throw down a stun, but I don't think they're available. Oh, yeah. Just coming off cooldown and able to drop down right on top of the Spectre, but CML still dies. So does Mac.
Trying to get rid of the birds. We'll get 1, we'll get 2.
Good a chunk of gold.
Yeah, this is pretty big. You know, Omega's lineup is pretty mediocre going into mid game and late game, and it's already even. Like, just seeing the scaling capability, you did not manage to kill Spectre, not even once. Once she gets that Manta style, it also opens up the possible Roche for them if they win the next fight. An ability to get rid of the silences, get rid of the slows. This could be a bit tricky. You know, they're overstaying the welcome. Can they get the tower?
Avalanche toss. Shanks just gets blown up. They're going to go after Armel. They've left him alone for a second. Overwhelming Odds comes out, stealing a lot of damage. Tino with an extra 174. Throwing that back at Armel with Plasma Field. Inkswell still running. He's super tanky. The BKB's been popped by Tino. The 9-second BKB coming out from this Razor, and it gets him nothing. So now they start to turn. They've got the Hex. They'll have the duel. It's out on a Mac. Finger to follow it up. Do they have the damage to finish him off? Yes, they do. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. And they'll go after Tino. They've got the Avalanche with the toss. He's on the run, but not quick enough. Dominating now for Armel. Looking over at CML because he's got no mana to work with. They've got the Spectral Dagger. He got a lot of bars on that Soul Assumption, but no way to throw him. And that will be a double kill for Armel. And right into Roche they go.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You know, they get one good more fight. They can turn that into Roche. They have the damage coming out from the Spectre and the newly bought Manta style. Armel did so much work in that fight. He had the regeneration rune in the bottle, survives with like 20% HP, resets, good spike on a puck. They get the kill. This game just, I don't think TNC can lose this game. Even though it's a 3K gold lead, considering the lineup that they have and what they're playing against, it's just not doable. You know, even with a bit of a fountain dives that seems to be very popular these days, I just don't think this game's throwable at all.
Yeah, Spectre already going for the Scotty, has that Aegis to work with. It's tough. Spectre's already at that point where find a fight.
They didn't manage to bring her down even once.
3-0 and 8.
And now with Aegis, you just don't have enough. Like, once Tiny gets his BKB, you have no abilities that go through Magic Immunity.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Like, this Razor is just going to keep falling off. Razor as a hero, he needs to be able to scale, keep fighting with the team, because his late game is just non-existent compared to some other, like, top-tier carries.
Yeah, certainly not that great. He went first item BKB, now he's going into a Yasha. Like, it just does not feel like there's much of a presence from that Razor. He even got 174 stolen damage in that last fight, and it still felt like he was tickling the Tiny.
Tiny has a ton of armor, dude. Tiny is sitting at 27 armor when he's near tier 2 tower.
That's ridiculous. It's always fun to watch Tiny's armor too, because it just says 0+ whatever he's got. It's like, do the easy math. Can gloat about it. It's 22 right now. Hex comes in, avalanche toss, Shank's dead again. He gets shanked. And they've got the duel out onto the Razor. They should have a second, and they will. So Tino, he goes down. Box got 70 duel damage. He's really starting to ramp up that number. And I guess it comes down to maybe a little bit of a different style play on the Legion commanders. Like Yang, he went pipe. He went a little bit more, I just want control with my duels. Here, I think Bach more looking towards getting that duel damage. With that blade mail, you're trying to secure the duels as much as you can.
A pipe there, at least a hood, just to be able to soak up some damage. But yeah, he survived because the rest of the team is also, you know, playing really well. Lion has a blink dagger. Like, these items are just so valuable. Grimstroke, Lance going into Force Staff, which I really like against the Razor to push people out of any potential trouble. Like Omega, they're just not playing Dota at the moment. It's just like random feeds on the map, while TNC is gonna choke them out. I would definitely not be surprised if Omega just calls out an early GG, because they know, like, teams like this, they play a lot of pops. They have experience. They know if you see a lineup like that, you did not succeed to win the early game, you know it's just gonna get tougher over time.
It's like me and my pubs. My team gives up first blood. I know at this point it's over.
Oh, yeah, it's already done, you know. I missed one C. For me, you know, people might laugh, but one of the... If I'm playing, you know, any core and I miss the first CS, you know, it's a bad feeling. If I kill the first CS, I'm like, oh, man, this is going to be such a good game. You know, I'm setting myself up for a really good one.
Yeah, I don't CS because I'm usually just the 5 position. Trying to be the moral.
Do you ever like steal it on purpose and then like, sorry, man, you know, I was just trying to deny misclicked?
I don't do it like that. It
sounds like something you would do, you know.
Wow, I didn't know that's what you thought about me. Sometimes I'll like, if I don't think they're gonna get the CS, I'll grab it. Gets followed by a berating of, dude, why are you stealing my CS? And I'm
a lot of pings.
Yeah.
You know, what was this? You
Report AA. Seems to be all I play these days. I do love that hero, though. More of that.
You kind of expected to get a bit more buffs in the previous patch, didn't you? But
everybody thinks it's just super strong. I just want more buffs. I actually just think the Ags should be reworked. I just don't think
doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense for the hero. I don't think he's ever, even though I bought it yesterday, but...
Yeah, you need 2 charge. Let's make him have 2 charges on the blast.
That would be so strong.
Just hit him once in the fountain, can't heal, hit him twice after.
By refresher.
Hit him 2 more times? No, we just have to stop. A bit of a pause.
TNC, they're on the hunt, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've got their ghillie suits on. They're looking for something.
You know when they say stats don't lie, like numbers don't lie, math is always correct, blah, blah, blah. Like this time around, it's a 5k gold lead for TNC, but it feels like it's much more. Like in my book, the way I'm reading this game, this is a 15k gold lead for TNC.
So the numbers are on.
Yeah, in this one at least.
Okay. Just, you know, just a lot of people who deny that. Avalanche coming through, no toss. BKB's been popped by Armel. They'll get the duel out. That's going to be through onto Tino. Do they have the damage? Ooh, Legion taking a lot of damage here and might even die. Tino goes down first. They've got the Soulbind as well as the Hex on both the Centaur as well as the Puck. They're looking over as Mac. Oh, 3-man stun. That came in.
That's a ravage.
Onto everybody, and they're going to take out Mac. They'll look over at CML. They've got the whip onto Sam H. They'll slow him down, but he's not the target at the moment. They're looking for this Visage and potentially even Shanks. Blink in, Avalanche, toss coming through with the Earth Spike. They'll get the kill on a CML. That's through down on the side of Smart Omega. Well played by TNC. Maybe not getting everything they wanted, but certainly still winning the fight by quite a margin.
It's problematic for Omega because they don't have enough damage. They have nothing against the BKBs. Everyone is super tanky. All these items are starting to pile up. On TNC side, Force Staff on Grimstroke done. Just needs to use the Courier. His Courier died. Like, Centaur is tanky, but they're doing a very good job on TNC where they just ignore the Centaur. Like, what are you going to do? You know, we don't care too much about you. We're going to clean up the rest, and if you're alive, we're going to kill you as well.
Right.
Also, I would love to see Legion Commander picking up the shard. Just that 1.75 second BKB could turn things around. Another dual damage on bottom. We'll also use the finger.
And they ripped through him so quickly. How many stacks is that for the line? 4?
490 damage on Legion Commander on top of that.
Infinite scaling.
All they need is Pudge and Silencer for true infinite scaling lineup.
That's what I want to see, just the infinite scaling lineups at all times. Armel now picking up that Hyperstone, so his right click's coming in pretty hard and pretty quick.
Armel has been boss this game. On Tiny, going in and out, playing a bit too aggressive at the early stages, but it doesn't matter, you know, because you have Spectre. You can afford to go for plays like that, where you go like, man, we just need to buy time, because Spectre, they have no real answer for it. They have no Silver Edge carriers. They have no break abilities. It's just that Spectre is way too problematic. 5-0-11, Manta style. Eye of Scotty also done, going into a Basher. Level 21, extra 400 HP from that talent. Yeah, I just, like, they have no percentage-based damage on top of that, so they have no tools whatsoever to deal with Spectre.
Spectre going into the Basher. AC picked up for this Razor. So finally a second item there for Tino. Grimstroke hooking towards that shard. You've got Aeon Disc almost finished for the Lion.
Aeon Disc on Puck. So that's going to help out against the initiation coming up from Lion. Dual,
Hex.
Tiny.
And now your spike followed up. Being Swell trying to stick with him. They've got the duel and Disc gets popped.
He should still get the damage.
Finger, Avalanche Toss, they'll get the kill. So 110 damage. And then 5 stacks for Boomy. They're scaling. They're doing that thing that they do.
They don't necessarily need to rush things. They could potentially go for second Roche, which will respawn in a minute, and then just close out the game. It also gives you the shard. They have some really good shard carriers this time around. Like, Tiny could potentially take it, where you have no charge limit on the tree grabs. Spectre also potentially, but I think they will prioritize either Legion Commander or give it to Tiny. Grimstroke has one queued up. It's also S-tier shard. But as a position 5, maybe you do not want to give it to him. So just spend your money as a 5 on items. Big boys will get the free ones.
Yeah, Armel's shard would be good. He's already got the Hyperstone. Like, you're giving him that extra attack speed to have the tree grab, not have a limit. Like, that feels like the proper shard giving. Still just 16 seconds till Roche is back up. Vision over on Boomy. They know that they're posturing. And I think Omega are going to feel forced to have to smoke and make a move to try and defend this. I think they were in ward vision for just a split second. There's the Aeon Disc picked up for the Lion. So 7K lead right now for TNC. Roche back up. They're into the pit. Here we go.
Let's see if they want to smoke. There is one smoke on Skywrath Mage. They're just not contesting.
It's rough to try and get in there. Like you said,
but if you want to take a, like, you need to risk it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just giving them free Roche, so that's Cheese, Aegis, plus a shard. Not sure how you plan to fight after that. They should have taken this Roche fight.
Ooh, actually giving Spectre the shard. Meanwhile, CML, he's dead to Armel. So not Tiny, not Legion. Ends up being the Spectre, giving that extra dispersion.
It's a good shard, but I don't think there is much value in this game. Like if you're playing against something with global presence, let's say like Zeus uses ulti, you jump on top of him straight away, possibly Nature's Prophet, any kind of instant damage that can hit you in the last 8 seconds. Would still prefer either Tiny or Legion Commander. Legion Commander also not going for the Shard. Like it's just so good because like when you win the duel, it also procs again, press the attack, so it gives you a smaller BKB. Budget BKB, whatever you want to call it.
Although budget BKB did get a boost because full price BKB can't be that much longer.
Exactly.
Silent Stream Coil coming through. That's on the 2. They get a kill on the Tims. They're going to use the Stampede. The Haunt comes out. They're trying to find a target to go after. SamH first hit bash. All right. That's unfortunate.
Blank.
Gabby
still
trying to get the kill.
But he's too slowed. There's no way he's getting out of this
he's
one.
Not getting out. Top lane though, Bach, he's low, but
he's
not
thinking about going
yet.
in. He's thinking.
Go for it. Avalanche? No, no time for the duel.
He had the time. He was just afraid. You know, the Tiny's not going to back him up.
Should have went in before.
They're still in this game, you know, playing, but the game feels pretty rough. It's just that they have no answers for Spectre. They don't even have answers for Tiny anymore, who's 15-12, going in once again. Buys the dust, like, pay attention. This is how you play Tiny. Any kind of, oh, he's thinking about finger. Maybe he got out of the range. This is how you play any playmaking mids, where you have a ton of kill potential. Like, just carry that dust. Most of the people would have a bottle instead in the inventory, but since he knows there is a Glimmer Cape, he will buy the dust for himself.
Right. So, always being ready, always having that dust.
You can even see Spectre having 1 dust, just in case like she needs to get a good jump.
Yeah, everybody, pretty much everybody's holding dust in the core role. Hack was under that ward. They knew exactly where he was. They just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah. You know, next time someone flames you because you're not having a dust on a support, especially if you're someone who needs to stay further behind, you know, not get close, feel free to quote me that your carries, your mid laners should carry a dust.
So, 12K lead. What does that feel like now? If 5 was 12, what is 12?
Do we just add 7, or is it like percentage?
Yeah. 22? Percentage-wise? Blink Avalanche. Looking over at CML, maybe thinking about getting that duel. Has already popped the blade mail, gets the duel off. Dream Coil comes in. They'll get the kill on a CML. They'll look over at Tino, who's popped the BKB. They're going to chase after Armel. He's got a static link on him, but he'll be tossed.
Cheese is available.
SamH gets tossed away. Armel has the cheese, heals up, and so far just one now. A second with Shanks going down. Blink hook stop as well as the double edge on a Boomy, but it's just not enough damage. They'll look over now at Tino again. Soulbind comes in. There's the finger with the Phantom's Embrace. They've got the silence. They'll get the kill on Tino. They'll look over at Mac, who's in the pit. He's not Roche. He's certainly easier to kill than Roche. But the question is, can they stay on top of him? Mac gets hit with that avalanche. The toss is in. Not enough damage just yet. Waiting Rift. Press the attack. Surviving for now. Mac maybe going after Armel to get the kill, but he finally gets out of there with the Illusory Orb. However, phase shift, Illusory Orb, blink, south, and Stroke of Fate. Ooh.
Wasn't on point. Meanwhile, like Spectre with the double damage, Aegis will just go for the high ground. They don't have enough. Spectre is also level 25, extra 5% dispersion.
Glyph and trying to hold Soul Assumption, but the damage.
Abyssal.
That was a mistake. Mac has made a mistake and gone after Gabby. Boomy will immediately tip it, and maybe SamH has made a mistake too, because he's got the Aegis, he's got Blade Mail to
he
pop.
Wants to use it, but needs to be
him.
Careful. They're timing it nicely. 5 seconds until Aegis is gone. Can they time it perfectly?
He's backing off. That's the wise decision.
And regeneration kicks in. It's always delayed by like 2-3-ish seconds.
And SamH hoof stomp, Inkswell on him, but the duel is there. They'll lock down SamH. They'll get the kill. Bach with another duel victory. Double kill as CML falls. Looking like the end here for Smart Omega. They just could not outsmart their opponents on this one. And they're going to jump forward. They'll look over at Shanks. They're all getting corralled back into the base with no answer and no way to follow this up. I mean, they're without the puck, they're without the Centaur, and they're going to try to defend the tier 3. Email popped once again. They've got the Avalanche, but they just don't have the vision onto Shanks. Mana Drain out onto CML. He's trying to run. Inkswell will pop right on top of the Visage, who's saved via the Force Staff for now, but eventually
dies. You know what
dies.
I always say when it's time to call it? It is time to call it.
The wise words of Lacoste. I think that's one of those things. You know those pictures that people put on their wall? The cat that holds itself up as Tino finally dies and the GG is called. It's time to call it. It's time to call it.
It is. It is. Great performance by TNC. A great draft. They had no answer for Spectre. Omega's lineup, they needed to stay like 5k gold ahead 15 minutes in to be able to make this type of a lineup work. Didn't really work out. Armel was playing insanely well, creating a space with his Tiny, and Spectre, like, not even dying once throughout this whole game.
Yeah, really didn't get touched at all. Spectre just doing a lot. TNC looked really good in that game. There was a lot that we've seen from Omega in the past that made me think that they could certainly be one of the top dogs here, but TNC shutting that down pretty quickly in game number 1. We'll see game number 2, because there's a lot here from TNC that did really well.
Yeah, they like the movements around the map. I just overall like the draft. You know, might laugh about it, the infinite scaling lineup, but you could see the potential of it, because Lion becomes super tanky with the level 15 talent. Legion Commander also becomes like another scaling core that actually deals the right-click damage. So just some crisp stuff coming out from TNC in game number 1.
Yeah, so TNC take game number 1 over Smart Omega. To break it down for you a little bit further, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
We've got the important parts of the panel, at least. What's up? I'm back. Can you hear me? Great. Solid game from TNC. Omega had moments in the early game, but I think Lizard, my compatriot on this panel, would agree that that Spectre was just left unanswered.
Yep. You had a very aggressive style of draft for Smart Omega. They're playing this kind of a lineup that's supposed to be owning you early on. Their lanes kind of go well, but not too great. And yeah, they have a nice mid-game. They have a nice early to mid-game. But however, you're playing versus a Spectre. She has a Chip West, a Blade Mail. Every time she uses that Haunt, your team fight literally just breaks apart. And TNC, they had one job, and that's to get to the late game, which they accomplished. Once you get to the late game, the team of Smart Omega, this composition of heroes just doesn't threaten a Spectre at all. So.
Yeah, and they were confident that they would be able to make it to whatever stage of the game was necessary, because Legion Commander going for that Blade Mail, it was all on the shoulders of the Tiny. Yep. You had the Blink Dagger first, you were able to set the pace.
No, that Blade Mail is really good, because if you have a mid laner that's active, that builds a Blink, or has a built-in mobility kind of spell in him, like some sort of a Spirit or a Tiny with a Blink, then on the offlane your job becomes a little bit different, and you don't have to get the Blink Dagger instantly, as you can follow up a little bit with some more damage or more utility, some pipes, some Blade Mail, whatever you feel like is necessary for the game.
So is this the renaissance of a Spectre meta? I know if Black was here, God rest his soul, if Black was here, he would be like, boy, I'm so excited for Spectre. Spectre is his favorite hero in the entire game. Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, Spectre might be on, you know, in a renaissance period once again. We might see Spectre come back. Blade Mail's good on her. If you get that Chip West, it feels even better. There aren't too many heroes that threaten her in the lane. The builds that you go for on Spectre are also really decent at the moment. The supports that can be played with her, like Warlock, are back. So, yep. I'm not really the biggest fan of Spectre carry. It's not my favorite one to play against. But
okay. Well, I was about to be like, wait, as opposed to Spectre, what? Spectre offlane? Is that
what
you prefer playing against?
Which was played. It was in the meta for a brief period of time.
I missed this. When was this a thing?
It was before you, I believe, a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as far as weird positioning goes, how'd you feel about the 5-position Visage?
it's not the weirdest position. Like this is also old school support on that position 5.
In dual lanes, though?
Even in dual lanes, it can work. It didn't work out that well in this lane. They managed to handle him quite a bit. I believe if you're playing this position 5 Visage, you need a brawler type on that core position. And Razor can fit that, but he's more of a brawler later on. In the laning stage, he still has to be a little bit careful about his positioning when he's not in a solo lane. In a solo lane, Razor dominates, but if he's playing versus 2, then it can be a little bit hairy for him, and then Visage doesn't have that frontliner to hide behind and just spam his spells.
Yeah, we were seeing Razor picked as a response to the Legion Commander, but thinking that maybe a Troll Warlord or something would have been a little bit more suitable as a brawler. But as for the peak brawler in this entire game, Armel, definitely the MVP on that Tiny, making an ocean of space for that Spectre. And I mean, you say that they were preparing for late game, but really late game came at like 20 minutes into the game because they were just so far ahead on TNC.
Yeah, because Spectre isn't dying, right? And we were talking a lot about TNC. They played well. This is what we expect from them. From Smart Omega, we didn't have too many high expectations coming into the series and into the tournament itself. So overall, I'm actually pleasantly surprised by Smart Omega and what they've got and what they're playing and how they're playing. I'm pleasantly surprised by their drafts. This is another one, like out of 3-4 drafts that they've shown, that has a completely different style of gameplay and new heroes. We see these Visages that they're picking Sniper on safe lane in one of the series before. So overall, I'm looking forward to the next game.
Yeah, this is their first true test as far as the opponents they've met so far in this upper division league, but we will see if they can perhaps push it to a 3-game series. We're going to hop over to a quick break, and when we return, game number 2.
wanna change arrangement.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you were jamming out to the top-level support and the top-level beats of a Secret Lab Chair commercial. We are back with game number 2 of Smart Omega versus TNC, and hopefully we have the whole brain trust gathered to bring the most top-level analysis.
I mean, you should feel honored that you were allowed to sit on the throne.
It was I wasn't ready to handle the power.
I could tell. Like the finishing panel, the closing panel was very short, and you honestly just looked intimidated. Like I was sitting on your chair, you were like, "Let me out."
Definitely a real alpha move. I couldn't handle it, but we have a draft now, so you know.
Already, yeah.
Hopefully, you channel all that energy into something productive.
I shall.
Okay, what's the first pick gonna be?
Please, Black.
Omega, what do they always pick first? Tiny.
If IO's banned, maybe.
Oh, it's TNC picking first.
TNC picking first, though.
Then Tiny.
Okay, I like those odds.
Will the IO be banned, though?
That is a good question.
Yeah.
Will it?
Beastmaster is banned.
Teams have moved away a little bit from the Wisp in...
That's China.
Yeah.
China doesn't really know. Well, that's why all the teams that we've been casting in China didn't go to the major so far. But all the teams that did go, they know how to play IO. And these two teams, both of them know how to play IO in support and core roles.
Yeah, and TNC definitely plays it quite a bit. Like they've been one of the teams that plays that Wisp on the carry role, so we'll see if they decide to go for it.
Wow, Black. Maybe we should change chairs, bruh.
Well, I didn't know they were going to leave. Why did they ban Puck? Last game they banned IO.
What happened, Black?
What?
Yeah, maybe that has something to do with first pick or second pick. What do you think about that?
Bad bans.
Bad bans.
Maybe you really just infused my chair with your power.
No, it is going to be 2-0. It's not my fault.
Okay.
Bad bans.
Okay, now
I'm going TNC production.
Smart Omega, they have picked something different in
smart.
In all of their games so far. They're very smart, obviously, in all of their series. And perhaps they've prepared for this, because if you're letting go the IO, you know that you are in for a pickle and you need to find the right answer to it. Will they find the right answer, though? That's the question, because...
Is there ever a right answer?
Is there ever a right answer to the IO?
One of the answers was Huskar, which we saw from Smart Omega.
No, we saw it from Lilgun.
We saw it from Lilgun, that's correct. I don't really know if that was a great answer, though, or if it was just...
It kind of just snowballed with Huskar, right?
That's what it felt like.
He never got to his hard timing, because I feel like if he does, it's still going to be the same old ball.
IO never got to its hard timing.
Exactly,
right,
yeah. They could still go for something like Ancient Apparition and put one of these two heroes on a core role. We've seen Tusk on offlane in SA as well. But it was usually built with the Necros, like that task with tag team and Necros and offlane, then it works. Here, I sincerely doubt that they have an option to put one of these two on support, so probably not something that they can go for. However, Morphling looks amazing for Smart Omega. Like, you could go with that Morph. It's a good core position 1 versus the Wisp, and you don't really care about Bristle too.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, Morph looks good. Like Slark, another one that's like on the rise lately. I mean, there's a couple of decent ones. It just feels like I've never seen IO lose when he gets his heart, basically.
Yeah.
Like it feels like a huge timing you get. So what do you do?
He reaches that peak with Yaganim's heart, and that's it. And you already have one good pairing on the offlane. That's this Bristleback. Yeah.
I could be a Bristle mid as well. We've seen that a couple of times.
We've seen IO plus Bristle be the support and the core for, historically, this would have been a more obvious choice for them. It's only in the last 2 years that IO and Bristle, if they're played together, They're both cores.
You fountain dive.
Yep, you fountain dive, exactly.
Yep, every time. And it is going to be Snapfire or Grimstroke core, probably. I don't like Tusk core too much, personally. Just feels like it never scales.
Although, in this
100%.
game, with the Scepter being able to boot IO away from whoever his tether target is, may justify...
again.
Yeah. That's true, yeah.
I feel like you can get it as a +4 2 eventually. It's just like, I don't know, Tusk core always just feels like, okay, you win the lane, possibly, maybe not even, and then you just taper off more and more. And you have like 3 supports on your team.
Yep.
You never want that.
Now with the line for TNC, it's okay. You're taking away the possibility of Smart Omega wasn't gonna pick Lion, right? They already have 3 heroes.
Yeah.
They have 3 supports on their side, so they need a core pick here. I don't like Lion that much into Snapfire and Tusk. It feels like there is just so much happening, so much damage coming from distance.
I don't know.
Look at the tower damage right now.
No. Do you remember when we started SCA Division 1 Season 1?
Yes, Bounty lost every game.
Bounty lost every single game. I think Bounty is in a much better place right now.
Sure.
I think this hero is...
But with Grim, Snap, and
with
Tusk?
Grim, Double Sure can toss
Sure.
early on.
But with the other 3 heroes, there's like,
Plus, you have the tracks, and then the toss goes like 1 billion times. If you buy Aghanims, it's actually ridiculous amount of damage and ridiculous amount of gold that you're getting.
How do you destroy buildings, though?
You don't. You just farm gold.
Buy 5 Meteor Hammers and Desolators.
You get Lil Shredder, you get Orb of Corruption, and you're able to take down towers.
Yeah, so then with that in mind, I kind of would prefer a core Snapfire over a core Grimstroke because they are lacking in tower damage, and the one person who can actually deal right-click would be a Snapfire.
Isn't this draft like... They showed Bristol first phase, right? Like, they haven't dealt with him at all.
Nope.
It's like the freest Bristol game of the history so far.
Yeah, and hell, just like do coddle Bristle in the offlane or something like that. Do 5-position Lion with the IO, because
5-position Lion in IO feels actually weak. It feels bad to play together in the lane. This feels better if you put Clock on 5 and then IO with him, then 4 Lion and
Lion Bristol is a good
Lion
lane.
Bristol, exactly.
Very aggro lane. So is this a carry bounty or what?
It seems that way. It could be offlane too, right? But
and then mid snap,
offlane
or mid Grim, or offlane Grim, mid bounty. I mean, they have a lot of choices. It's just I'm not impressed with a lot of them.
It just has to be a bounty core.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to see a position 4 bounty and anything like that. I want to see 1, 2 or offlane bounty.
And they have to snowball so hard. Like as soon as this bounty hits 6, you're gonna get a lot of kills. Because like if this Bristol gets like Vanguard Shroud minute 15, 16, I don't know what they do.
Yeah, you need to build a vessel.
For sure.
One of your heroes.
Probably the Tusk, yeah.
And you need perhaps another hero that can deal with Bristol. Is Mars banned out, by the way? He is not, right?
He's not, no.
It's something that at least you can turn him, right, with that
Could be a mid-mass. It's just your entire lineup is like so weird. And like I want to have some tower damage.
It's very aggressive, though, right? And
it is very aggressive.
It's their style. They're playing a different kind of Dota, and that's something that I really like from Smart Omega. Nice Tinker ban, no bounty plus Tinker shenanigans.
Yeah, and Grimstroke also. What about a good old, simple Dragon Knight for Smart Omega here?
Yeah, we saw that in Europe as a response to Bristleback. Just high armor, so you don't really need to worry about extended fights and the quill sprays killing you.
You guys are unbelievers. Give me something crazy. Some meepo here, some ridiculous
stuff. Not get too crazy now.
I mean, like the 4 years they have is already pretty crazy. How much more crazy do you want?
Okay, so you guys want some stability, some.
Yeah.
I want tower damage. That's really all I want.
Simple Dragon Knight.
Something to punish a kill. You know, like you killed 5 TNC heroes. What are you gonna do? Oh, I guess we're gonna go jungle.
Just like my pubs.
Yep.
Every time.
Every time.
Yeah. Dragon Knight with ult on. All right, I'm hitting the creeps.
I get some splash damage. What's good is splash damage against towers?
Useless.
TNC, they still have the potential to maybe make it a support IO.
The mid-quap.
So it is a support IO.
No, it's a carry IO.
Carry IO,
offlane Bristle, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and a mid-quap. Okay, now mid-heroes.
I mean, you just put like You can put Snap or Grim versus her, right?
Sure, that
Grim,
works.
yeah.
It's just, then what do you put offlane?
Bristle. I mean,
you can
Bounty.
You can pick an
Bounty offlane
or
and
put
then another
Bounty.
carry?
Yeah, another carry.
What would be good here? Like some...
I just want to see a Bounty carry. I don't care, man. Like, I'm already biased towards Smart Omega. I'm playing Bounty quite a bit, and he has huge potential right now that's unexplored.
I think this is the first time we've seen it in SEA, and so yeah, you've been
CN as well, right?
So, yeah, China or SEA. This is the first bounty hunter that we've seen. So
and it looks like a core as well. And I believe that this hero right now can be played on 4, but is so busted on a core position as well that you can play it.
we'll see how busted it is. I mean, I've seen it snowball a couple of times.
Yeah.
about
It's just you need to
Alchemist.
snowball. Alchemist, a bit tough against the Bristle Lion. Like the lane is very strong. Maybe like some Morphling, like you don't really care about the Bristle ever.
Yeah.
But the Lion is a bit scary.
And the Quap as well.
I mean, overall, the TNC draft is very well rounded. Like they have good early game, good mid game, good late game. They have very good tower damage. Good
very
team
good
fight.
combination with
PA.
PA.
Now, do I like that?
Oh, the
very
fan
much?
of knives.
I mean,
the
sure, the
break.
fan of knives is just you're very scared of that Quap.
Yeah.
It's a carry Quap, mid Bristol, support IO,
Okay.
offlane clock.
Okay.
Offlane Claw?
I'm not as passionately angry about support IO now in the modern patch that I was in Singapore Major 7.28, but I still don't really know why they're doing that.
Yeah, I feel like the other lanes would have been much more easy to set up.
Yeah.
Like, why did they go out of the box?
I
They
don't
have to?
know.
Yeah, it's 5 Grim, 4 Tusk as well.
And it's not even like the mid lane matchup would have been fine if Quap went mid.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Interesting.
Interesting. Prediction? Black?
I'll go with Omega. Let's
Okay.
step it up here
Sure.
instantly. TNC, they look stronger. They know what they're doing. They haven't, even with a few changes, they're still as strong. But I like the wild draft of Omega.
What do you think about this Quap against Bounty? It should be really Quap favored.
It should be super Quap favored.
Yeah. Like, what does Bounty do there?
I don't know.
You buy a bottle and you run for the runes and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be very Quap
I think I'm
favored.
just gonna go with TNC. Like that Bounty against Quap matchup.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Sold me the other way.
I've played it many times. It's not
I
good.
am TNC as well. Maybe that's why they mixed up the lanes. I don't know. Maybe Lacoste, B-Cop, you have a reasoning for why the lanes got all mixed up like this? Maybe.
If
Maybe
you
not.
can't
Maybe
beat
they
them
don't.
fairway,
knows?
I thought this time we changed.
I
and
hear
we
an
cast
angelic
again.
voice.
Hello.
can you hear us?
I can
All
see
right.
you
Yes,
too.
we can hear you
Lacoste,
now.
tell me, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, if you can beat them in a fair play, you have to try to something different. I think this is different. Still going to go with TNC. I think this draft is a bit too wonky. Reminds me of some of the drafts from Boom starting season 1.
Oh, yeah.
Just having those kind of vibes, not really liking it.
That's okay. B-Cup, I'm not gonna make you go against everybody. You can just talk about the game. Let's see you all in game number 2.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I was going to give a pretty good explanation, but, you know, I'll hold off another game. I'm just too smart to have to give these explanations. I won't go against the crowd. I'm more of a follower anyway than a leader.
All right. I'll lead you follow.
Okay. We're going to your desk?
No, just stay away from me. It's all good. we don't have to be that close.
That's fine. I'll just sit over here. We'll see. TNC, you know, I liked how they were playing last game. It didn't feel like Omega could catch up. Although, that being said, Omega in the past, we've seen them play pretty strong.
The battle begins.
So, we'll see if they can make this lineup work. Boomy with the 2-man stun. Not going to go for the bounty rune, though. Just annoying them with a mini Ravage. Where's
So Snapfire will be played on a mid lane, SMH bottom. Seems like they're just doing an aggressive tri-lane. This, if they keep this tri-lane, it's strong. Anything with Tusk feels strong. Like, you just need to have 3 heroes. You don't even have to use the abilities, just have a tag team and right-click them down, pretty much. But do you want to, like, keep this? Because Bounty Hunter, like, yeah, you will get XP. I can try to understand what they're doing, where they're just gonna like sacrifice some of Bounty's farm possibly for levels, where you get that track level online, and it's just gonna be a free farm for Bach on the bottom.
Yeah, with Tim's, like it just seems like a combo that's gonna start to destroy given this open lane for them. SamH will do what he can to try and get something from it, but I mean they're heavily relying on track being here with them. Like I just or being available with them early. Is that enough to make up the goal difference that might come from this?
It's a possibility. Like I think that it could potentially work. You know, you like some of these lineups with Bounty Hunter could easily just snowball, get out of control. You join one team fight, you get like 4 track kills. Mid lane, you have Bristleback against the Snapfire. Like Snapfire is gonna have a good time. Bristleback has 4 armor, but like Snapfire just takes a lot of that armor. It's -6 coming up from the Little Shredder, and it's being maxed out. Like this is the new build on Snapfire, whether it's from position 5, position 4, even on the mid Snapfire, it got buffed. Level 4, it's fixed 95 damage, 6 fixed attacks, so that's almost 600 damage, you know. And with the minus armor, it's even more.
We'll have to see what Snapfire can get done with that cool Snapfire set. We'll see if it can accomplish what it's looking for.
Too cool looking for me.
A lot of fire coming out of those rockets with Little Shredder. Although, speaking of cosmetics, for a second I thought the Clockwork Bottom was Bristleback with so many things coming out of his back. He's got a lot of spikes.
Glance value.
Yeah. I had to put my glasses back on.
No.
SamH sitting level 3. Going high into that Janata. Do you think he takes a casual level in Shadow Walk, or is he just going to hold off on that for now?
Potentially. I think on level 4 you can take the Invis, force them to buy Sentries or Dust. Like if they decide to go on you, you can see Tim's already having 1 Dust, stacking neutral creep camp with it.
Right.
Gonna pick up the Bounty possibly. Oh, or no, he's gonna leave it to Armel. Like mid lane just feels really weird right now, where like no one is dying. Everyone's just full HP, full mana, just pushing out the waves because of the new runes.
So up top, this tri-lane hasn't gotten a kill just yet. Usually you expect a little bit more aggression, especially with a Tusk. Gabby trying to go on to this Grimstroke. Snowball brings right on top. They've got some lockdown here onto Gabby. Tino coming in, Stifling Dagger thrown over at Boomy, but with the rotation of Tim's, Gabby's going to be fine. I might even try to turn this around. They're still trying to get CML. They'll get the kill there. Gabby gets first blood. Hex out onto the Phantom Assassin. The chase is on Salve. It's not enough just yet. Stifling Dagger, Snowball in. Gabby ends up dead, and now Shanks and Tino go the other way. They look over at Boomy, who does have another Earth Spike available. One more right click gets the kill, but that leaves Tino by himself for some solo experience. So silver linings there for Omega, and still trying to kill off Tim's, who does have a tether. So I doubt Tino gets this kill.
While all this is happening, like they also managed to make some stacks going on in their own jungle. Mid lane, Armel, like it's so much minus armor. Like going into this medallion is also very good. You know, Little Shredder already level 3. There's so much kill potential. Once you hit that level 6, whether on a mid lane or if you decide to rotate on one of the side lanes, Mortimer's Kiss is like one of the best abilities in the game, in my opinion. Like once you hit that level 6.
I like the Mortimer's Kisses. Who doesn't like a kiss from their grandmother? On the cheek, you know? She wishes you a good happy birthday, and that's probably the only time you see that.
You know, gives you $20 while no, it's like a handshake, you know, so that no one sees it. You know,
Don't tell your mother.
Yeah, the classic grandma move.
Ben, where'd you get that $20?
What $20?
What? Yeah. What do you mean? My grandparents used to always tell me to not tell my parents.
That's why you need to spend the money like straight away, so that the mom can't find the money. Like you just buy the games instantly.
Yeah. The way the vending machine works, I actually have that for Steam on my computer, so I just slip in the $20. Mortimer's Kiss is over mid. Armel taking a lot of damage. One more shot from Mac to get the kill. Take out this Bristle. Rotation coming in from Shanks. Says Shanky very much. Gets out of there. This leaves Bounty open just to try and get level 6. He's close, but he's getting chased. Battery Assault, invis, but not out of sight. Bach gets the kill on a Sam H, who is just a fraction of the way away from getting that level 6.
Like, ideally, if he's level 6 there and dies, he's fine with that and could potentially like make a rotation on the other lanes, but there's a lot of creeps on the bottom, so he'll probably just go back to the bottom.
Ooh, Sonic Wave. Tino low, Snowball coming in, CML is here. Gabby might be in some trouble, but the hook shot, Inkswell still goes off. Gabby gets killed. They've got the Hex coming through onto the Tusk. Shanks trying to run. Great
nice.
shards.
Nicely done there by Shanks. They survive. Well, most importantly, they survive on Phantom Assassin. That's what matters.
Tim's taking a lot of damage.
Like, she's super underleveled. She's level 4.5, but there's a huge creep wave coming on the top, bottom lane. Yeah. He's dead.
Chasing through the tower, tethered
Come on.
all the way through. Sam H just
Come
can't
on.
catch up. He's got a Janata and a Shuriken toss, but it's not going to be enough. And Gabby makes the rotation. Just about half the duration left. Gabby's got a blink in a second. They won't catch up to Sam H. He dove pretty deep, but doesn't pay for it. Shard Phantoms embrace as well as the snowball out onto Boomy. Another kill there for Mac. This Snapfire is looking real strong right now. Already has that medallion going into the Maelstrom. Boots of travel afterwards.
And just so much damage coming out from that hero.
Hook shot. CML in some trouble, and he's going to find himself dead. They've got the snowball coming through, and I believe the Mortimer's Kisses was started for a second. They'll get the kill on a Mac. They'll turn this around. They'll look for more. The tracks are out, but Shanks, he's dead. Tracks on it too, but I mean, that gold doesn't turn into reality unless you get the kills.
They need to bring numbers, like they need to be playing with this Bounty Hunter. The track is what's going to keep you in the game. They have like no real steroid for Phantom Assassin. Potentially Inkswell, which is okay. Like Snapfire can build into Solar Crest, which is great, you know, just reducing the armor on the enemies. Or you could put it on Phantom Assassin, but yeah, there's no like Alacrity, no Empower in this game.
Ooh, CML spotted Gabby. Looking to get this kill. Just gets under the tower, so
Holy
Gabby
moly, that damage on a mid. Like, Bristleback's full HP goes down to 300 just from one Lil Shredder.
Man, so, a lot of damage, and with any sort of follow-up, Mac can just get an easy kill. So almost got that Maelstrom. Okay, again, there it is. Armel down to half health.
Minus 11 armor.
And they're going to go for the snowball. Mac, he doesn't have Mortimer's Kisses, but I don't think that's going to matter. Armel is dead, and Sam H gets credit for it. Hookshot comes through. They've got the tether as well as the dust. They'll look after Sam H, and they'll get this kill. The turnaround is there for TNC, at least with one kill going their way.
Bristleback is tanky, but against Mortimer, like, you're not that tanky. Against the Little Shredder, the Medallion, your armor is not that high. You have 10 armor, it goes... it drops lower, you know, it drops down to minus 11, I believe. Let me just do the math real quick. So that's 6, you know, and the Medallion, it's minus 5. Yeah, it's a correct one. And I was like, maybe it's 10, maybe it's 11. Better check it out, because the chat will laugh at me. They'll laugh anyway, but big stack for TNC. They're going to clear the Ancients. Bristleback is there, ready to clean it up with the Quill Spray.
A lot of gold's going to be coming his way, and he's already sitting top of the net worth. Armel, despite the fact that he's died twice, has really farmed up quite well. So Armel, Vanguard, Phase Boots, 6K on the net worth.
Yeah, so the other day, I'm like, I'm so smart, you know, I thought of something really good in Dota, like Lil Shredder plus tag team. Like, I want to play this lane. It doesn't work. Tag team does not work with Lil Shredder, unfortunately.
I think it used to, right? Bounty Hunter getting hit up here. Sam H trying to survive. Mortimer's Kiss is raining down. They've got the Soulbind as well. They'll get the Walrus Punch out in a box. Shanks
Gets the kill on a Bach, and looking over at Armel, he's trying to stand forward, but the minus armor might just be too much. Now they've got Shanks right in front of him. They're trying to relocate him away, and they do! Oh, he just survives. Tino, he'll end up going down to Armel, and now they're looking to get the snowball out on Armel, getting the damage, but he's still not dead. Shanks and Mac fall to Armel.
That was such a godly play. You know, that relocate back, but you can feel the damage coming out from this Snapfire. Like, Snapfire is the future. From position 4, from position 5, like, just the amount of damage that you deal with the little Shredder, it's insane.
That's so much damage.
Bristleback will need some kind of armor. Like, like Solar Crest here is completely fine.
He's going into the Eternal Shroud, which is pretty standard, and then going Lotus Orb.
Lotus Orb is also okay. Just anything that gives you armor. That casual plate mail is really good and great against the Snowball, against Grimstroke spells, remove the track.
If this is anybody but the Bristle, I think he dies. Oh, Shredder was doing a lot of damage. Hook shot in onto 2 batteries, so with the Rocket Flare, damage done onto the Tusk actually deters them. Tino runs.
Like, they have 2 great heroes against Bristleback, where tag team, like, it just destroys. Like, you might think you're tanky, but are you tanky enough to tank the tag team from the whole team? Probably not. You know, even Timbersaws sometimes struggle when they're playing against the Tusk, where you just don't expect that kind of damage. They bring 3 heroes with the tag team. It's just too much, no matter how tanky you are.
Yeah, a tag team since the beginning has always been a strong spell. And just going back to, I'm almost certain that Will Shredder worked with tag team at the beginning when Snapfire first came out, and it was like a disgusting amount of damage. Doesn't work anymore. It does
not work, unfortunately.
Could you imagine, though? The damage would just be that much more. Bring it back, Ice Frog. Snapfire 1 position. That's what we need to see. Lane with a 5-position Tusk. Tino not getting a lot at the moment. Really trying to get that Battle Fury, but it seems like he's lacking. I think they were hoping to get more for the track.
Battle Fury. Like, he died only once, but investing the gold into Orb of Corrosion, that's a 1,000 gold item. You know, 925. I love to round up the numbers. So, yeah, if you don't get too much out of it in the laning stage, like if you don't get the kills, your Battle Fury will be delayed. And it's not just that, it's also like a Fairy Fire, full Magic Wand, all these small items. The reason why we see carries just getting most of the time like Brown Boots into Battle Fury.
Don't want to spend that extra gold. Man, Mac really just trying to deter Armel, but it feels pretty strong right now. Now he's got himself 21 armor, hook shot in, finger used as well. Ink Swell coming out right on top of Sam H. They're going to try and turn this on the clockwork. They end up losing Boomy, the relocating. Gabby's there, but the Soulbind used on both these heroes. They're trying to chase CML. The Phantom's Embrace is there. They ended up trading 1-for-1 so far, but it looks like CML will die too. Tino, I believe, was spotted going into the trees. Couple of crits, and well, Gabby just dies there. Cogs nicely placed, but Tino's in there. Look at the kill on a Bach. These kills that they're getting on Omega aren't track kills.
Exactly, like they're just getting beat kills, not what you want to do with the Bristleback. With the, Bounty Hunter. Bristleback now bought that plate mail, so not going to be that easy to burst. Like, Phantom Assassin is struggling. They need to give her, you know, some track kills, because this will be like 15 plus minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, it's going to be a late one. I want to almost say it's going to be delivered around the 16-minute mark, yeah. Very rough for this Phantom Assassin. And for TNC, I mean, they're happy that Armel's getting just so much farm, and again, going after stacks, just boosting that net worth up. Continuing to clean up on these stacks, and it's about just, you know, they're on 9K. So things for TNC, it's leading out to a 3K lead. Omega really reliant or trying to be reliant on this track. They just have not been able to utilize it the way that they want. They finally have a track on a box. Shanks, he's spotted. Hookshot comes in. That's around onto the Tusk. They've got Armel coming over.
Good
Snowball kisses in, and kisses isn't going to be enough. It might be. They get the kill on a Bach. They lose Shanks. They've got the Soulbind onto this Lion as well as the Queen of Pain on Gabby. Gabby's going to blink forward to look after Sam H. And again, they just can't utilize this Bounty Hunter. They do get the kill there on a Boomy. Fire Snap Cookie not going to land on the Tims. He'll tether back. They've got the track on Armel and Gabby, who might be looking to continue forward on this. Gabby blinks in, but not close enough to Mac just yet. CML will try to TP out. They have no way to stop the TP, and instead they'll focus their attention onto Mac. Sonic Wave comes in. CML TP to the Tier 2 tower. So he gets hit by that Sonic Wave, and that puts him in a lot of trouble. The blink away from Gabby, the blink on from Tino, and Tino will get the kill. Armel's going to chase now onto the Phantom Assassin. They've got a Clockwork coming in who's got Hookshot available in just 6 seconds. Yeah, this should can find the Phantom Assassin.
Reveal the high ground ward. Yeah, Boomy instantly drops it down.
Sam H. Dusted, and well, he's going to be killed once again. Finger and the Rocket Flare.
Unfortunately for TNC, Queen of Pain dies there. Phantom Assassin gets the kill. So this will be her Battle Fury. She's also level 12. There is some minus armor coming out, you know, from Snapfire, Lil Shredder, Medallion. So Phantom Assassin right clicks are going to be very powerful.
Hookshot, relocate, coming through on the mid. Fire Snap Cookie to get out of the cogs. Shank's trying to run. Here comes Armel, here comes Gabby, and Gabby's got that Orchid, so the silence is out onto the Snapfire. They're going to look over at Shanks, who's popping the tag team, but with the tether onto Armel, he's got the damage to get the kill on him back. They're going to look over at Shanks, who's into the trees, out of sight for now, but they're going to chase him like Freddy Krueger, and they're going to find him. They're going to get the kill on a Shanks. The Soulbind is there, but it's not going to be followed up by much of anything. The Stroke of Fate comes in from CML, but it's really not much of a deterrent. And Sam H just eyeing them as there's really nothing he can do. Silence comes out onto Tino. Tino trying to run, and while that's happening, they've got an Ink Swell onto this CML Grimstroke who gets him up onto the high ground. So he just escapes. Phantom Assassin doesn't die, but still Omega aren't doing anything.
Yeah, she's not dying, but she's also not farming. Like, look at the aggression coming out from TNC. She has nowhere to farm. Like, one way to get out is either to use a smoke or use Blur to get out of the base and just find herself a place to farm. Tier 2 tower gone. Like, they could potentially just like force a fight inside the pit with their lineup because they have minus armor coming out from the Bristleback. He can't tank in the sustain from Io. Queen of Pain has that Orchid, as you mentioned, and wants to get casual plate mail. Understands that most of the damage coming out from the team is actually physical. Like, just wants to protect herself against Phantom Assassin, against Lil Shredder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hoping to protect himself against Lil Shredder and Phantom Assassin, and so far it seems like it's working.
Radiant's top tower is
double damage for the Queen of Pain. Armel, he's going into the AC. He's sitting at 12k net worth at the top by quite a bit, by 4k over Mac. They've got the scan on Tino, so they know basically where he is. They've got the silence. They have Sam H hexed up. Question is, does Boomy get out of this? Earth Spike thrown forward, not going to land on anything. They have the shards. They'll get the kill on a Boomy. Sonic Wave hits 3. They'll get the kill on a Tino. The hookshot comes through on a Mac, and they've got themselves the dust. That's going to dust up Sam H, who's trying to TP out the Soulbind onto the Queen of Pain, as well as the Bristleback. CML TPing out just in time.
Yeah, it seems like the story of this game for Omega was just TP out, kill Lion. They have no stuns, then we can just TP out. They get the big kill. You know, they trade position 5 for Phantom Assassin, which is a big deal. Like, Phantom Assassin is just falling off. There's a big difference. Like, Bristleback is position 1 here, you know, even though he played the mid lane.
Right.
4,000 more net worth than Phantom Assassin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's so much more gold.
Okay,
4,000.
I see how they come back into this game. Like, this is something that I talk about. It happens. Like, I see 4 Force Staffs possibly being built by Omega. Like, this is one of those Eastern eggs where you just, you know, you don't know about it, but you're like, man, why did the game just end? Because they bought 4 Force Staffs.
We've only seen it one other time, and that was last season.
Bounty has one, Snapfire has one, Tusk getting one after the Blink Dagger, and so is Grimstroke.
So do they all fuse into one Force Staff? One giant Force Staff?
I don't know what happens after, like, because the game just ended. I didn't get to see what happened. TNC, they will go inside the pit.
They get the fusion earrings. Fusion, turn into this giant Force Staff. We'll see if it just ends the game. They're going to go into Roche, though, so Aegis will be in the hands of TNC.
I think you give it to Queen of Pain because Bristleback seems a bit
unkillable.
Too tanky at the moment. Like he was struggling between like 7 and 15 minute mark until he got that plate mail. There was so much damage, but with the Hood, with the Vanguard, and now a casual plate mail on top of the Lotus Orb, like he's just cruising, you know. 33 armor actually.
Mac in trouble. Getting chased, not killed. They'll get a courier, though, for their troubles.
Also, one of the hidden Eastern eggs is also, like, if Omega can kill second Roche and then Max gets the cheese, you know, the mac and cheese combination is, is too powerful.
Sure do love me some Kraft macaroni and cheese.
So, yeah, back to the game. Philosopher's, I just saw someone with the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone is like one of those items where like you want to have it on your position 4s, on your position 5s. It's so much gold. It's 80 gold per minute.
Seems like a decent chunk.
Yeah, Grimstroke is holding one. We'll have his Force Staff. I believe that's going to be third Force Staff. They just want to push people out because they understand they have not. Oh my God! Do you see that damage?
It's a lot of damage on the Tims, but when you do it to Armel, it doesn't feel like nearly as much. They've got the Hex on to Sam H. They'll follow that up with the Earth Spike in the finger. They should have yet another kill on Sam H. The 4 staff not enough. That's why you need 4 staffs.
Hook shot misses.
Like Gabby. Oh, Gabby in too far. He's got an Aegis to work with. Gets that Lotus Orb off, but there's the Soulbind. They'll pop the Aegis. They're going to look for the Mortimer's Kisses down onto the side of TNC, but Mac TPing back to the base next to the tier 3. It just hit me. As I said, 4 staffs.
You just got it. Well, you know, you're a very special young man, B-Cup. Like I said it like 7 times already, but okay. So yeah, this is gonna be a full AC on Bristleback. That's gonna tank up the whole team quite a lot, increases damage as well, like the minus armor with the goo. They're just giving up on the towers.
Yeah, not really protecting these outer towers at all. And TNC, they're without an Aegis, but they're still going to put the pressure on. Do their thing. And they'll push him bottom. So they're going to be forced to react. Track comes out onto this Bristle. See if they can do anything with that. Inkswell trying to move Sam H up, but he's a little bit scared about moving in onto TNC.
They don't necessarily need to go in and try to end the game. They could potentially just choke them out, get the second Roche. Like you get Shard, you get Cheese, you get Aegis. Second Roche is just too valuable.
You know, Roche does have 6 slots. Do you think we're ever going to find ourselves in a place in Dota where
he's just 6 slotted?
Yeah.
Well, let's kill this big boy.
Yeah.
You know, get all the upgrades. You get Moon Shard.
Hag's Blessing. Shard, Cheese, Aegis, Divine Rapier.
Divine Rapier as a 5th third. You know, Dota like evolved so much. If you like watch any of the old replays or the WODs, let's say from TI3, TI4, you're like, wait, what is this? Like, what was going on back then?
Those old replays are so weird to watch. Just how different Dota was back then. Hook shot. Grimstroke, very dead. CML, dead once more. And they're continuing to kill off Grimstroke pretty easily. He can't really survive much at all. He's trying to go for that Shard still, but it is getting slowed down time and time again. And Every time that Omega have kind of left the base, they've paid for it.
Yeah, just don't leave the base. I mean, it's hard for them, you know. They have a good pick-off potential. Clockwork can set things up with the hook shot, relocate. Queen of Pain's very mobile hero as well. Could be there in 2 blinks. So they're just probably going to wait for the second Roche.
Oh, they find Bounty Hunter again, and they've got the damage. Sam H dead, Sonic Wave used, Gabby with another one. They left the base. That was the problem. Relocate. All right.
Back to base. Incoming! Like, even Io's gonna have a full Solar Crest and 100 gold.
Now he's pretty farmed. $10K lead in Omega. It just feels like so much more for them to really...
Kind of a same feeling from the previous game, where TNC is like in full control. It's just the numbers don't add up. You know, it feels like it's so much more again. Phantom Assassin, Battle Fury done, BKB done. And she's got that shard. So
do you like
you
that
can
shard?
break the Bristleback. Bristle break, whatever you want to call them. It's a good one. You know, it also deals percentage-based damage of max HP, 16%.
I guess the question becomes, will it be enough to turn around this game, the Fan of Knives?
He's still super tanky.
Walrus Punch, and now they'll go in. They're trying to get the kill here on Armel. He's low. Soulbind, it's out, but is it going to be enough control for them to get anything from this? They already got the kill on the Shanks. The look over his ear spike hits onto Sam H. Boomy trying to survive, and the Stroke of Fate comes in from CML to get the kill on Boomy. Gabby blinking forward, looking over at Tino, who just escapes the hands of Gabby. Goes over to Mac.
Just TP out. 4 staff and TP out. I believe they...
Oh, they found Sam H. Silence, and I believe the track was bounced back on him from the Lotus Orb, but the damage on the bot bit off more than they can chew. Mac comes in and gives him the cheese.
Well, this break mechanic actually doing so much work. Minus armor from Lil Shredder, the Solar Crest. Like, they shouldn't try to go for the high ground. Next Roche may respawn in a minute. Bristleback, he's going for the Aghanim Scepter. Viscous Nasal Goo becomes AoE. And you don't have to click it, and also stack limit is 8. Like, you can also give him the second shard. Queen of Pain shard is okay-ish. I have always rated 3 out of 5, but the Bristleback one is a top tier. Hairball, especially like if you get a couple of stacks already, then you release it and you're like, wow, that's a triple kill.
I do want to see the shard for the Queen of Pain at some point. Maybe give the shard over to the Clockwork.
Oh yeah, for the memes, you know. Let my boy
Jetpack's
have an ability
legit.
to fly.
I feel like Jetpack's really legit. Especially when you're going high ground.
Especially with ads, dude. Like, you can have 2 jetpacks. You refresh the cooldown.
This is true. Never run out of fuel.
I'm just wondering, like, if the interaction is while you're flying, like you get stunned from overclocking, and then you're stuck in the air. Like, they need some missiles to bring you down. They can't reach you.
Wait, how do missiles bring you down?
Well, how are you going to bring him down? With a sword while he's flying with a jetpack?
I don't know. You get a rope, pull him back down to Earth. Snowball going in onto Tim's. Hookshot comes through. That's going to land onto Tino as well as Shanks, but Tino's going to get the BKB off. The damage coming through is not going to be enough yet to get the kill here on the Tims, but they'll finally take out Tims and Boomy. It's a double kill there for Sam H. Shanks, Mac, though, fall 2 gone, have buyback. Gabby going after Tino. Tino trying to TP out. Inkswell on him, and they get CML. So 3 dead on Omega. Push back up in a minute 37. It's a fight that looked okay for Omega. They got the first 2 kills in that exchange, but ultimately come away down 3.
And they lost 2 supports, 2 buybacks from both supports on Omega. But you can see it once again. They don't have enough lockdown.
Trying to go with the Phantom Knives. Armel taking a lot of damage. The Sonic Wave comes through. Gabby caught. Gabby killed. They've got a snowball, but I believe that was reflected off the Lotus Orb.
They get the kill on the Shanks. They'll look over at Tino Inkswell to jump away. He gets some space between Armel and himself. But hookshot hits, and he is behind the throne. Enough so he can get the kill on the Tino. Sam H on the run, but here comes the viscous nasal goo. He's got a cold, and he's throwing it on you.
He was waiting for
there's
that
the finger.
Yeah, this should be the tip as well. Like, Armel is just the big boss. Like, they can bring him down with the little shredder, with the tag team, and the break mechanic. Like, he's super tanky, but if they use everything on him, he could potentially die. But it's a bit problematic right now. He has that Paladin sword. Paladin Sword also provides like spell lifesteal, so that's also a big deal for Bristleback. And now having the Aghanim Scepter, the AoE goo, while moving 550. Everyone else is super slowed down.
Keep up with everybody. The Lotus Orb's been a big savior for this Bristle.
It was a good pickup, yeah, for sure. Roche will respawn in 5 seconds. Like, this goes down so quickly, especially with the double damage that Ice Frog has given them. Stay inside the pit, perfect time. Like, they actually go inside a pit as Roshan respawns.
Viscous Nasal Goo going out on a Roche. 4 stacks there. Solar Crest on him, too. Relatively quick Roche. I say relatively quick. It's a very quick Roche. Shard for the Bristle, so now he's got that hairball. A lot coming your way from this Bristle. Goo, hair, quills.
He's like, you want some of this, son? You want it. Now, Bristleback voice lines are the greatest.
Do you have any others that you could give me?
You want some of this, mate? You want it.
It's perfect.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Go after the tier 3 top.
So they lose a fight. They pretty much lose the game. Tino is trying to finish off his Deso. Like, he needs to invest the gold into this Deso. He needs the item to actually deal the damage. There's no point in saving the buyback at this point.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
Take out the top set of racks. They'll look over mid. One more shot on that. They're going to go bottom, look for Megas.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
See if they can clean it all up. They're down 22,000
Well, if someone
gold.
can make a comeback against the Mega Creeps, it's the Omega.
All right, they got Boomy. They got one hook shot in. Tino getting locked down. He's got the BKB. There's the Fan of Knives. But are the Fan of Knives going to be a fan of this fight? They've gotten the kill on a 3 already as they lose Shanks and CML. They look over at Tim's, but the right-click damage coming out from Tino is just not going to be enough. They've got the Sonic Wave coming through. Mac and Tino drop. Mac and cheese combination won't happen, and GG will be called. So, TNC, look at the 2-0.
TNC made it look kind of easy. You know, Omega, they tried something a bit different, you know, with the draft. I like the Snapfire mid. I think Snapfire did a ton of work. It's just like the rest of the team, like Phantom Assassin investing in all these small items. Battle Fury did not come online as fast as they expected. They shut him down. Phantom Assassin could not get outside of the base, unfortunately, and find some farm. Also, Bounty Hunter, not too much value out of the hero. Like, he was trying to be involved, trying to use those tracks, but most of the time he was the one who got brought down as a first hero without getting any tracks on.
Right.
So, yeah, a rough one for Omega.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they were hoping to get the bounty started, give him that solo experience, but it just really never went that way. It's not really something that worked out for them. Another bounty hunter loss in the Southeast Asia upper division. So, I mean, that is 1-0 there for TNC. So, you know, we'll get a breakdown from the panel and see what they have to say about this one. Back over to you guys.
Here to break it down indeed. TNC take a resounding 2-0 victory over Smart Omega, and I've got a question about this bounty hunter hero, Lizard. Break it down for me. Still busted. Hyper
look,
busted.
He got busted this time around, but the hero is still strong. I don't care what one
he
single...
says it every day.
I don't care what one single series shows, one single game. In EU, that's where he was played, he won. Like, they won.
Oh, okay. Huge sample size.
Yeah, exactly. We don't truly have a huge sample size, and because of that, we can say a lot. However, when you're drafting like this on the side of Omega and you don't have any tower pushing capabilities, objective taking capabilities. Like, how many towers did they take?
I think 0.
0.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, I mean, we had this the team comparison sheet, right, in the draft. The tower damage was like a 20th full out of the whole bar. So yeah, they just have 0 tower damage. They just purely relied on fighting and snowballing.
Yeah, I'm not truly sure as well. Like, they relied on fighting and snowballing, but their item build was like 4 staffs, Falcon Blade on Bounty Hunter. If you're a position 4 Bounty Hunter, I can see that Falcon Blade being worth.
Gives mana regen.
Gives mana regen, some damage, some HP. It's fine, it's solid. But if you're a core, I feel like you need a bit more oomph to your hits. You need to be able to at least solo a lion in 2 hits. You can't just run around the map and be a position 4 Bounty Hunter.
I mean, they tri-lane top and lost the tri-lane to like a Quap or a Quap Lion.
Yep, a Quap with no
Shadow Strike.
No Shadow Strike.
Yeah, it's everything that could go wrong went wrong for Smart Omega. But good for TNC.
Good for
good
TNC.
2-0. Yeah.
I have some numbers though for you, Lizard.
Tell me.
Bounty Hunter has been picked 4 times.
No, don't tell me
in
anymore.
all of the upper divisions.
I don't need any more. I don't need any more details.
And the only game he won was the one that you remember.
It's the one that I watched. What can I say?
Which is not surprising, because it's something we call selective memory.
Confirmation bias, that's it.
Yeah, of course. That must be it. 0 gold acquired from towers. That confirms also the fact that Smart Omega did not really ever cross the river.
Yeah, they weren't that smart this game. The draft was very...
It's a good one, Black. That's a good one.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing, really.
No, but really, the draft, like the first 4 picks looked like what was that already, you know? And then the 5th pick PA was like, yeah, maybe, but probably not. And then
it's the SCA meta. You can see these teams sometimes when things aren't really working out for them with the drafts that they think should work.
Then they're not working out at all.
Then they switch it up completely in a different direction. Let's get bounty. Let's get these track kills. Let's get this Rambulan.
Rambulan.
Exactly. And usually it ends up like this. It doesn't work.
Reoccurring theme, right? And SCA. We lose. Okay, let's pick bounty, get gold from track kills. Didn't work.
Go next.
Go next. GG, go next. Who would you have chosen as your MVP, Black?
I liked probably Armel the most.
Okay.
Armel or Bok for me, but Armel, just itemization was very good. His laning phase was decent. He was always on top of the net worth. I mean, you're just a Bristleback, right? Like, you press QW all the time. It's like, not much you can do wrong.
What do you think? Does his fingers hurt right now after spamming so much?
QW.
Nah, it wasn't long enough. Like, I had an 80-minute Bristol game. Like, my middle finger when I used for W actually hurt. Like, I mean,
is that the game that our producer made fun of you for in Twitch chat?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, we can talk about the MVP instead. Let's put it up on the screen. It is going to be Bok.
Yeah, happy with that as well. Good clockwork performance.
Yeah, got that Ags very early on. Had a pretty good time on the lane as well.
Didn't go for the jetpack meme, I believe.
Yep.
Meme? It's not a meme. It's legit.
The way he flies around looks so stupid. It doesn't belong in Dota.
It got nerfed though, didn't it? Or it got changed. I don't know if it was an objective nerf. He has like a slightly slower turn rate, I think.
Even slower? He was already turning.
He was already pretty slow.
It's a nerf.
It's a nerf.
Yeah.
He was already turning like...
Every clockwork was pretty much buying.
What was the other trade-off for jetpack? I don't remember. But like he got 1 buff and 1 nerf.
Oh yeah, that 50% chance that it just explodes.
You just fall down and stun yourself.
He gets the overclock debuff instantly, 4 seconds stun right off the bat, just to
overheating.
Punish you. Yeah. We haven't seen that much clockwork, at least not in a corp role. In Singapore, it was pretty much exclusively as a support.
Yeah. Overall, even if you're looking at pubs, I don't think I've seen 1 single clock in the last 30-40 games.
Yeah.
You want to see what I definitely haven't seen? Enigma.
Yeah,
also dead hero.
He was so gone.
That hero you will not see, 100%. Until something changes, that hero will not be played at all.
Well, we will have an opportunity to speak to one of the TNC players. I believe we have Boomy on the line to give us some insight. Boomy, how's it going, my friend?
Hello, going good.
Especially, I think it must be very good beating Omega. This was the team that you were on in Season 1. How does it feel playing against your former teammates like that?
Pretty good. It doesn't mean that just because it's my previous teammates, like it feels good. Every game it feels good to win, you know.
Sure,
so,
of course.
Yeah.
Did they surprise you with anything that they picked, or is it pretty much what you expected from them?
I was surprised. I kind of surprised at the Visage pick. I didn't expect it, and I thought they were going core for it, but they put it on support. So yeah, I was kind of surprised.
And what about this bounty hunter?
Oh yeah, I think Bounty Hunter. I think most. I think I see Bounty Hunter in almost of the sequels because of the shard. You know, it's kind of broken. So yeah, I think that's why they picked it, or maybe they just picked it because of IO. I don't know.
Okay, Bessico, I have a question for you. A more personal question. Okay.
Okay.
Now, I've seen a couple of pictures from you a couple of years ago, and you didn't have a mustache. Like, what made you grow a beard?
Quarantine.
Quarantine.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
You're rocking it. I think it was a good decision for you.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good.
Thank you.
Last question I had about the patch in general. We've been asking all of the players, what are some things that you like, I suppose, in the 7.29B patch, and what are some of the things that you're hoping may change in 7.29C, maybe?
Beastmaster.
This patch, I think I really like the bounty, that they changed the bounty time, because it's like in 3 to 4 minutes you gotta like do, you gotta like go mid, take the bounty, contest the water rune. It's like I can leave the carry. That's why we usually pick strong laners, because we would like to contest it. So yeah, that's what I like. I'm not really sure what it depends on Valve. I'm just gonna wait for the patch. I didn't really expect for the changes.
Beastmaster.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
He can pick it as well. I was like,
I mean, Beast is like maybe just remove the damage, the Axe damage, and the mana cost. Increase a little bit.
Yeah.
I think.
Some reasonable nerfs, but I like your attitude that you're willing to go with the flow of whatever the frog decides.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on taking this 2-0 victory versus Omega, and looking forward to seeing what else you guys do in the rest of this league.
Yeah. Congrats.
I'm sorry?
Congrats. You
Congrats.
did great.
Thanks.
Good job.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
See you around. Bye-bye.
Solid 2-0 victory from TNC over Smart
Pretty
Omega.
easy.
Yeah.
Like, both games look
Bounty
very one-sided.
broken, like
He did say that. I'll give you that. He did say it.
I mean, he did say he liked the bounty
in SCA pubs.
runes.
That too. I think he just likes the words in general.
Yeah.
Now that we have seen TNC get their 2-0 victory, we can take another look at the standings here in both the upper and lower division. Boom and TNC both have 2-0 victories, and Omega dropped their first series, now 2-1. Meanwhile, T1 dropping 1 series, and Execration hoping to perhaps pick up a victory along with Lilgun. They are both 0-2, but Execration will get their chance today versus one of the 0-0 teams in the middle, Fnatic.
Yeah, and they're playing versus Fnatic. They're already 0-2. It's only the second week, and things are looking really grim for Execration. I hope that they find something different to play against Fnatic, because they'll need it.
Yeah, I am still kind of discouraged after seeing Fnatic at the major, though, Black. I don't really think Fnatic matched anyone's expectations.
Yeah, they definitely didn't perform at all, pretty much. Like, they just fell flat completely. And now they picked up a mid laner to play the off lane, which is also an interesting decision.
Sure.
So we'll have to see how that goes for them. But yeah, like, I haven't seen the new team play it at all, so I'm going to be hopefully pleasantly surprised.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
You never know.
Never know.
Because I'm hard to please.
You have high standards.
Yes.
And that's why we love you, Black.
Thank you very much.
We have also a lot of time to mull it over, because this was a pretty quick 2-0. So we're going to have a break before we come back for the next series. So whatever time zone you're in. Oh, never mind. It's a short break. Just kidding. I lied to you. You better not go anywhere, because we're going to be back in 5 minutes with Execration versus Fnatic.
change of range.
Back, everybody, to more Southeast Asia Upper Division action here at the PGL studio, brought to you by HyperX and the top-level comfort, the premium quality of a Secret Lab chair. We are back now with Fnatic versus Execration, and this will be Fnatic's debut here in Season 2 after they kind of crashed and burned at the Singapore Major Lizard.
Yeah, they had some definitive problems in the Singapore Major. They're pretty much the ones that we expected to do the most coming from the SCA region. However, it was Neon that took that spotlight that actually pushed it to the limit, got what, 6-8 slot in the end. Meanwhile, Fnatic just crashed out very early on. They did make some changes this time around. Are they good? Are they bad? Perhaps this isn't the test that they're looking for as they're facing up against Execration that is already 0-2 in the league.
Yeah.
But it's good testing ground because their offlaner right now didn't even used to be an offlaner before.
He was formerly a mid laner. Yeah, they dropped Masaros after the Singapore Major, and now it's Chuyan. What do you know about Chuyan, Lacoste?
He played for Acer. He played for GeekFan before.
Is he a good offlaner?
That's my concern as well. Maybe they were just waiting for his contract with Acer probably to expire so he can join the team. Maybe that's one of the possibilities. But yeah, now you have your mid laner playing the off lane. I just want to see like how fast he is in terms of adapting.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt him because he's a very skilled individual player. It's just whenever you're shifting roles around like this, it always kind of brings up questions.
It's a big difference, you know. It's not like, you know, I'm playing 4 and now I'm playing 5. It's a completely different thing when you're playing a mid lane. Suddenly you need to play the off lane. It's just like the matchups that you're probably not familiar with because on the mid lanes, like there are different heroes being played. So I want to see how he fits into the team.
And it's not one of the metas in which you can see the same offlaners and mid laners being picked. I mean, the same heroes being picked on both positions. So he will have to adjust not only to the playstyle, but to the hero pool that's being drafted at the moment. However, if you look at Fnatic before, they had Masaros. He was exceptionally skilled on a set of heroes. If he doesn't have those heroes, if he doesn't get his Timber or even Centaur that wasn't even in the meta, he feels a little bit off of his game. We'll see if Chuan is actually the right way to go for, because I'd even rather have an offlaner that's really skilled with 3 heroes than not an offlaner at all, than 2 mid laners.
Yeah. We'll see, you know, because they had some time to adjust. Maybe sometimes for certain players it's like a walk in the park, the switch. Maybe he was practicing for a long time, you know, in the pubs. You never know. The good thing about Fnatic is you don't have too much information about them because they dropped out of the major pretty early. They lost just 2 series. They lost 4 out of 5 games. You might know something from the scrims if, like, they played against each other. Other than that, like, you don't know how they're going to approach this meta.
Yeah, and as for Execration, like you said, 0-2 right now. Not really feeling too confident in them. And I don't really know, like, what were the issues that you would say that you could diagnose that, like, oh, this is something that's a clear shortcoming for Execration that hopefully that they can revise before they go up against Fnatic?
It's problematic, isn't it? Because some teams, you don't really want to say it, but it's not really the drafts even. Sometimes it is the drafts. Sometimes it's just the execution. They're just not as... they just don't make all the right moves at all the right times, and they usually pay the price for that. There were some questionable drafts as well, but I wouldn't blame it on the drafter for Execration. maybe the right way is do something that Smart Omega is doing, right? Pick your own style, your own approach to the meta, and hope for the best that way. These are also players that haven't really done very, very well in the Season 1 too.
Yeah, considering the changes that they did for Season 2, I gotta say I'm not impressed yet. Like I need to see something from Execration. There's a possibility like that this team could potentially like make some upsets. They could potentially take like game 1, but I want to see them, you know, winning the series. I want to see them go full force, the best they got, especially against a team like Fnatic.
Yeah. And they are the Giant Slayers. If you remember Execration in Season 1, they are the team that took down TNC early on. But that was on the back of their Medusa. That's when they have the strategy that's really well practiced and you know exactly what you need to be doing. And even if you make a couple of mistakes, it doesn't matter because in the grand scheme of things, you have a Medusa as a core. Maybe if they can adjust to a different hard carry, that could be a different approach, maybe a better playstyle for them once again. But they also don't have the same mid laner, which is proven to be problematic so far in this season.
Yeah, and on the other side, you have Fnatic with 2 mid laners.
It can only be better. Yeah, for Fnatic also, I look at Fnatic and like I have the same kind of question marks that I did for Elephant in China, where I'm like, I see so many good players, and now in Season 2, I'm like blank slate kind of. I don't really want to give them the expectations that, oh, these guys are just going to be the favorites, are going to crush it, because after seeing Singapore Major, I'm like, Southeast Asia clearly doesn't have a top dog that's definitively the best team.
Okay, Neon, even though they did surprise us with how much they did in the Singapore Major, they had a really good run in the season here too.
Sure,
so
they did. Yeah. Yeah, you can also blame it a bit on format, like during the Major, where like you lose 2 games, 2 series, and you're out. Like you didn't get to see too much out of Fnatic. Like if it was possibly like a different kind of format, I think Fnatic would get like a better placement in the tournament for sure. They also like played against EG, who got the 2nd place. They also played against Neon, who was like an underdog throughout the tournament, had some great performance. But let's see the bans. Puck banned, the Grimstroke banned by Execration.
Better see a Beastmaster.
Yeah, I don't know. Like what bothers me more about like Beastmaster being imbalanced is teams thinking, yeah, we'll just let it go through.
Like Fnatic.
And they did. It's true. Let's see if Execration will pick it up. Maybe this is something that Fnatic knows of Execration. But man, if there is a hero that can win you a game right now, even if you're the underdog, it's Beastmaster.
Would you look at that?
Shocker.
Wow. I was thinking, you know, maybe they don't have a Beastmaster player because it's very hard to spam Q once you get that.
It's really a high-level tactic.
We
did see one response to
Rubik.
Yeah. Okay, so Rubik gets picked up, and I believe TNC ended up turning their Beastmaster into an offlane and just not scaling up Axes.
He did skill. He got three points in Axes.
He got 3 points at the end of the game. He was holding it on 1 skill point, and even that 1 skill point for like 30 minutes of the game felt really strong in Rubik's hands.
Yeah.
So, but also that Rubik was mid lane, and you completely mess up your whole draft because of him. So we'll see. We'll see if they do the same thing here. Because you do need the Aghanims on Rubik, right? You can't get it on position 4. It's pretty expensive. Elder Titan by Execration, okay, just a solid, most likely a 5. And this is it. This combination is... Beastmaster on his own is strong, but Natural Order plus Beastmaster, the magic damage on Wild Axes at the moment just destroys you. It's very difficult to play against this.
So I'm just thinking like how Fnatic can approach this, you know. If it's a mid Rubik, then Execration can start thinking, we'll put the Beastmaster on the off lane. What they can do is potentially pick something like a Snapfire that could be played as mid, that could be played as 4, and then you can like see where Beastmaster is going and just have that covered.
Yeah, I think railroading yourself into already turning the Beastmaster off lane this early on and not showing any flex would be kind of a disadvantage for Execration in the draft, so...
Yeah, you don't do it straight up.
Leave it open.
You leave it open a little bit, and you bait them into thinking more and more that Rubik should be mid, and then you just switch it up. In the game in which Beastmaster was switched to offlane, remember, they also had Enchantress versus him. So his whole game was terrible.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not skilling boar, I'm not skilling axes at all. I'm just gonna
There's you just
Aura stats build.
Stats plus aura, that's it.
A bit of tanky Beastmaster.
And
he still won the game.
He still won the game, yeah, exactly. That's ridiculous. Even then, he feels strong enough. Okay, they ban out the Slark, as you have this Tide on the offlane already. Some of these heroes to cover up the Watermelon.
Although I did see Slark being played in North America as a response to Beastmaster.
As well, because of the
purge off
purge,
the axe stacks.
But they banned it.
Yeah.
There are other heroes.
Jug, Manta Builders.
Yeah. The problem with like Lifestealer and Jug is you're playing into a BKB piercing roar, so it's not only the wild axes any longer. Now this Beastmaster suddenly finds himself another use through the game. It can be problematic. They're just covering the Tide for now. You can see the Monkey ban, the Slark ban. Meanwhile, Execration pretty much aiming Moon with the Void Spirit and Storm Spirit. And we actually see Masaros as well there on Fnatic.
Yeah,
sadly,
for anyone confused, it is not Masaros as in the middle on Fnatic. It will be Trion playing the offlane role. So do you go all in on protecting this Tide? You get a Ursa ban now as well for Fnatic?
They're overkilling it already a little bit.
Yeah, it's a lot of just bans to cover your offlaner. We'll see if they... I mean, if you already use 2, and like if you just leave Ursa in the pool, which in my opinion is better laner than Slark against the Tide Hunter, at least at the early levels.
Or Viper. You also see Viper occasionally. Not so much in the lane, but later on in the game.
Yeah, because there aren't many break mechanics in the game anymore, like we saw Phantom Assassin in the previous game. You still need to buy that shard, you need to wait for 20 minutes, you need to invest gold. Nyx Assassin doesn't have it anymore.
And it's pretty terrible, like PA versus Tide Hunter in the laning stage. It's
yeah,
terrible throughout the game,
exactly.
it's not good.
You're just giving Tide Hunter a free lane.
But overall, why do you pick Tide Hunter in the first phase then, if you're going to just ban out 1 billion heroes to cover him? And we see the same response, Enchantress Rubik versus the Beastmaster. You can't skill Axes because of Rubik, you can't skill Boar because of the Enchantress. There is an approach to this though, like Enchantress, she dominates you in the laning stage, not later. And you can play versus Rubik in the mid lane if Rubik is mid, and just send Beast there without skilling Axes. Just go mid and go Boars, and you win that lane. And you don't really care about Enchantress enchanting anything because she's not around. I think it's a solid way of dealing with this dynamic duo that Fnatic have got right now.
I want to see something that Tide Hunter is afraid of, possibly like a Disruptor, maybe even a Faceless Void. Faceless Void 2 times yesterday in OG against Alliance series being picked. Seems like the hero is back. We've seen one offlane yesterday. I just want to see something that Tide Hunter is like afraid of. If you're giving him free Ravage, like you can't just burst him. Like Tide Hunter is once he gets like a hood, which should be the pickup this game against Lina, against the Beastmaster Axes. It's just gonna be rough. I'm not sure if this is for Lina. It's still very flexible for Execration.
Yeah, at least it provides some magic damage burst to kill off Enchantress quite easily, but also gives Rubik a lot of good spells to steal.
He'll just be looking at those axes. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, if he even skills it up, this Beastmaster may just do a 0 axe build, as we saw.
It's possible. It's possible. And the Spectre now from Fnatic, so they're not really straying away from the meta at all. Having that Spectre, we've seen her do quite well today already in the TNC series.
Dude, Viper seems amazing for Execration now.
Yeah, it's just double break. How can they play it? Yeah, they could just play it on the mid lane. Like I think that's the play.
Yeah, put Lina plus Beastmaster on off lane.
Yeah.
Viper mid would be a very solid pickup.
And then they can still end up picking up the Ursa as well to lane against Tide Hunter in the safe lane.
Yeah, they definitely do have some options here now to think about, but
like if Execration does not pick Viper here, I'm going with Fnatic.
Is there any other breaks? So what were the traditional counters to Spectre back in the day when she was super meta?
When she was super meta, there were no counters.
There were no counters.
She just won games. Okay, they go with the Lina Scent, so they don't have any breaks here, but they can be really strong in the lane. If this is Lina plus Centaur, you can burst down even a Spectre that's naturally extremely tanky because of the dispersion.
So this says it's a mid Beastmaster. So if they want to just play, like if you're playing a mid Beastmaster, like Enchantress will not get the value, you know, stealing that boar in the laning stage, but at least it should be a mid Rubik, and then you know he's gonna go for the Axis. So what they're looking for right now is probably position 4 on Fnatic.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup even in EU lose once, I think, right, with Rubik versus Beast on the Rubik side. That is, there is still an option like. Obviously, you don't really want a beast from the mid lane that doesn't have access, because that's the whole point of the hero right now.
Yeah.
But if you're making Rubik so much stronger, and if you're so afraid of that, then you could just go for boars, build Solar Crest, be that utility builder that Beast is so good at being from the offlane. We still see Dominator and Solar Crest sometimes. Not great versus Ench, though, but doable.
Part of the reason why I feel they may have picked the Tidehunter so early on is that Tidehunter is an offlaner who may not need that much farm to be useful, so just let Rubik get more farm from a 4 position, and then maybe work your way up to an Aghanim Scepter. Because I feel like railroading yourself into mid Rubik so early on is, yeah, so very telegraphed, and now Execration can abuse it.
Execration thinks this is not going to be a mid Rubik. They banned out Kunkka, they banned out Leshrac.
Maybe they know something a bit better. Obviously, you're playing into Tide and Rubik, Anchor Smash, and Fade Bolt. It's not an easy lane for any carry, pretty much, to play into. But if you're a mid laner, it's all about the mindset. If you're a mid laner right now, and Beast is picked up, and Rubik is picked up, every mid laner on this earth wants to play Rubik mid. It's just a fun hero to play. And then you're given this perfect scenario in which it's actually justified. You're telling your drafter right now, man, please let me, please, just let me play this Rubik mid.
You keep operating under the assumption that this Beastmaster is going to skill Axis, though.
Which doesn't have to be, yeah. And they go with Ursa. Viper would have also been good. The problem with Viper here is you're playing into an Ench lane, which can be difficult, and also you don't really have a frontliner, even though Viper can somewhat be it. He's not as good as a Centaur.
Yeah, I think safe lane Viper would have been a bad idea. But now Fnatic, is it a mid laner? Is it a, I don't know, a 4 position? I guess those are your 2 options.
I meant the Viper instead of the Centaur, by the way, not instead of the Ursa.
Okay.
I still have the Ursa in the draft for sure.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Viper as a frontliner wouldn't have really worked out quite as well.
Now they just need to decide where to put the Rubik.
I say turn him 4, pick a mid.
I still feel like he should be the mid against the Beastmaster. It's kind of a dream matchup for him. There's some like decent spells to steal, like a Hoof Stomp is okay. LSA from Lina is also fine. Like you're gonna get value coming out from Rubik, but then what do you need from position 4? You need if it's mid Rubik, you need that like brawler melee type position 4, something like Earth Spirit, possibly Tusk, to be able to, you know, just pull the lane back. Because Tidehunter as an offlane will not have a great time against Ursa plus ET. Since you're like a melee hero, you're gonna get harassed so much. So you need someone that could potentially just kite Ursa as well. Like at early levels, if it's something like Tusk, yeah.
There you go.
Like you can actually trade well at the first level. Gush is a -4 armor with the tag team. Like Ursa doesn't deal that much damage, and it's also like a snowball save potential, which they don't have. And I also like that he could potentially build into this, you know, big Aghanim Scepter and just kick people out.
Just have to be careful of the Elder Titan, because he is the ultimate brawler in the lane. Even with a tag team, it can be problematic to fight him off. Still gonna go with Fnatic, by the way. You don't have to ask. I feel like
really the Beastmaster's not enough to convince you. You think the Rubik's
because Rubik is mid.
Okay, fine.
I feel like this Rubik should do enough, and I'm wondering if Execration will adjust properly, and will they skill access or not on that Beastmaster.
One thing that Fnatic can also do, if they feel like it, they could put Enchantress as a laning partner, even though she's playing 5 with this Tidehunter, and then you have a Dispel against ET Spirit, you have Dispel and like slow against Ursa, you take the creep. These 2 heroes don't deal well with the creep that Enchantress takes, so this is also a possibility. I like what Fnatic's got, so I'm gonna go with them.
I'm gonna go with Execration. I think this whole cocky strategy of letting Beastmasters go through,
It's gonna backfire.
It's gonna backfire. I think this hero is not solved yet. Rubik is a step in the right direction, but I don't really know. But let's see what B-Cup and Black have to say about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. What do you think about it, Black?
I think
I need your words first before I can think of my own.
Picking an Ursa into a Spectre is a little bit of a suicide move, because a dagger you can't dispel with Enrage. It's always going to be on you, even through BKB. Being kited is his worst nightmare. Don't quite like it. I'm going to go Fnatic.
Okay.
B-Cup, it's all on you.
His words are my words.
Oh, how easy that was. Fine.
Yeah. We're a duo.
Black, enjoy doing solo casting then for game number 1.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, B-Cup, you're out.
All right.
There's the door.
Bye-bye.
See ya. All right. Welcome to our Fnatic versus Execration series here. Me and B-Cup back again, because I threw him out temporarily to kind of show him who's boss, but
yeah,
he learned his lesson.
It happens.
You learned your lesson, right?
It's like, you know, you tap your dog on the nose with a newspaper. That's what you just,
Basically, yeah. Except you took it a little bit more personal than the dog would. But that's fine.
My tail between my legs, yeah.
30 seconds to battle.
But yeah, I'm not sure why they picked Ursa. Like, it's a tough matchup against the Spectre. Sure, it's good against Tidehunter, but we'll see how it works out for them. Maybe he can snowball with a fast Battle Fury, get really far ahead, and work around it that way.
We'll see if he can get there.
So what is mid Beastmaster going to do? He's just not going to skill Axis? He already skilled it.
Does he just go one axe?
I don't know. I don't really know what the counterplay is. Like, I just feel like if Rubik steals those axes,
it's going to be troublesome.
It's going to be brutal.
And the way around that was not skilling up the axes more than once.
Yeah.
The last time we saw. But that was also off-lane Beastmaster.
Yeah, who you can guard like Solar Crest and these kind of items on. Not really a possibility this game, because you are mid Beastmaster, you do want to scale, but the Rubik with the axes has an additional 250 cast range and additional damage on them. So it's going to do way more damage than you are with those axes. Never seen it in practice though. Like only, you know, in theory.
Right.
Never quite seen it work out that way.
The axe for Moon here too feels like it could be really strong, not just off the axes.
Sure. Stealing Alina stun, Centaur stun, Stampede. I mean, there's so many good spells to steal this game.
Stampede, Laguna. If you can get Earth Splitter.
Yeah, Earth Splitter or Centaur stun. Lina ult with its shard, of course, suddenly AoE. Lots of good users this game.
We'll have to see how it goes. If we see a better Rubik this time over mid in terms of just able to do more, because we felt that the Rubik was lacking.
Yeah, for sure. They tried it out. Didn't work because they didn't skill it. But as I said, like this game, almost 100% he was skilled.
That's a rough position to be in. Because you know you don't want to skill it, but you kind of
have to. Yeah. Same when you're OD. Like you don't want to skill, but you kind of have to. Because otherwise you're just not the hero.
Yeah. We'll see where he goes right now. Obviously just one in the Inner Beast, one in the Axes. Bottom lane, LSA, as well as the Hoofstop Double Edge.
So tanky though, the Spectre hero. I really hope it's not going to become a Spectre meta again. We just came out of it.
Yeah.
I was not happy with it around. It's just a hero you can't kill, deals so much damage just by being damaged.
We went from like, what was it? Blade Mail Spectre, and there was also Meteor Hammer Spectre we were seeing in that same patch.
Yeah. Lots of different Spectres. Top lane, good Harris, good shards as well. Do they have any region coming in? Yep, one healing self from the Titan. They should be able to sustain themselves. Rubik picking up the Water Rune. Pretty standard stuff. I mean, mid lane. Yesterday was like a little exception to the rule where mid lane got solo killed like 3 times in one game. Usually, like, you never die in mid lane.
Yeah.
It's just too much health to work with. Too many resources.
They need to really change the water runes, I want to say. There's just too many runes to work with.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with, but they definitely kind of overcompensated with the complaints people had. Like, I was in the same boat. I hated the power rune RNG, so they kind of made up for that, but a little bit too much.
Right. Palace on the run. Shards placed perfectly. They're looking for the sweep. That lands onto the Tusk. Jab's in trouble. No mana to work with, and these right clicks, he just needs 2 more after he ate that Fairy Fire, but they've got the slow from the Gush. That'll let the Tusk get away. Chuan getting chased. Palace looking for the damage. 1 more shot needed, and he's got it. So Palace with the first blood. Aggression from Fnatic that they end up paying for.
Yeah, and we see why Ursa is such a good matchup against the Tidehunter. Kraken Shield does nothing, and your Anchor Smash also doesn't do anything because most of the damage comes from the Fury Swipe stacks.
Unfortunate that he's going to go down there after they played that aggressively, and definitely the opposite of what they wanted. Tusk gets out, but Tide...
Weird item build. Like, he went Bottle. There's no more runes for you, really. So going at Bottle, you know, Bottle is more expensive, heals less, so overall a pretty big nerf to the item. And you're not going to get any bounty runes because your mid wants it.
Yeah, the mid... God. Mid has been very greedy with all the runes. You see it, like the change. And the offlaners were picking up Bottle quite a bit. They were going to the bounty runes, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We saw, I think, Bottle 1 or 2 times in the Chinese region already in the offlane. But I think that slowly kind of faded away from, you know, week 1.
Yeah, I mean, you lost 2 runes to pick up. So it's just like a really big nerf because the mid lane really needs it. Because if the enemy mid lane gets it, yours doesn't, you're just in trouble. Unless you do like a DK or something like that, then it makes a lot more sense. But yeah, in a game like this, it's pretty rough.
Yoi, level 5, 3 in the axes, and now they're stolen. So Moon's got him. Oh my god.
Hey, he has 1 more X soon. He has to be careful.
He needs to be very careful.
Not gonna throw him.
Oh. They did throw him, but they just weren't.
You're gonna see the damage already. Like, it's 118 damage per axe, and the damage and per stack also goes up because of the passive, of course. Sitting at a 12.4 already. It just scales so much better than Beastmaster itself.
Oh dear.
It also lasts longer because of your ultimate, of course, which amplifies debuff duration. It's just overall much, much better. And it's gonna be scary. Like, once he has his Aghanim's, our favorite place, Pain City.
Axes, both thrown at each other, and you just see Yoi go, I don't know if I want to continue to do that.
Yeah, I took a little more damage there, half health. Top lane, Ursa.
In trouble,
gone.
Palace, trying to get away. Chuan gets the kill.
So much damage coming out from level 2 tag team. Gush, Anchor Smash, a lot of physical damage there.
You can see there was a lot of determination from Chuan to get back into the season. You know, he started streaming, and he's been playing pretty high quantity amount of games every single day. He's played a couple against you. I know. I think before you came to Romania for the first season, he was playing a couple against you.
Yeah, we've been slapping each other. It's always a good time. Good snowball dodge.
Snowball dodge. They've got the Gush. They should have the damage. RR getting low, but
he's fast.
Got the stick and he's fast.
Yeah. Definitely preparing for the next marathon there. Mid tower taking a lot of damage. It is Rubik putting on a whole lot of pressure. And his Beastmaster can't stop it because, you know, take a bite of your own medicine, bro.
Yeah, those axes hurt. And you don't want to be dealing with those sticking by the tower.
And just a reminder, it's only level 2 passive and no axe amplification damage yet. And it's already this ridiculous. Like, he's getting crushed in mid lane, really. Even if you look at the CS, 60 CS for Rubik.
You go. Getting chased. There's 3 here. Stampede used Snowball. Can it catch up? Is a Snowball faster than a Centaur? It is. They caught up.
Pretty tanky,
gonna get this kill.
Not tanky enough.
All there is from BDZ is an LSA, but that's not going to matter.
It's a rough start, for sure. Ursa also not really dominating the lane, as I thought you would.
Do you think Snowball should be that fast?
It used to be even faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like Tusk's biggest asset, right? Oh, they wanna potentially look for the stacks here. They have Tidehunter, so when he's 6, they might potentially be looking to contest these stacks, maybe even steal them.
There you go. Find the Centaur again. Primal Roar used. That's out on to Jabs, and they'll get the kill onto the Tusk. They'll use the Primal Roar I don't think Moon even cares to steal the Primal Roar, honestly.
Nah,
the Axes just hurt so much more.
Yeah. I mean, once you have the Axe, you know, you can do the little switcheroo real quick. Oh, he's actually just running into the jungle. He found the Titan.
Oh, look at the Axes.
Damage.
He wants the sleep, but he's just not going to be accurate enough with the stomp to get the kill. And now, on the other side, though, Moon, he gets caught by Yowie, as well as that Ursa of Palace. So, 2 kills, 1 apiece, and, well, Moon, that's not what he wanted. You get a kill on the Elder Titan, and then all of a sudden you fall back into both the 1 of the 2.
Yep, finally getting punished. But there's another interaction, by the way, that we didn't talk about. Fate Bolt and any other damage source of your hero also deals increased damage per stack. So from just 1 axe throw, your Fate Bolt deals 25% more damage, which is pretty significant. Because it only keeps stacking up.
Yeah. Beastmaster also going Axe.
Wahoo! Yeah.
That's one of the better bounty noises.
It's probably one of the best, if not the best. I still don't know where the reference is from. People keep telling me, but I just don't know.
That it's a reference to something?
From some TV show or something? Not sure.
I have no idea.
You know everything, usually, about TV shows.
That was... I had a couple in a row. That was about it.
Yeah, you want to talk about DC? You want to talk about Marvel? You want to talk about this? You want to talk about that? Sure, let's talk. Never stop talking.
As you can tell, I'm the chatterbox in the green room.
No, Execration actually leading by 1k. Getting that big stack on the Beastmaster.
They're going to get the tier 1 bottom, too.
Yep. And they didn't actually stack on the side of Fnatic, so Rubik can't replicate that success.
3 heroes up towards top. They're going to try and take a tier 1 themselves.
Should be pretty free.
Yeah, nobody coming over to stop this either, so both teams letting their tier 1s go.
Very hard to fight into the Ravage. Did they find... Oh, they didn't find the chipped vest for the Spectre.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like the best item for her to have. That additional health regen really helps with farming as well.
Yeah, and then in the last game we saw Spectre, there was 1 for both sides with the Centaur and the other team.
Yeah. I mean, Ursa right now is carrying it rather than the Centaur, which is pretty interesting. That he's holding on to the Ironwood tree. Maybe they'll switch that around eventually. But having the additional region of 5 is also just massive. Look at Ursa sitting at 16.4.
They got the sweep onto the Spectre, but...
He has Haunt.
Yeah. He's going to try and TP out.
Or
he's
TP.
fine.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yowie closing on the axe, and so is the Rubik. Yeah, sitting pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, Rubik, 1,300 gold away from his. Beastmaster, who's catching up to the Rubik.
Yeah. He went for the Soul Ring, of course, which Rubik didn't. So he's a little bit further away than the Rubik.
Rubik was invis. He'll steal the Dragon Slave.
Yep. Good steal also, but it's not what you want.
I'm surprised he didn't just steal from Yowie. Ooh. They got the deny. Pretty significant.
Yeah, I want to see him steal the axes. I want to see the amplification with this Arcane Supremacy.
Yeah, now that it's level 4.
Yeah, it should be about 18% per stack or something.
I think he's just waiting for him to throw the axes and know for a fact that he threw them.
He summoned the pig just there, and now the hawk. Oh, he doesn't want to give it away.
No, now he throws them, and he's throwing them out of vision. Sleep came out, hit the Enchantress as well as the Tide, and yeah, now he's got him.
All right. It's 16% amp per stack.
And an Arcane Rune.
Yep, and 170 damage per axe rather than 130, which is going to get even stronger once that axe comes out. It's going to do so much damage, man. They need to kill this Rubik in fights.
And he's going to get the axe relatively soon. Bounty Rune getting picked up here by Chuan. They've got the Blade Mail picked up here by Spectre. So, you know, Spectre with the Blade Mail going into the Yasha feels great.
Yeah, I mean, the timings are coming online. I'm more interested to see how much damage the Fate Bolt deals when there's like 10 axes.
Stampede, they found the Spectre, they've got the LSA, the Laguna Blade, the kill on a Raven.
Blown him up with everything they had.
They just did not have the Tide and the Tusk there in time They'll go after RR, and they'll have one in return, but that is not one in return that's worth the life of a Spectre.
Definitely not. Spectre, well, wasn't really struggling, but now it's going to be a little bit set back in the farm department. And Ursa has a big stack to look forward to. Now they just finishes Battle Fury. Going to be a lot of money. Good money infusion there.
And there's the axe for Moon. That's getting delivered.
Yeah, and Spell Lifesteal. Oh, not Spell Lifesteal. The Spell Steal is still there for about a minute and a half.
He's got some time with these wild axes.
All right, damage check. About 210 per axe. Not bad. 420 per axe. 30% stack per axe as well. Whew.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
He'll be throwing them constantly, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's always target number 1.
Yeah, I mean, also look at his cast range. It's going to be massive.
So yeah, it might even be tough to get on top of him.
Oh, they're just going Roche with it.
Not the worst idea.
Oh, the damage is really racking up already.
Oh my god. Did they just give this to the Spectre?
Yeah, I mean...
Hawk's gonna spot this.
I mean, just look at this damage, it's ridiculous. 700 per axe, 800. That's gone.
Wow. All right,
Rubik
takes for Rubik. That's...
I don't know if I'm the biggest... I believe you lose your spell when you die with that Aegis. I'm not the biggest fan of it, necessarily. I still feel like you just want to enable your Spectre.
True.
Yeah, it might be like a little bit, you know, oh, I'm feeling so good about this. You're about to lose your axes if you don't get them again.
Oh. He's nowhere near.
Yep, now Beastmaster also picked up his axe, so lots of axes to look forward to.
This is going to be kind of hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
All the axes flying.
Yeah. Maybe it will be like a fight where everyone is dead except Beastmaster and Ruby just throwing axes at each other.
Well, if you throw the axes a certain way and they clash with other axes, you actually summon an axe into the game.
Yeah. And then you have like a Dragon Ball Z kind of super battle.
True.
Oh, he needs to steal those axes. Yowie just threw them.
Tag team? Used early.
He got it at cast range. Jesus.
Wow. Well, he's got axes again.
Yeah. For a good 2 minutes, 4 minutes even. He's going into the Ether Lens next.
Even more cast range.
I mean, this damage is just so much higher than Beastmaster's actually. Like, it's, in fact, 26% higher.
Man.
And everybody knows from RPGs, things that stack. If the damage initially is higher already, the stacking damage will also be even higher and never ends. But it never ends.
It never ends.
Even when you think it ends, it doesn't.
Did you guys have that when you were like going on a road trip? This is the song that never ends.
Something similar, but I don't remember.
And then you're just a kid and you're annoying your parents by singing that song for the first 45 minutes of the road trip.
Nico with the Blink Dagger. Are they going to the Rubik?
Stampede, they're looking for Moon. Oh, the Blink's a little bit short. Axis telekinesis coming through on Nico, but they blow him up.
He's so out of position here.
Yeah, Earth Splitter's coming through. Snowball to try and get the save. That's really well done. Wow, actually so well done. That brings them back into the neutrals and away from this fight, but they've got the Primal Roar as well as the Axes, the LSA. The Ravage comes in. It's only going to land on the 2. The Axes are starting to stack up on the Raven. They look over BDZ to try and get the kill onto the Lina. Telekinesis onto the Earth, so they're trying to kill Moon for the second time. They get him with the Axes. So Yoi's Axes come out on top. Spectral Dagger thrown at Yoi, but Axes aplenty. And they will get yet another kill. So that was the 2 lives out of the hands of this Rubik. Plus the Tide and another Snowball away from the Ursa of Palos. So
what we spoke about came true. He died with those axes. He couldn't steal them again.
Yeah.
You built your Aghanims, but for what? Like, this Rubik was non-existent in this team fight.
He was caught way out of position.
Yeah. And if you don't have those axes, your impact is going to be so much less. Like probably like 9% less, to be honest. From just the pure potential of damage that you have.
Yeah.
And that's something they will have to deal with. Like Rubik will always be the person they will focus first. They'll need to be able to jump in between faster. Be in a better position.
They need enough space to be made for Raven to come online.
Yeah,
he hasn't really felt strong enough to do anything yet.
Yeah. I really think if you gave that Aegis to Raven, the game would be a lot better. Like, he wouldn't feel as confident on the Rubik, so he wouldn't be out of position as much. And then Spectre would just have a much better game. Tight. Ooh, that was a lot of damage.
A lot of quick damage.
Once he has his BKB on Ursa, it's going to be very rough. Another smoke. Spectre again.
Yeah, caught. Hope stomp. LSA with the Laguna. Same as the last time. And they get a quick kill on a Raven. Things looking really good for Execration. Snowball just a little bit too late. Comes through, it hits the Beastmaster as well as the Lina. The shards are right on the BDZ. The LSA ends up missing.
Those
jabs
axes.
in, but there's the blink forward. They'll get the kill on DJ. Nico's the one who grabs that. Axes again.
And one more.
And axes again.
And
there's
gone.
the kill. Axes on axes on axes on axes.
It doesn't really feel like Dota when Beastmaster's in the game.
No, it
It's
does
more
have
like a
this weird
shooting
different
simulator.
feel. The axe throwing simulator.
Yeah, you know that game where you like throw the disc in the air and you have to shoot it with a gun?
Clay shooting?
Something like that.
Yeah, clay pigeons. I've never done that before.
Yeah, it's like what Beastmaster's playing in this game basically.
Yeah. He's looking at these heroes, pull. And then just pops them into the air with the axes.
Yeah. Spectre is pretty underfarmed at this point, and Ursa is snowballing pretty hard.
Yeah, they haven't been able to shut down the Ursa at all, and, well, Raven's been clipped a couple times.
Halfway through to his BKB now. Once the BKB is online, the axes won't do any damage to him. Really, it's only the Spectre he has to worry about once the BKB is online. But Spectre, as we said, is not very farmed. Doesn't even have Manta yet.
So, soaring for Centaur, going axe next.
Yeah. You know, perhaps this is one of those cases where, wow, this counter sounds really broken on paper, but in actuality, it is not as easy to pull off.
Nope.
Because you will always be the main target. Clip them.
They're getting there. I mean, he's got the extra Aether Lens cast range now.
He's taken a lot of farm away from the Spectre, though. Like, he just farmed the whole triangle, now Spectre has nowhere to go to.
True.
Like, if I'm a carry player, I'll be like, what are you doing, man? Play the other side, bro. You got 1500 cast range or whatever.
Yeah, you can be where Ursa is. You're not that close.
Yeah, so it says 1500 cast range. About 2k cast range, not bad. About a Blink Dagger, or 2 Blink Daggers.
Let's see. Need maybe an item or two more for Spectre to feel like...
Once that Skadi's there, the Ursa will feel pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, so if you can open up that space, keep it close that entire time, potentially you can keep the game in a winnable spot.
Yeah. And that's the problem, though. Like, this Rubik is really taking a lot of space for himself. He will have to pay that back in the next team fight. Because he took a lot of money. Now it's time show your team why he took all that money.
I think he probably just wants that Blink Dagger, and then from there he'll pull off taking as much form as he has.
You say that, but we all know how those core players are.
I know. Buy me wards. Buy me salves.
Buy me Moon Shard.
Buy me Moon Shard.
Give me the Axe Shard.
Why are you not rotating?
Yeah. I got ganked again.
Dude, stack for me. Why did you leave my lane? You just told me to stack. They're going to go after Nico.
Might have to pop Stampede.
They've got the telekinesis into the Walrus Punch. The control is there. They've got the Snowball with the damage of the shards. That's well done. Axe is coming through, but right on top of Moon is Palace. So Moon's already gone. The Axes are out of the fight. They've got the BKB running out of duration in just a second, but the Primal Roar hits on to DJ. They'll get the kill there. That's going to be a second. The TP's out from the rest.
Okay, I am not impressed with this Rubik against these face rushers. Like, Ursa just blinked on top of him. He had no play. He needs like a Ghost Step, he needs Blink Dagger, he needs so many more items.
It's to be expected, though. We kind of have seen this story before. We saw this exact game play out.
Yeah. And it was even worse.
Yeah, you didn't even get the Axes this high level.
This time he gets the Axes, but still can't really do much with it. Maybe after his Blink Dagger, the positioning will be a little bit easier because he has so much cast range, but...
Maybe they get the second Roche?
They will need to, because if Ursa gets that, they get Aegis Cheese and a Shard on Ursa.
Gush, Glimmer Cape, they do have
no BKB on
Ravage, and
He has no BKB. So be careful.
They're holding it.
He can't move.
They've slowed him up. They may not even need to use it. Axes to try and deter Fnatic from going in. Palace taking a lot of damage. Ravage! After he's already dead. That's going to come through into BDZ. And now they're looking to get the damage onto the Lina as well as the Elder Titan. The Axes flying in from the Rubik. Gets the kill. All right, Moon from a distance. Axe is starting to do some things, but Centaur blinks. He's got the stomp on the 2. The Stampede used. Moon ends up dead, so now you no longer have access for yourself. The Earth Splitter comes through on a Raven, and the Axis from Yowie. Almost enough to take out Raven, but they've got the control, and they stop the TP as they can with a snowball from Jabs. DJ gets the kill. Nico might be next. The chase is on, but the shards are nowhere near the mark.
Massive team fight for them. 3k gold swing in their favor. And finally, Rubik, you know, getting to show a little bit of that imbalance. But still, like Centaur gets on top of him, he dies instantly.
Yeah, position-wise, he was in a much better spot to hide in those trees, kind of throw the axes.
You see it here again. The Ravage was also a little bit questionable.
I don't think it was necessary.
Not at all. It clipped one Elder Titan, that's it.
Yeah, the Yules was used by BDZ, so he was fine.
Yep, you see the turnaround here on the Centaur, blink on top of the Rubik.
And they didn't have Primal Roar. So the Rubik continued to throw axes until he finally was killed off by Nika.
Roshan doesn't respawn. This is going to be the next very big point of contention. That shard is going to be very important. If Ursa gets that, he will have so many more enrages. Got to be very careful with giving that away. And vice versa, the Rubik shard is pretty damn good this game.
Do you go Rubik shard? Or do you go maybe even be generous and get the sigil? Like,
yeah, the movement speed slow could be really good.
Walrus Punch comes out. Quick kill. Aragon.
Are they still hitting Roshan? No. Like, if they get access again on Rubik, there's a free Rosh. Maybe with that kill, they're thinking about going Rosh. Ooh. He got overpowered. Wow! Look at him go, guys. He's going to use it soon. Oh, he just did. Bam, 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 bam.
Pew, pew. Oh, that didn't last too long.
Yeah, he didn't go for the base damage challenge. Otherwise, it would actually be pretty painful. There's 1200 damage.
Yeah, the telekinesis landing damage
is nice, but you know, overpower plus 100 base damage is pretty legit. If you ever find a DD, you're hitting for 500.
Yeah, he's definitely focusing on the telekinesis, which makes me think that they want to give him the shard.
Yeah, if they get the shot. Roshan now being aggroed by the Axis. But they see this. Oh, also Nether Shawl on Beastmaster. That is a dream. Dream item.
Smoke from both sides.
Yeah.
Nico breaks smoke. Oh, wow. Well done there. Jab is just getting away with his life as he blinked out. And they got hoof stomp.
Yeah. Plus Blink Dagger could potentially be a big initiation. Oh, he blinks in him tight.
They have Ravage. I thought he was going to use it there. They'll look for the sweep. It lands out of the Enchantress. He's still looking to walk in. Blink on cooldown for another 6 seconds. The Gush comes out of the Centaur. They use the Haunt. They've got the Ravage, but it's only going to hit on a Nico. They'll get the kill on a Nico, however, and there's the Axes flying around. That gets the gem out of the hands of DJ as he falls on the Enchantress. They're going to go after Yowie. They're trying to get the kill onto the Beastmaster. The Axes back and forth they go. It is really like a Jedi duel of axes as they come through and they'll get the kill. Palace with the BKB right on top of Moon, and he takes out this Rubik. That sets up right next to Roche. And another one there as Jabs gets caught.
You have to be so much more careful if you're Moon here. He keeps getting caught up by the Ursa out of all heroes. And there's just no counterplay to it. Like, I think there was the 4th fight in a row where Ursa just jumps on him and he just dies to it.
Now they get Roche, they get the shard.
It is shard cheese. The shard goes to the Ursa as well. Now every Earth Shock is gonna proc 1.5 seconds Enrage. One of the best shots in the game, by far.
A lot of the shards that we see that are kind of like A S tier, or A to S tier, are just shards that we don't get the benefit of seeing only because they're on heroes that don't really want to spend that 1400 gold on a shard.
Yeah, and now you get it for free on a second Roche.
Yeah.
This game, though, is still far from over. Like, Spectre is going to have a Skadi soon. It's like a very big power spike for her.
Right. If Rubik could get a Psychic Headband, that would feel pretty fantastic.
Yeah. Psychic Headband, or even better, the Tier 4, what's it called? The Timeless Relic, yeah.
Yeah. Ooh.
That would amp up his damage by... Ooh. Every act would probably do like 500 damage.
Yeah, amping it up. 25% debuff duration, 15% spell damage. Jumping for the Tide. Tides, I will say, gotta hit a better Ravage. Yeah. Oh, they got Psychic Headband.
They need to hit a better Ravage. They need a better position from Rubik. Like, if you want to win with a composition this wonky, you really got to outplay the opponent. Like, you make 1 or 2 mistakes, you just lose the fight instantly right there. Because again, Rubik has 0 defensive tools. Nothing. I mean, now he has the Psychic Headband, but if Ursa BKBs, it doesn't matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now he has a Basher as well.
Does he move up to try and steal these axes?
I mean,
he can take them from the steps.
Yeah, pretty much full screen, so...
Oh, yeah.
Would have definitely liked him to see to try it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I actually wonder how he feels like mentally, because he always stole these axes, but he doesn't really have much impact with them, you know?
No.
He's like, maybe I shouldn't steal those axes anymore. Like, I'm always out of position, trying to axe them. To be fair, it's not easy. You're a very squishy hero, and your screen is probably always on the heroes that you're throwing the axes on, not on the other heroes around it.
Right. Especially because of the cast range, right?
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Whoa.
Just halfway to mitigate all this damage.
Yeah. Spectre, Skadi now picked up. Sitting at 2.8k health,
Still
half
not
level
sure
more. It is going to be tough either way. They can kite the Ursa now, though. Also interested to see if he's going to skill the Spectral Dagger slow on top of that, just to kite the Ursa a bit more.
I would assume so.
Because that slow goes up to 36%, it's pretty massive. Plus Skadi.
Yeah.
You're not moving.
I don't think the 400 health is the option there to go for.
Especially if you have a Skadi, you have enough mana to spam it. And they are 4 smoked up. Spectre just holding the base.
Haste.
Not gonna find anybody.
Gold and sweet.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Need to be very careful. And disc being built for Yowie. 4 stab for the Rubik. He's also got that Ghost Scepter.
Would be good if they can kill the supports first. They all need to TP out here, Masterpiece out. DJ, he has a gem. It would be a good pickoff if he doesn't make it out here. Cooldown on TP, 3, 2, 1. Oh my god, they're all around him. Oh, he's fine.
He's fine, yeah.
The one spot they didn't check.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, not even close. Wonder why he bought a gem. Interesting. And Rubik running around with Earth Shock. That is like the most underwhelming spell in Dota from probably.
They found jabs.
Yep, goodbye. Easy kill.
Ravage, that's going to get used here. They'll go after Yowie. They stole the axes, and they've taken him out of the fight immediately. So now the position here for Moon is in a nice enough spot to throw these axes out. They're going after RR with the axes. They're also focusing their attention on the Palos, the Enrage. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? They take out RR. They've got the hoof stomp through onto the Tide. Axes doing a lot of damage. That will take out the Aegis on this Ursa.
Still has BKB though.
He's got BKB, and he's going to blink right onto Moon. Moon needs to be careful. 4-step into Nico! Oh no! They caught Moon again. They will get this kill. BDZ, he'll follow suit though. They've got the snowball that comes over that hits on a Nico. The damage from Raven starting to be too much. But DJ, he gets killed off. Nico survives. Jab's trying to help out Raven as best he can. And they will take out this Spectre. They'll look over at the Tusk. Jab's gone too.
I gotta say, Moon out of position again here. Like, he knows that Ursa's gonna respawn with BKB. Blinks right on top of Rubik and just kills him. Like, if Rubik doesn't die there, he will take over the fight and win it for his team. But Moon has to be much more careful here. But good job on XTTN exploiting that. Very good Ravage here, taking out the Beast instantly. This is as good as it gets. Like, you get a 3-man Ravage, you kill a Beast instantly before it gets any spells off. This should be your win of a team fight. Just as I said before, you don't play it flawlessly, you will lose. Just look at this Rubik after the respawn.
He could have stayed here and thrown axes the entire time, but he keeps trickling forward, forward.
Look where he stands now. It's like so close to the Ursa. He has no business here. At all.
His cast range is so far.
Yeah. It was a big mistake by Moon, costing him the team fight. Because Spectre shouldn't have died there, Ursa should have died there. And then suddenly the gold is going to be very even. Now it's 15k. in favor of Execration.
And then Nico
looking rough.
heals up as he's in the air from the Walrus Punch. I thought they had killed him for a second.
No, he was pretty healthy still.
No, he went for like a sliver, but as he was in the air, I think ate the cheese, came back down.
Probably, yeah. They did have a cheese. You're right.
Because he went up, and then he came down. He's like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chunky boy.
Oh.
We'll have to see like when they take the next engagement. They also lost the gem. No, they still have the gem actually. Never mind. But his Ursa is really, really farmed.
He's
now
so
it's a
far
nullifier also. That means Ghost Scepter on Rubik. No effect.
It is nullified.
Wow. Very smart users of words here.
Appreciate that.
That's why I got you here, because you're smart. And I'm not.
No, you are. Smarter than me.
Don't tell me what I am.
I won't.
I'm not smart.
Smoke picked up by the Elder Titan. They're going to try and smoke. Potentially to fight, maybe even hold that for Roche, which could be up in 45.
Yeah. You know how it feels right now? 4 protect, 1 for Spectre. Because his Rubik fell off hard. So damn hard. He had a great game all the way up to like minute 20. He just kept dying. Like, it doesn't really feel like it has been like, practiced a whole lot, you know what I mean? Looks very unrefined still.
True.
And I don't know how many chances you get in pubs to practice and whatnot, but yeah, they're definitely going to go back to the drawing board after this one. Like, if they win, it will be purely on the back of Spectre.
And they just have to keep making time for Spectre.
Once she hits her butterfly timing, maybe. Yeah, because Ursa doesn't have BKB, I mean MKB. No slot for it. And he actually went for the 400 health talent rather than the Spectre's Dagger slow. Interesting.
Primal Roar, that gets used. Nullifier there. Gem on the deck.
Gone.
Shards are in a decent spot. Steals the Earth Shock, and they'll buy back on the Enchantress.
Not sure why he keeps stealing spells from Ursa.
All you really want is the Axis?
I mean, you can steal like some good Host Stomp or Lina Stun or something, but
well,
I feel
if
like
you use the
Ursa
Host
is the
Stomp,
worst
you have
target.
to get close to use it.
Sure, you gotta blink in to get it. But it could potentially be a fight turner.
True.
It's just Earthshock is like the least desirable spell in this game, probably. I feel like even the Boar would have more impact than that.
Or the Hawk, case on Vision.
Yeah. 20k lead now for Execration.
Feels like a lot.
As Tsunami said, man, it's foolish to bet against a team that picked Beastmaster.
Yeah, we already learned that lesson like yesterday.
Yeah, and we still went against it.
Yeah.
It was very close on this game. Like the team fights were like on the edge of going the other way.
Yeah, and I don't think it's exactly over. I still think taking high ground could be, you know, potentially more difficult for Execration.
Especially if Rubik gets his hands on the Axis.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if he will anymore. Because he's playing very conservatively on the Beast.
Nullifier again. DJ
Same
just bought back.
place.
And yeah, that's the exact same place. And it looks like they want to try and fight this. He'll use the Ravage. They've got the stun. The telekinesis comes through with the Walrus Punch. Do they have the damage to get the kill here with BKB pop by Palace? So go after this Tusk. They'll get the kill and the Japs and look the other way. Axes flying around, but it's not enough damage as Raven is way out of the fight now. Ooh, pops the Amp Disc. Okay.
That is something. But yeah, there was a pretty panicky Ravage that was forced by Execration being very aggressive on him. And they're not really letting Fnatic play the way they want to play. Like, they had this one good initiation on the Beastmaster, on the triangle, but that's it. All the other fights have always been on the terms of Execration.
Now and they're into Roche.
Third Roche,
There's no
the
Ravage.
Aghanims. Oh my god, Ursa now also with the Aghanims.
Oh gosh.
So even less cooldown on Enrage. He's just getting everything from Roche. Everything. Swift Blink also. Now sitting at 33k net worth. Okay, bro.
This is,
Now Ravage doesn't even matter anymore. You just Enrage out of it.
yeah. And he's got Swift Blink. He's going to kill anybody in just 2 seconds.
Next because he saw the quarterstaff pick up.
Did they see where the axes landed?
Oh. I think he had his hands in the air for that roar.
It was close. Close, close, close.
I'm surprised Raven gave away his butterfly purchase. Because he purchased a quarterstaff. Not sure why. Because it allows Ursa to immediately itemize into it with an MKB.
Would they think that he's going for anything else?
Oh, Rubik. Completely out of position here.
Moon's caught. Ghost Scepter, Primal Roar. Look at the damage. Moon caught again, and he just cannot be here.
What was he doing there? He just TP'd out of bot. And they were all top. He blinked into the trees. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Agent M.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm not sure what he was expecting from that. Double Edge stolen.
Steals the next one.
And Double Edge stolen.
Radiant's
Try again.
And
Overpower. Earthshock stolen.
Earthshock stolen.
That's not what you want either.
Keep trying. Jump through the deck. Telekinesis. Hoof Stomp coming through. And it's not going to land. All right, Nico.
Hoof Stomp stolen.
Now they've got Hoof Stomp. They'll blink in, throw the Hoof Stomp. They've got the Nullifier on the Moon, and he's going in for this.
No buyback.
Oh dear, Moon's gone. 100 seconds. They're going to try and close this one out. They've taken out the Tide. They'll get Raven. They'll call GG. And that will be it for Fnatic in Game 1. Execration taking a game off Fnatic, and Fnatic just did not look like they had any game plan.
Yeah, they crushed them. It was like a pretty puppy-ish draft. And for Fnatic, really, you know, I was not impressed with the Tidehunter.
No.
I was not impressed with the Rubik. They got to go back to the drawing board. It looked very unrefined, very rough. Stick to normal stuff. Just ban out the Beastmaster. Like in a straight-up game, you should be the team that's favored. You know, like don't try anything fancy, don't be cute. It really didn't work out for you. Execration punished you hard.
Yeah, they did. And, you know, again, it's thinking that you can beat a Beastmaster, even though you're a Rubik. We got fooled again. Beastmaster, it seems like he's going to be one of those heroes that has close to 100% win rate. I just don't know what you do against this Beastmaster. Yeah, just ban it. So
just ban it.
Execration take a 1-0 lead over Fnatic. We'll see who comes away with Game 2. But before we go there, we've got Game 1 to break down and a panel to do so. Back over to you guys.
Who needs a drawing board? This is chalkboard level stuff. This is elementary. Ban the Beastmaster. It's not that complicated. You don't need to outplay yourself. It doesn't matter what you think Rubik can help you with. The hero's just too damn strong. And we had axes skilled up.
Wait, you actually have Rubik.
I actually do have a Rubik shirt on.
You were wearing that all day?
I was repping it.
You were ready for it. All right.
I was ready for it. But Execration were even more ready for it.
There's only one true master of the axes.
It's the Beastmaster.
It was the Beastmaster.
It's the Beastmaster.
Yeah, this game overall I think could have went in Fnatic's favor if Moon played it a little bit better on the Rubik.
Yeah.
Like you can argue it's not easy. He's playing versus Blink on Ursa versus Centaur with Stampede. But it all comes down, I believe, to practice and how much you're used to being out of position, aiming those axes, and at the same time
he was practicing hard this game.
He was practicing this game, but I don't think he was practicing this before, at least.
Don't get your practice during the DPC.
Exactly.
Oh, no, I meant, you know, practicing being out of position because he was really good at it this game.
That's for sure.
Yeah, this game's kind of on Moon, like 70%, I would say. I think the top lane could have done better against the Ursa with this minus armor coming out from Gush with the tag team. Like I think they should be able to trade a bit more kills. Like there were some clutch saves after they picked up the first Aegis on Moon, like good snowball save onto the neutral camp. I'm not sure if we've seen that or gonna see it because it was pretty dope. He still gets caught. Like his itemization was also pretty mediocre. You know, that lens is fine, but you also need a defensive tool. Like you need something until Ursa gets a nullifier. Like if you had a Ghost Scepter in those fights, like you just straight up don't die. And he was caught so many times out of position that he needed something to be able to take care of himself.
And it was pretty much always the same scenario. He tries to use the axes, he steals them, tries to use them, maybe kills off Alina, but by the time he kills Alina, he moves towards her, and that also means moves closer and closer to the bear, and there's with Blink and Basher just makes quick work of him. So overall, it's a nice idea. The execution really wasn't there from Fnatic, which is strange. But Execration in Season 1, they were the Giant Slayers, and it seems that the trend has continued in the Season 2 as well.
Yeah, I think also Execration getting so many Roches for free. They got the Shard on Ursa, which was already a massive power spike, and then third Roche, they get the Scepter as well, and like all these things could have been so valuable for even the Rubik, like being able to telekinesis yourself out of a fight, giving it to Spectre. She can shard onto the Beastmaster if she gets hit by some axes or something like that. And overall, it wasn't just the individual play, but I think the team play from Fnatic is still hasn't really quite shaken off the Singapore loss quite yet, I feel.
It's just like, if you compare Aegis usages in this game, they only had one, you know, compared to two, but they got pretty much nothing out of first Aegis compared to like what Team Execration managed to get from the second Roshan, like the Cheese, the Aegis, the Shard. Like second Rosh is so valuable, you know, getting that Shard on heroes that don't want to buy the Shard. Like Ursa Shard is so good, but you're not going to see him buying that Shard like straight away. You need to have like, you're going to prioritize items maybe as a fifth kind of an item. But overall, good stuff. Palos had a really good game. I loved his itemization, you know, getting a Blink Dagger early on to be able to close the gap, even though they have a Centaur. And also, like, getting a Basher, getting that Nullifier to get rid of the Force Staffs. I would also love to see, like, Tidehunter getting a Force Staff instead of a Ghost Scepter, maybe even buying both of these. You know, just... You need to think about the team, not just yourself, where you like push people out, because Rubik was pretty much their main source of damage, and they needed to protect him.
And Palos was indeed our MVP for this game #1. Agreed. His itemization, especially the Nullifier pickup, I'd see so many other carries feel a bit stubborn about picking up a Nullifier. Like you said, they already had gap close like with the Centaur, but
it was necessary. Yeah.
Name of the game was just killing Rubik.
And like we're harping a lot on Moon, but then again, it's a team game, and if he's a little bit out of position, how come every time he is, Centaur has Blink and Ursa also has Blink, right? So maybe that's also questionable. In a top fight near the tier 1 on the Dire side, Tidehunter is just moving around. He's not hitting anyone. He's not doing anything. Meanwhile, Centaur just passes by him and blinks on top of Rubik to finish him off. So there are definitely things that you can look in the replay and improve upon if you want to play Rubik versus Beast again.
Looking at Fnatic's lineup is like, even if Tidehunter gets like 3-4 man Ravage besides Spectre going in, Spectre wasn't really that farmed. You know, she's dealing damage, but it's not that much. Like, who's following up on the damage? Like, after the Ravage, after Spectre Haunt, like, you have Axis, Fateball, that's pretty much it. You know, maybe a Snowball from Tusk and Chances is kind of food pretty much in those fights. So there was nothing like the real to follow it up, something that they're really afraid after the Ravage is used. There's going to be like, wow, this is going to bring them from 100 to 0 type of a damage.
Yeah, so you guys can hold your breath because we're not quite at the stage of a Spectre meta taking over 7.29B. But Fnatic need to reevaluate who they're going to pick as their cores then, because right now Execration are looking to pull up a surprise victory. We're going to hop over to a quick break, and when we return, game #2.
change of range.
Welcome back to more SCA Upper Division action, where we are going to spot out some giant slaying, right? This is what Execration was known for in Season 1, so it shouldn't take anyone by surprise that this is happening yet again, Lizard.
100%. Season 1 throwback to TNC, two Medusas, two Marses, two Bat Riders from Execration versus them, managed to win that series with a clean sheet, like 2-0. So maybe they
two Beastmasters.
Two
Beastmasters. To the list.
Exactly. Two Beastmasters, two Centaurs. Let's bring it. Once again, the history repeats itself. Maybe Execration can do something similar.
I don't think they're going to let them have a Beastmaster. I feel like a lot of these teams throughout other regions also feel like, you know, we can counter the Beastmaster. Like, Beastmaster was causing a lot of issues early on, but later on it was pretty much the Ursa and the Centaur show. Like, Beastmaster wasn't doing that much. He was also trying to hide so that Rubik can't steal the axes. Like, he was not showing on the map.
How did you feel about Chuyon's performance? This was our first real exhibition, seeing him on Fnatic, seeing him on the offlane. What was your evaluation of the cost?
Like, I can't just judge from one game.
Okay.
Tidehunter is not an easy hero to play. You know, people might think, yeah, you pop the Ravage, but because they didn't have that, like, one hero that goes in and creates the chaos. You might think of a Spectre, but she also does not want to go in first. Like, you don't have that, like, let's say... But Tusk is not a guy that goes in first. Someone like Earth Spirit that creates chaos in the front lines, and then like they group around him. Tidehunter goes in. They also had some Yule Scepters. Just the positioning from Execration was also really good, so they did not allow them to land the multiple man Ravages, which was nice. But other than that, I would love to see a bit more different itemization. The 4-staff that I mentioned, I think they would have gotten a lot of value from the item.
The laning stage itself was also pretty difficult for him. Should have done a little bit more there. Overall, there were some questionable Ravages too, if you want to go into the negatives, like Ravaging after Ursa is already dead, catching only one hero with it, and it's a support. So overall, the execution could have been a little bit crispier and better, but how much can we expect from a non-offlane player on an offlane? It is DPC, and we should expect quite a lot, right? It's Division 1.
Sure. We see all these random games that you drop here and there will come back to bite you in a few weeks whenever you start determining who will be the top and the bottom of these leagues. So Fnatic learned their lesson. They ban out the Beastmaster. It's just that simple.
It is. Also petitioned to rename his Aghanim Scepter into Axonym Scepter. I think that that's a possibility.
Just rename the whole item.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys watched the previous game, you know, I think everyone can agree that this is kind of not Dota.
Nope.
You have Rubik and Beastmaster just throwing the axes from so far away. You have Rubik immediately picking up the axe, going straight inside the Roche pit. It's just like...
Not even inside, just
he's
kill
just throwing it from the cliff,
from
the high ground. Like they're getting a Roche kill. Like, what is that?
Clearly, they're.
And Roche just kind of moves towards you, moves back.
Stop it!
Just dies.
Stop it!
Okay, but it's banned out. Fnatic does get rid of the Beastmaster. They don't want any nonsense like that.
How about IO?
I think you can risk and give that to Execration. I think an IO right now is definitely harder to execute, and it's not even about the Beastmaster and how he executed. It was about the fact that you let the Beastmaster go through and then you adapt your whole draft to that hero. You pick an Enchantress, you pick a Rubik, and then you end up with a Rubik mid and Enchantress 5, which perhaps isn't something that you wanted in the get-go. Right?
Suboptimal.
Yeah.
ban out the Phoenix instead. So that team fight's off the table. Elder Titan is starting to make a bit of a resurgence. We're seeing a lot of popularity, not only in this region, but plenty in Europe and North America as well.
Yep. It just feels good. There's so many good combinations of the heroes. The one that I liked yesterday was ET plus a Snapfire, where like you have so much minus armor, then you build into a Solar Crest. Like the supports melt, not just the supports, but also the cores. Like the Snapfire playing, let's say 4 or 5, like once you get that Solar Crest, you can like deal so much damage even to the cores. They open up with the Centaur. Mars this time around is banned out, so they might start thinking about... I think, considering how meta is developing right now, we're gonna see maybe more heroes like Wyvern, where you can't like run away, where you have like something to split the team fight. Even though that hero got a big nerf, you know, in terms of like you can't just set it up because the duration of it is 2.5 seconds. If there's no one around, no one attacking you, it's only 2.5.
Did we see this somewhere? Io Bristleback?
Getting deja vu.
I have a feeling like I saw the same opening somewhere.
All right, let's see what Omega's response was to this. So they had first phase the Snapfire and the Tusk.
Yeah, they had Snapfire Tusk, later on the PA as well versus the Bristleback.
And they had your boy Bounty Hunter.
And the Bounty Hunter.
the Bounty Hunter.
My boy. my boy Bounty Hunter not performing.
Everyone, like he's not having a good time.
Everyone talking about how broken he is, but in the games they go for some Falcon Blades and Force Staffs, and it doesn't look that great. Execration right now, they can address the Bristleback instantly, and they do so, not only addressing the Bristleback, but Io as well. And a good setup with the Hoof Stomp. Good hero overall. I really like this pick. It's not great versus IO core, but if it's IO support like it was in that game of TNC,
correct, yeah.
It's great.
Tims was playing the IO, so it was in a support role, and they ended up picking the Queen of Pain and Clockwork to be their cores to pair up with the Bristleback.
It might be one of those, you know, can I copy your homework? Yeah, but, you know, just change it up a bit.
I mean, Fnatic were famous for running the ET-IO in Season 1 with Raven.
They were playing quite a bit of IO. Pretty much every SCA team could roll IO as a carry, and I don't see why not. Like, you can still do the same thing. IO as a core is still pretty damn strong. We've seen it, actually. We've seen it already in Season 2. So maybe it will be played as a core here, and then you can put Bristle on something like an offlane. Even though I'm not biggest fan of Bristle offlane overall. I really like this hero on either position 1 or 2.
Yeah, if it's like a good game for him on the offlane, then yeah, but this is a first phase Bristle, so it might need to be a core. Like, even on the mid lane, if you're not having a good time, you can always creep skip with Bristleback, play behind like tier 2 and tier 3 tower if they don't have this like position 4 that can rotate, position 5 AA, you don't care too much about him. Nope. So like Bristleback can make a new lane for himself if he doesn't feel comfortable. Also looking at the player cameras, like how many people do they have behind them? Is that just the same 3 people from different angles, or is it like a whole football team behind them?
One dude has like a Star Trek outfit on. Oh, it's a hoodie. Oh, okay, I can see the colors.
Looks very similar though. Morphling might be a good option for Execration now that they have picked the AA. You're playing into Bristleback, you're playing into IO. You can see that Fnatic ban out the Viper. These are pretty much the same heroes we talked about in the first series because they're just good versus Bristle and IO.
Yeah, except I don't really anticipate a Spectre making an appearance this game on either team, I don't think.
Yeah, still possible, right?
Like AA plus Spectre is super strong, like the global presence that you get from it. The problem is you still don't know where this Bristleback is going, so I assume they're just going to get... Like, they need... Even though you have Ancient Apparition, you still probably need either a mid laner or a position 4 that could potentially build a Spirit Vessel, like any kind of damage reduction, healing damage reduction, healing reduction. Is it's just really good against Bristleback and IO.
Any 4 with a brawler type that actually goes into that.
Give me the Earth Spirit then.
Earth Spirit exactly would probably be the best. I just love this AA plus Earth Spirit almost as much as Grimstroke Earth Spirit, so is a possibility.
Ban out the Shadow Demon. That is a ban that we do not see particularly frequently.
You don't see it, but this hero will rise. Like he's buffed out of his mind. I believe we'll see more Shadow Demon throughout the season.
His illusions got buffed level 1. That's pretty much the only buff that I remember, because
but
like
over
the rest,
over the patches, like illusions right now are on 11 seconds.
yeah, instead of 8. So that's pretty big. You
And
know,
Shadow Poison's undispellable now also.
Yep.
Those like 3 extra seconds could make a difference, and just lowering the HP of like Bristleback and Io, because like during Major, I don't think this hero was touched, maybe picked once or twice. I don't have the exact number, but I remember not seeing him. Now that we see some like other heroes, Faceless Void also being popular, we're gonna go back to these like saving supports that can, you know, get to that disruption, turn the whole fight around.
I would really like to see Morphling here. I'm not sure if Execration still can play it, but Morphling versus Clockwork versus Bristleback versus Io later on.
It's just like no real damage. Like they don't have any kind of burst damage, so it looks like a good Morphling game. Also, you could take something like maybe even Snapfire played as a 4, or Earth Spirit, where you don't care about Clockwork going in. Then you have a Cookie, you have a Kick. Because Ancient Apparition, he was always struggling against Clockwork. He finds him, gets a jump. Exactly. And it's also Cogs are very good against the Centaur Stampede.
Ticking deep into reserve time. My guess is that they're either deciding to pick up their carry now, if they don't think they can get away with a Morphling later, or it's still mulling over.
You said Shadow Poison is non-dispellable?
Correct.
Yeah.
It was changed
it's
recently.
Not dispellable, actually.
How did I miss that?
It was 2 patches ago, I think. It wasn't the most recent patch. But it was like a single bullet point or something like that. But yeah, it was a big change. It's great against Phantom Lancer now.
Nah, that's actually big. That's actually huge.
Yeah. Pick up our Mirana, so it is a 4 position that can indeed move around pretty well. So if Bristleback decides to do some creep cutting, Mirana can hopefully put a stop to it.
A very flexible position 4 when it comes to itemization. If you really want to double down, you can still go for that Vessel. The laning stage with the Centaur is very solid, and you're playing into the Clockwork. So Kick, Leap, all of these supports pretty much carry on the same idea, and maybe Mirana is even a little bit better because the laning itself with the Centaur is pretty strong. Like no matter what you're playing against, you should have a good time there.
I mean, you were proposing Morphling. Now I'd be really keen on them getting a carry with a stun on Execration, because then you'd have so much setup for these Mirana arrows between Cold Feet, Hoof Stomp, and then...
Who needs setup, man?
If you're a god Mirana.
It's a Division 1 team.
This is true.
You need to hit those arrows. Ember, yeah. One of the spirits has already been banned out, Stormed by Execration. Fnatic realized they need some fast-paced tempo controller from the mid lane, and there isn't any reliable catch on Execration. That's a pretty big problem.
Yeah, that's problematic. If it was a different position 4, you know, with reliable stun, something like an Earth Spirit maybe, I would say it's like a good Necro game against Io, Bristleback. He's good against the Ember Spirit.
Okay, other percentage-based damage. Not quite as mobile though, but...
Yep, still solid, right? Still doesn't do anything to the Ember, and you need to get that from your mid laner, but... we have seen Life Stealers recently, and they're the ones that ban out the Morphling. This is, I believe this comes down to the comfort zone as well, but...
Yeah, you're just giving Morphling, if they pick him, free BKB, and they don't have enough lockdown, as you mentioned, so that's gonna be... I think it's a decent ban, even though they have Ancient Apparition. This lineup from Execration could, you know, easily fall apart, you know, because you need to hit the spells. Like, you need to hit AA ulti, you miss the arrow, you're just not gonna see the full potential if you misuse your abilities. On the other side, you know, it's a bit easier. Bristleback goes in, Quell Spray, they have a lot of sustain coming up from these 2 heroes. Also, Bristleback gives you that tower damage, a bit, you know, it's not that, you know, Dragon Knight type of a damage, Lashrak, but whenever you have Ember Spirit, you just need something to deal with the towers.
So are you okay, so based off of the bans, Morphling, Razor ban, it seems like they're expecting this IO to be a support.
That's how it looks like, yeah.
It's a good Phantom Lancer game, I would say, for Fnatic, if they want to shift Bristleback to an off lane.
And make the IO not the 1 position.
Yeah.
Yep. It's... I'm not sure. I'd still like this Bristle to be the core, and you pick an offlaner that deals with the Lifestealer, perhaps, but we'll see what they opt to go for.
Execration need to find a mid laner to go up against Ember Spirit, ban out the Death Prophet with the Silence, Invoker with the Tornado Dispel.
Just another Spirit, Storm banned out. This isn't super great for either one of them. Completely skill-based matchup, so I actually like the Ember Spirit overall a little bit because you can follow and you don't have anything to worry about in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them to stop the Ember Spirit. Pretty much the only thing is going to be most likely Yule Scepter from the Void Spirit, Centaur once he gets a Blink Dagger, but we've seen Centaurs not prioritizing Blink Dagger. Instead, they go like most of the Centaurs that I've seen so far, Vanguard and Hood, then into a Blink Dagger. You just want to be like as tanky as possible and then be more maneuverable.
But this hero historically has been like that. If you go for Blink first and you don't make use of it, you're dead. You're gone. Like you just don't scale at all.
Because he farms. He farms quite fast with the Max Retaliate, with the Double Edge, and then you don't take the damage with the Hood, with the Vanguard. I can understand that. Depends how Void Spirit game's gonna be. Where like if he's not having a good time, he dies 2 times. In this game, I think he needs to be the playmaker. He needs to be making these aggressive moves. Same goes for Mirana. Like supports are not that strong early on. Ancient Apparition and Mirana. Okay, let's see.
Playing
offlane Prophet.
Raven is playing the Bristleback, and yeah, offlane Prophet with Shuyan.
Maybe if they switch up the lanes on Execration and go for some aggressive trialing or different dual lanes, it can work for them, but it's going to be very difficult to stop Chuan from dominating the lane with Prophet. A does not really fare well there. You have jabs on Clockwork too, following you around. Lifestealer and A, they can easily just get completely demolished on that.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Fnatic because like this last pick, Nature's Prophet, could cause a lot of issues in the laning stage. Like he farms quite a lot. Ancient Apparition, he's always been struggling against the Clockwork. One misstep, you get caught inside of the cogs, you're pretty much dead. You don't deal well with the Treants as well. Neither does Lifestealer, so that's going to be a lot of harassment. Like this is the lane to look out for. If Fnatic just completely dumpsters the bottom lane, I think that, like they have the tools to just win the game.
And the main point of that is, I'm also going for Fnatic because Nature's Prophet itemizes. If you don't have a hero that counters them, you can get something that itemizes to counter them. And early Orchid versus Lifestealer and Void Spirit, perfect.
Yeah, as much as I like the chain stun potential coming out of Execration, it's going to be 3 Fnatics on the panel because that was a slick last pick, Nature's Prophet, and also probably in Shuyan's wheelhouse as a former mid laner, so hopefully a little bit more comfortable on that than a Tidehunter. B-Cop, Black, how about you two? How do you feel about this Nature's Prophet, Black?
It was a very good last pick for sure, but I have no say this time. I got to go with his prediction.
Oh, okay. B-Cup, you're speaking for the two of you now. What do you say?
Yeah, we we had a little meeting somewhere off screen a little bit. It was a
do we want to hear about it?
It was basically just Execration was the outcome there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, you discussed Dota. Okay, I thought you were going to go in a different direction.
No, it's strictly Dota in here.
Can I still choose Fnatic? No?
Sorry, you're locked in, my friend. You're locked in.
This was your idea. You were the one who's like, I'm going Execration.
Yeah, but I didn't know you were actually crazy enough to do it. Whatever.
But that's what you said.
They can
I
win.
said I was a follower.
You two couples
I'm not
can
a leader.
settle it in the cast. Enjoy game number 2.
We need separate rooms. I think.
No.
No?
Definitely not after this. You're done.
If we just...
Nope, you will be with me until you become a good boy. Boy. No, but in all honesty, Execration, if they don't completely lose the lanes, which is going to be tough, or if they don't, they got a pretty good avenue of winning this game.
Oh, I think their lanes aren't...
I mean, they're not super terrible. It's just like AA and Lifestealer is pretty tough to lane against Prophet. Then Ember Spirit beats Void Spirit just naturally, especially with those Flame Guard buffs. And Bristleback safe lane, especially with an IO, just doesn't lose. So the lanes are quite a bit in the favor of Fnatic probably. And if they snowball lanes, they can snowball the game pretty hard because their supports, there's no synergy there. No Mirana, no AA. I don't know why you made us go for Execration.
Watch, we're gonna be right, and then
I'll apologize.
And then we'll be prediction kings.
Hell yeah! I mean, we are already prediction kings either way.
Yeah, it's true.
Because either you win or you learn.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm always down for learning.
Same. Winning is fun, but learning is probably more productive down the line.
That's true. Very true. We're going to have to see Moon play a little bit better than game number 1.
He's definitely here. He's much more comfortable on. So, should not be a problem for him to play better.
You have been denied.
Both of them only securing 2 CS on that first creep wave over mid.
Yeah, it's
nice back and forth.
It's a pretty skill-dependent matchup, but whenever the Flame God is up, it's like all Ember Spirit pretty much. No way for you to remove it until level 6.
We could see the rotation from like BDZ come in, Aether Remnant into an Arrow.
They actually dodged lanes on Execration. I liked it quite a bit. Lifesteal against Bristol, way better. Centaur against Prophet, way better. And now the lanes suddenly don't look that bad.
Does that leave a lane where Nico could probably sit by himself for the most part in that lane? Man, Pal's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, his Goo is super strong, and you have a lot of mana with the IO. Still has 2 manas to work with, but once the Centaur gets my Ring of Health, or even Vanguard, you know, this Prophet will not be able to do anything to him.
They're trying to now.
Yep, unfortunately, he's sitting at 1,000 health at minute 150. Just Centaur things.
Literally just Centaur things. BDZ just trying to block this camp. We'll get Courier. That's always nice.
That is indeed always nice. Good golden fusion for everybody. Well, 30 is 1 CS basically across the board. Not bad.
So it certainly feels like BDZ is probably going to aim to leave the Centaur. Arrow. Not going to land.
Close.
You know, he's blocking that camp. He's staying over to the side, giving some soul experience over towards Nico.
Yeah, and Clock is trying to do the same as well. Both sitting at level 1.
Viscous Nasal Goo over on the Ancient Apparition.
I like this item build on Bristol. He went straight for the Soul Ring because he has an IO to always keep him healthy. Always make sure they can out-regen that damage that you take from using the Soul Ring. Makes a lot of sense.
Mirana coming over to swipe a Bounty Rune. Or at least try to. Jabs comes in.
Jabs has the advantage, you know. Those mini stuns are super annoying to deal with.
Oh.
And
Jabs got it.
Yep, Jabs got it. Now we know who's a bit more active.
Unfortunate for BDZ.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very unlikely to get there through the mini stuns. And Jabs is also very well known in Thailand for his hands.
Ah.
I don't know what you were thinking about, but...
No, I was just wondering where that was going.
Okay.
I was waiting for the follow-up. He's very well known.
For his hands.
For his hands.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mid lane, taking a lot of damage once more. Still has a healing self to work with, though.
BDZ looking for an arrow. Nico taking a lot of damage. Maybe going after this Nature's Prophet.
You can't hit an arrow with all these creeps there.
Nico, he's taking too much damage.
Yeah. Like, Mirana is absolutely worthless against Nature's Prophet. There's just never... Oh, out of position here, TPing to the tower. Should be fine. Taking a ton of damage, though. Hey, again, you have to be careful. Okay, it's fine.
It's like
he just walks right back in there. He picked up the Ring of Health from Bristleback. He's now very survivable. But Lifestealer, now with that added lifesteal that you get back, or rather the damage that you deal with the, what's it called? Feast, is a very good hero against Bristleback in lane. They also have infinite stick charges pretty much. Also picked up the Chainmail. Phase Boot's already completed. He's quite comfortable now here.
Centaur actually didn't go to that Ring of Health early on.
He went boots. Fast boots.
Double gauntlets.
Interesting. Because usually when you get that ring, you're pretty much invulnerable in that lane.
Haven't really felt much of anything from BDZ at all.
Yeah, no arrows. Nothing really happened yet. He's even maxing the arrow as well. Has gotten 0 mileage out of it so far.
Now Yoi taking some damage from the Searing Chains.
If an arrow connects here, it could kill Moon.
He's gotta land it though. Through these trees, I'd say.
Oh, good combo there.
Aether Remnant, and they get it.
That was a very good combo.
That was perfect. That's exactly what I was talking about. I was a little worried that they might not get it with the fact that he did hit 6.
Yowie, he's diving him here. Level 2 battery.
Oh, Yowie, he's gonna die.
Gone.
Arrow misses.
Does Jeff pay the price though?
No.
He should be fine. Wow, that is a massive kill for a +4 clock to pick up. Not only does it give him a good gold infusion, but also his level 6 will be so much faster.
That being said, Raven's sitting really low.
He has to be
needs
careful
to be
here.
careful. He might just
He's
die.
dead.
Yeah.
Don't think what he was thinking there. I had no idea what he was thinking there.
Well, DJ left the lane.
Yeah, but he had 150 health and just walks up to a lifesteal with face boots without boots.
Yeah, that was the thing. I don't know why DJ's leaving the lane there. And they're going to go on to the Centaur. They've got the Searing Chains. They'll burn Nico out. Kills all over the map.
Yep, easy kill. And now the Prophet with the trees. Actually, all the trees died, so there's not a whole lot of tower pressure coming out here. Centaur will be able to TP back. And a big rotation here from Yowie and BDZ as well. But
Sean taking that.
It has been spotted by a mid ward. They're very careful here.
Aether Remnant, arrow to follow it up. That's going to land. And they've got the double damage. Moon's just dead. They're going to look for another one. They might be able to get a +1. Starstorm, the damage. Right, oh, they got him.
Dude, they're really good with this Void Spirit Mirana combo. Like, you gotta trust your teammate blindly. Like, you gotta shoot the arrow before the remnant even hits.
That was really well done. That could be the combo that wins them the game.
Good stuff, for sure. I'm a little bit worried about the Centaur. Like, he's having a super rough time, but life's still at least free farming completely. And honestly, this lane swap, you know, when we get back to the analysis at the end of the game, might be what we say won them the game. Because he would have suffered top a lot.
Making the right decisions.
Not what you expected.
Palos close to the 6, going armlet first.
Actually, AA is really high level.
Yeah, he's almost 6 himself, and he's taking over me getting some solo experience right now, which is massive, because this Ice Blast is going to be big for taking these fights.
Yeah, and also only on a 40 seconds cooldown, he will have a ton of damage.
Gotta see me a pro game when AA gets to level 25 and has the AoE cold feed.
Very
So
good ward there by the Radiant. Catching up pretty much every rotation from the river. I mean, yeah, AA 25 is pretty ridiculous, but AA in general just deals so much damage.
Yeah. Arrow in, cold feed on him, and they've got the damage. Quick kill there. Can Moon really rebuttal this situation? And it doesn't really look likely that he can.
There's a haste room bottom with a remnant for it. He doesn't remnant for it.
Oh, he'll try.
Too late.
Bottled up.
Okay.
Execration. This is something that I think when people who are fans of Execration, like, no. It feels like this team at any moment can take games off teams that are these massive favorites.
Yeah, it's just teams that they should be winning against. They also drop games left and right. It's a lot of teams in the SEA region, though. Very volatile region. A lot of teams that have no business beating other teams are just doing it. Like, you'll never really see this kind of thing in China or anywhere else. Oh, A out of position here. No TP to work with.
He is level 6 if somebody comes his way. Ice Blast thrown out. He's going to move pretty quickly. Stampede used. They'll go after the Bristle, and since he was hit with the Ice Blast, well, he's dead.
Jibaited, man.
AA just be like that. Arrow doesn't connect. DJ on the run. DJ pretty quick has the tether, so he's fine.
I can't believe Execration is actually outplaying Fnatic 2 games in a row. So far, at least. Of course, it's still very early in the game. Big stack. Scouting it out. AA coming back in.
Tether, Moon moving forward. Searing Chains. Not sure that's where you want to be, though.
Ice Blast on 5.
And they get control. They're going to have an arrow with an Ice Blast. Moon needs to be careful.
No mana for Ice Blast, though.
Just short of it.
But they have to concede the stack. Clockwork almost level 6. Centaur still no Ring of Region at all.
Going Blink Dagger, straight Blink.
Sitting half health.
He needs to be careful. Sprout misses. Cogs are there.
Yeah, no ult for him to work with.
Chip Vest on the ground. That'll get picked up. He's trying to run, but the Rocket Flare finish.
Yeah, Ember TPing bottom to defend the tower. Arm that already picked up on lifesteal is very farmed. I'm very surprised by this lack of Ring of Health on the Centaur.
And going Blink first.
He got blasted in the fountain.
In the base. Look at that. RR.
Radiant structures.
Getting all the tips in the world.
As he should. Love to see me in a performance like this.
He still has a very big stick on Ember, so he should be fine.
Oh,
unless he gets arrowed.
Hit.
Then he's not that fine, yeah. And Lifestealer going full passive. He has 2 skill points saved for 1 rage, 1 ult. But he's going full greed. I like it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ancient Apparition lacking on mana right now. Relocate. Towards top. Hookshot misses. They've got 4 heroes up here going for Nico, who does have a Stampede. At any point, he can choose to use it and run.
Yeah, it was all dependent.
Oh, the Sprout missing.
That's the pressure, you know? Oh, Io also completely left alone.
Armlet toggling. He's fine.
Io gone.
Oh, man. Execration. Putting it on with an exclamation.
Yeah. A lot of pressure on a clockwork to hit the hook. And maybe a little bit too much. He ends up missing it. He's really the only initiation to have, unless Ember Spirit wants to go in first.
Which he doesn't at the moment.
Yeah, and he also only has 1 levels in Shackles. Or Steering Chains, rather. However, the gold lead did decrease a little. Bristleback farmed up very well. Hood, Vanguard, Soaring. For the rough lane he had, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So Sanj being built there for the bristle. Arrow.
Seeds of fortune.
Okay.
Barely missed. He's going for Vessel on Mirana. Okay.
With the AA, I don't dislike that. I think if the Ice Blast misses, or if you want to target someone specifically on the outside of the fights, that's fine. Follow it up.
If you hit the Bristol with Blast plus Vessel, he is in big trouble.
Yeah.
He also doesn't go for any sort of Dispel mechanic. Prophet won't go for any. Neither will Ember, so it will be a long time until they can perch off this Vessel.
Side hits BDZ. They do have the Blink Daggers to debut on the Centaur. Astral Step,
pulled him in again.
Remnant, Ice Blast with the arrow, and that's another kill for Yoey Moon.
He knew they were there.
Yeah, he saw BDZ to start. You gotta have an idea that they're there, and, well...
Overplaying his hand once more.
Just way too far forward.
He died 3 times, all 3 times the same way.
Yep.
Pull, arrow.
Well, this time it's got an AA blast behind it, which makes it even harder to survive that situation. They need to be careful. Nico's looking for the opportunity to blink in there with a hook stomp. They don't have Ice Blast right now. They probably want to wait for that.
Yep, up in 1 second, actually.
They're going to have a Yules with this, too. Like, the Yules setup makes it so much easier to hit the Aether into with the arrow. They've got the Ice
Moon
Blast coming
again?
in. Moon! Oh, it's a sunny day. There ain't no Moon out. And Moon, he's trying to run, but eventually he'll shatter. Palace getting the kill onto Moon. And there is no response right now, and they're waiting for the relocate back. Cold Feet tether away, but a lot of damage being done with the Infest Blast. They're going to come over. Hookshot out on RR with the Moonlight Shadow is going to be enough to keep the Ancient Apparition alive. They've got the dust, but they don't have the damage. They're going after RR continually. Palace right in front of Raven, who's trying to chase on the Ancient Apparition. Will eventually get that kill with the Quill Sprays. Tether again. Hoofstomp hits. Cogs pushes away the Centaur. They'll start to throw the Viscous Nasal Goo on him with Tron joining the fight. Palace with the right clicks throws the Rage on and goes after DJ. They've got themselves the Orchid onto the Void Spirit, but DJ still dies. So now without your tether, not sure you still want to be there. You do eventually get the tower. However, Execration, they still look like they're taking the advantage in these fights.
Yeah, they did a good job at singling out the AA, though, who is like a super important piece to kill that Bristleback.
But they already threw out the Ice Blast. Like, it's not like they had much more to give from the AA.
An instant smoke up here. And
now they do.
I mean, Moon is having a rough game once more. He's getting blown up left and right. And now with that smoke, if he gets caught out again.
I mean, they've got the Spirit Vessel. They have Ice Blast. They can kill anybody.
They saw him.
Blink, looking for the stun, holding it. Orchid, arrows there. Ice Blast hits. And they will have this kill. BDZ with another. I mean, this combination, this is just communication at its finest.
Yeah,
they're communicating really well.
Game 1, Game 2, both games they're showing up in style.
Raven, DJ coming over. They don't have Ice Blast. Blink away, though. Viscous Nasal Coup. It's not the damage that stops the Blink. They're going to throw out the Stampede. And maybe thinking about going in with a hook shot.
They do have a Vessel also against the IO, against the Bristle. Very good pickup. There's a lot of damage potential.
I think they want to go in on this. I think
they do.
Execration want to go still.
Yeah.
Look at where RR is standing. He's waiting for them to retreat, so he's got the proper angle on this Ice Blast. And now he's got to be careful because Jab spots him. He throws out a hook shot onto the Mirana. They're going to go after this Mirana, but the Ice Blast comes through on the Raven. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him. This fight's just too split. BDZ, he'll go down. RR is going to fall too. The idea was there for Execration. That time the execution's lacking.
Yeah, because Mirana actually went out of the trees, was spotted by the ward, so he could not land the arrow on that combination. Otherwise, Bristol might potentially be in trouble. And both supports falling.
You don't want to give up more than you have to. And that's certainly a situation of doing so.
Lifestealer is still, like, he still has to be a little bit scared. If he gets orchided out of position, he has no way to cleanse that, dispel that. I just pulled the Kyle. Damn it. Contagious.
Yeah.
Control yourself, Black.
Now I just need you to pick who's going to win this game.
Oh, we already did that. Lifestealer bomb in the Centaur right now. If they click on him, they will see it. Yeah, they pinged it out already. Because you don't just have 3k health at this point in the game. Even though you're Centaur.
Well, yeah.
Moon has to be careful. He knows they're there.
You'd think he'd still know, but, well, Blink, Hook Stomp, Infest, Arrow, and the Ice Blast all come through. BDZ, he'll get the kill, the arrow hits, and, well, the connection's been made.
Like, I thought he was just baiting it with, like, a slide or something, but no, it gets blown up again. Another initiation.
Arrow comes through. Katniss Everdeen on the arrow throws. They'll get the kill on the Jabs. They'll throw the Orchid onto the Lifestealer, but nothing to follow this up. So your Orchid's been used, and, well, Palace, he's fine.
Whew. I'm not sure what to say. It feels like they're not really respecting Execration. Like, they have seen what's happening, but they're just not respecting it. And I get punished for it.
Do you know the meme with the guy from Despicable Me?
Which meme?
Farming mid, see enemies in the trees, get ganked and die. Get ganked and die.
Yeah. Okay, I've seen that one. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Like, he literally saw them in the mid lane, walk up that hill. What do you think they're going to do next?
I don't know.
Maybe
get ganked and die.
No, as I said, I actually thought he was just baiting with Sleight of Fist.
Yeah.
But ended up not coming out. You know, oh, not again, Moon. Oh, you must be so scared now.
He's got the double damage. Oh, no. Never mind. It's over.
It's over, not. Clockwork smoked up top. They do have a relocate. And Orchid also nice setup.
Yeah, they see the Mirana.
Oh, the hook dodge though.
He avoids it, and now he's going to throw the arrow the other way. They've got themselves a hook stop. They'll get the kill with the Ice Blast coming in. They'll look over at Jabs. Can they even get the kill on a BDZ? Sight is there. That's the damage done. They'll go after Nico, try to get the Centaur. The damage for the battery, so with the Force Staff away. Raven chasing. Fourier's going for this, but they no longer have DJ. So this is a little concerning. Ice Blast has already been used, and they don't have the Mirana for the Spirit Vessel. They've got the Aether Remnant as well as the lockdown on the Moon, but is it going to be enough? They'll Remnant into the trees and back towards the last Remnant. RR. He's staying nearby. If they have the lockdown, if they can get an Aether Remnant, maybe, just maybe, they can find something else. Jabs going in onto the Ancient Apparition, the Viscous Nasal Goo, but Jabs, he might be in a little bit too far. Sleight of Fist, they stop the TP of RR. They get the kill onto the Ancient Apparition. Palace and Yo, he can only just watch.
Yeah, a little bit of a misclick here from the AA. He forced after Clockwork instead of himself. Otherwise, he might have been okay. So, pretty decent exchange for Fnatic, trading 3 for 2.
Good amount of gold going their way as well.
Yeah, but Lifestealer is starting to become a problem. He's building into Basher next. And like late game, Lifestealer is really good against Bristleback. You know, early mid game you can kind of still stomach it, but the later the game goes, the less your tankability means.
Is anybody going for Silver Edge here? Would it be worth getting on anybody?
Nah, they don't need it because they already have A to deal with the tankiness.
And the Spirit Vessel, like, it's just fine.
No need to build into a Silver Edge.
They threw the Ice Blast out. I would rather they hold that more often for just these jumps. They're going to go for the Bristle, and they've got the Aether.
The damage!
They have the damage, yeah. They've got the Spirit Vessel on him, and they've got the Yules out onto the Wisp. They get the kill. DJ still getting chased by Palos. The right-click damage is just a tickle. It's just the tickle out of Palos. Palos now, though, hit with the cogs in.
And fast.
Sprout, can he get anything off? No, he can't. Palos and Nico end up dead. It looked like he was just going to eat the damage and soak it off. Ice Blast hits, but no arrow. Moon almost in trouble again.
If Lifestealer makes it out of there, he can potentially turn around to fight again, but he just barely died with, like, I don't know. He was like in range of Infest already. He was about to use it. The last battery tick killed him off. Super close fight, and much, much needed for Fnatic here. Brought the Ember Spirit back into the game, now sitting at a respectable net worth. He actually went for Desolator also. Okay, I like it quite a bit, together with the Bristle and Prophet.
Right.
Prophet now finished up his BKB. He's getting big.
Never refuse gold given.
That is a problem if you don't really have like a reliable targeted stun. Sure, you have the Hoof Stomp, but you know, this Ember Spirit should be rather free in those team fights.
Should be.
They have an arrow, they have a Hoof Stomp, and the Remnant, that's it. But you can see how fast the Bristle dies. And that was without Ice Blast.
$18-13, even in net worth.
Yep, Axe will be picked up momentarily by the Void Spirit, 500 gold away.
Silences are going to be massive here.
Especially against his Ember, who does not have a BKB yet.
Arrow hits onto the Clockwork. Long duration stun, hook shot away, but the Aether kind of went with him.
They look silly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Good try, but good response from Jabs as well.
Execration kind of putting their foot off the gas a little bit.
Yeah, I think that mid-fight scared them a little bit. They have finally been shown that they're not immortal. And they can't get away with all sort of funny plays.
There's the Ags. Also Solar Crest, so it's going to make killing this Bristle even easier.
Yeah, how much armor does Bristle have right now? 13. There's nothing. He's not even itemizing into armor. I think it's a pretty big mistake by Bristle. A casual plate mail is pretty important this game, I'd say.
Looks like they're TPing mid to smoke. That's exactly what they'll do.
Very defensive Remnant, just in case. Clockwork is very farmed and very tanky. 1900 health with the Hood and Dragon Scale.
Yeah, Mirana's pretty farmed too. They've
And
also
Fest bombed. The
used
5-man smoke.
that Moonlight Shadow in the smoke.
Yeah. See if they can. Oh, this Prophet would be a massive kill.
Yeah, they found him. Infest
Nice
pop
BKB.
BKB in time, but the damage is too much.
Yeah, the Basher knocked him out of the
Dire's middle tower is
TP.
under attack.
Really
You
well
got
done.
fast fingers, but
Not fast enough.
you
Well,
don't have the Dota hex.
Radiant
I'm just going to TPO through a Basher. Nope. Not how it works. A blast
going north.
through the Roche pit there.
Radiant's
I mean, they could have been doing Roche, I guess. But
Maybe try and spot them through the jungle. Just doesn't have quite the right angle to really get the vision out.
there's no Prophet. I have to be a little bit careful here. They're playing underwater here. Execration is. So I have to be careful.
Oh, look at the damage already coming through. Can they keep the center alive? The hookshot misses, and now they're going to move with the Stampede. They've got the silence, and now
Ember
another
Spirit.
silence out of the Ember. Moon's been caught. Moon gets the slide off just in time and survives. They'll go after Jabs. The Astral Step. That's right on. Is the arrow hit? They've got the Spirit Vessel. Raven's in trouble. The Aether Raven. Do they have the damage to get the kill on a Raven? They've got themselves a tether and the relocate. Oh, just close on both the Ember and the Bristle. And those are two big lives staying up for them in BDZ. You have 2 leaves. Go the other way. DJ ends up dead to Yoey. That's on the relocate back.
Yeah, and Clockwork has hook in 5.
He just needs to be careful. Avoids the hoof stomp.
The pullback
Hates
though.
the remnant. Trying to avoid the cogs.
Hook ready.
Doesn't hit on anything. So now he's dead.
That kind of just whiffed. Yeah. That could have been so much worse. Yeah, like Moon had 10 health.
Moon just gets out. Bristle just gets out.
If they both die,
It's a full team wipe.
It's a disaster, yeah. Would be like a 4 or 5k gold lead now for Execration. But they mitigated the damage. Good job by Fnatic.
Battle.
But they took that fight, you know, knowing they're 4v5. Like, they were willing to stand there.
That's true.
It's not like they were forced into it.
They could have retreated, that's for sure.
Yep.
They're going to go BKB Heart for the Bristle BDC.
I don't like this Heart at all, but we'll see.
Weak Bleep and one more for good measure. No, all right, he'll hold it. But, oh god, RR now forced staff onto the low ground. They can just walk around these trees. They've got the Orchid and they've got the damage.
And it might open up Roshan. No buyback on him.
Yeah,
it's a very
Ice Blast.
he
should have been retreating the second BDC got caught.
Yeah, that death is rough. You do not want to be giving up this free Rosh.
It's Moon.
But nothing much you can do.
Is he going to try and steal this? Nico definitely thinking about it.
That could ruin the game, though.
Yeah, you can't force this, but yeah, giving up that Aegis is...
But real talk here, I think this Bristleback item build is not great. BDZ.
And BDZ caught again. Moonlight Shadow just comes out, Dust lands, and he'll be chased, he'll be killed. So again, BDZ, he is playing in an over-aggressive spot. They've caught Moon again. They're going to try and relocate in. But now they're relocating into this where I don't know if they want to be here.
Moon getting caught out once again.
Putting some vision down. They've got the Infest. Maybe catch them relocating back.
Whoever they catch is going to get blown up.
Ice Blast through mid and...
Very close. He was about to Yule him.
Almost got it.
So, like, Bristol is itemizing into 0 attack speed and 0 armor. Against the lifesteal, he's going actually for max health. Not sure what the thought process there is, but lifesteal will be healing a ton by just hitting him.
Percentages, you know?
Especially once the shard comes out as well.
Yeah. Clockwork going Ags. He wants to input a lot more with the overclocking.
Yeah, double hook.
Going from 3.7 hertz to 4.2.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay, so Prophet is itemizing into the AC, supplying his whole team with a little bit of armor. I don't know if that's necessarily enough though. Like Bristol will be sitting at what? 16? That's not a lot.
Let's see. Execration, if they can find anything. Been lacking the pickoffs that have given them this lead.
Yeah. And the Roshan was also a pretty big problem, because now you can't really blow up Bristol and get out.
Ooh, Psychic Headband? Who's that going to?
Good question. Maybe A? Nobody really wants cast range, that's the problem.
I like it on A.
Yeah. But he has the Grove Bow right now, which is also pretty good.
Oh, yeah. There's the AC with the BKB. Big timing there for Fnatic. Still sitting 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, but AC also going to be picked up on a lifestealer, canceling out the other AC, of course. Yep.
So that'll get delivered. He's got AC.
Everybody gets an AC.
He still feels very strong.
He is. He also just picked up his evasion talent, so Bristol won't be hitting him as much. Neither will Prophet.
Rocket Flare. Oh, Rocket Flare spotting Palos. They've got the Searing Chains, but Clockwork moving in that fast by himself is just going to end up dead.
Yeah, have to be very careful. He might look survivable, and he is against spells, but physical damage will still rip through him. Another smoke, Infest Bomb.
Double Astral Staff. Deep. Wow, they're really looking. They got the first hit bash coming through. Can they get another bash? It doesn't even matter. That is so far. I mean, they knew exactly where the Radiant were. Based on the Rocket Flare coming in, the slights coming through.
Arrow on Moon!
Arrow hits! Moon gets caught. He's a magnet! Oh, man! And they're going to go for more. They've got DJ caught. This is so good from Execration. They have found the Bristleback. Arrow comes in, but he's got the BKB. The bashes are in. Raven tried to TP out. The Quills are going to start to stack up. They'll continue to chase. There's another bash. Hoof stomp in, and they have got this kill on a Raven. They've got him once. RR needs to be a little bit weary on where he stands, but the arrow setup, it's there. And well, they've got this kill once again.
He looks like just such a pushover when the lifesteal is on top of him with an AA. And yeah, it all started with a fantastic pickoff on the Prophet. They did not disengage from the bot lane. Took an arrow to the face, gets taken down as well, and I mean, Execration is just massively outplaying Fnatic here right now.
Moon is a magnet. The arrow hit him.
Yeah, I mean, Moon took, I don't know, I think 6 of his 7 deaths, all arrows.
Yeah.
Try you on again?
They're going to try for it again. His BKB just came back up.
Whew. The Astral Step wasn't on cooldown, luckily for him. Otherwise, I would have done the same thing.
I like that they have made the determination, all right, infest over. Sometimes you see, like, life stealers.
Way too much time.
Yeah, they just sit in there.
Double damage life stealer.
Go for this Centaur. They might have gotten into a difficult spot because Moon is still taking a lot of damage on the run. One more shot to get the kill. He comes in for Nico, but loses his own life.
That's his 8th death.
Learned nothing.
And we have said they don't have a whole lot of stunts to begin with.
Yeah. Basher's coming in clutch, I'll tell you that much.
I mean, his Bashers have been pretty on point. But he's just not scaling anymore on the Ember. He's now the same net worth as the Centaur. But his lifesteal just looks like he's the king of the game. Bristleback, no chance to fight him. And he still has the heart queued up.
Palace, the king of the castle. So far, at least.
Once he gets this Skadi up, man, it's Bristol. Everyone's going to have so many problems with that slow.
Oh my god, they want to go for this. They just want to make the jump. They've got the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to go for the infested Astral Step. Another Astral Step. DJ caught. He tried to TP, and he ain't going to make it out. Arrow comes in, not even needed. Palace with another one.
They're so fast. Like, Execration, they're really putting on the tempo. Every time they see something, instant infest, double Astral, hasted Void Spirit, because of that infest bonus movement speed. They're just bringing the game to Fnatic. They can't handle this pace at all.
Look at how far ahead Palace is. And he's almost got a Scotty.
Yeah, and once that's up, have fun running away.
It's not going to happen.
What's the ability called? Ghoul Frenzy plus Scotty is like, what, a 50% slow? You're not moving.
Ghoul Frenzy sounds like a 1960s poor horror film.
Yeah, it does.
Tonight's double feature.
Ghoul Frenzy. Featuring Execration Palace. And the sacrificial lamb, Moon.
This summer.
The damsel in distress. Will he be able to be saved? Find out tonight.
I want to kill this Ember now.
All right, how much gold is he off the Skadi? 500.
Yeah, not too much. Stampede gets used. They're going to go after the Ancient Apparition, but the 4-staff away. He's still looking for it, and they're really going for RR. The commitment's there. They want to get the Ancient Apparition, which they will. Hookshot comes through on a BDZ. They've got the Infest. Aether Remnant down, but he's got the BKB. That runs out. Now the Silence is in. The Hookshot through on a BDZ. Infest pops. BDZ leaping away, trying to get out of this one. He's got the Lotus Orb on with buyback coming up for the Ancient Apparition. They'll focus their attention on the jabs. Cold Feet, Chilling Touch. That's enough to ice him out. And they have got the Yule's Aether Remnant combo, but Raven with BKB. Ice Blast coming all the way through, which will eventually
clip the Prophet.
Just clip Prophet.
Very good decision at the BKB.
Oh, they still want to go. Aether Remnant.
Ayo.
They need to be careful. DJ 4-staffed and getting the tether on. They've got the Shard too and the Void Spirit, so he's got more options to the dissimilate.
And a whole lot more damage too.
Yeah.
They're going again. No BKB this time.
No, he just used it. Arrow comes through and he's facing them. And can they get the relocate off? Yes, they can.
Good decision making here by DJ once more.
Got Raven with the Spear Vessel on him too. If he had an Ice Blast, maybe he's dead.
I mean, they're doing good damage control on Fnatic. It's just every time they're bleeding off something, you know?
Oh, Arrow perfect.
Yeah, it's just... He definitely didn't skip math lessons, being able to count to 12. Very well done. It feels every time Fnatic just bleed off something, you know, in the retreat. There was one hero, maybe two, maybe not the most important heroes, but they're still losing something.
Yeah.
Execration is always getting a bigger and bigger lead. Lifesteal now with the Skadi. Good luck.
Hookshot comes through on the Palace. They're going to use the Stampede. They've got him inside the cogs. The Ice Blast comes out. That's going to land onto
one, I believe. Jab's still dead. Raven taking some damage here. Pal's continuing to run in. He's looking for the bashes. He's getting them, even with BKB being popped by Raven. With this BKB now being down, Palace seems like he'll be free to take these racks.
Yeah, this team play from Execration is impeccable. Like, he has no way to dispel the silence, sitting in a pretty dangerous position. Fnatic think they have a go. Nope, instant loaders up. Take off the silence.
Up towards top now.
This team looks so different from the last time we casted them.
Yeah.
Like, they look like they're on fire. They're way better than before. We say it now, and next week they're like, today we had bad sleep, no coffee.
Like, this looks like, right now this looks like a team that can make the major. But they're already 0-2, and that's a big problem.
Yeah. I mean, if
but
they win this, though,
massive.
This win is absolutely massive.
Nullifier picked up by Chuan.
Also for the team morale.
Yeah.
Because, like, you don't want to be 0-3. Ever. Because that means major, maybe in a 3-way tie.
Yeah, because I think Southeast Asia was like 5-2 was the lowest last season.
Yeah. The 3 top teams were pretty top heavy.
May not be that way this season.
Yeah. I mean, this game is not over yet. It just looks very rough right now to deal with Lifestealer.
Palos bashes coming through. Hook shot, not enough. Move gone. Chilling touch thrown over, and they're going to TP in this Nature's Prophet, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They've got the nullifier, and he's up onto the high ground all the way away, but not away enough.
It's a buyback from the Ember, though.
Moon.
Yeah. Potentially a little bit unnecessary. Like, if he gets picked off now, it's game.
Yeah.
Yo, on the hunt again.
And they got him. Arrow, Ice Blast all coming in. He's got the BKB. But is it going to be enough? They'll look over at DJ. They're trying to get this Wisp out of the fight, and they will do just that. He's got himself buyback, and he might be forced to use it. Yes, he will be, but Raven's already dead without buyback. They
and
think about Roche.
Man, he almost walked into that.
Those are the arrows that usually hit, too. The ones that are going through terrain level changes and through the trees.
Those are just nasty, though. Like, you actually can't see them. They're just camouflaged in the floor.
Those are the ones where you think, that shot didn't even hit me.
Okay, just hooked out. Yeah, it's the same.
Oh, but they want to go still. They know DJ just bought back.
Oh, no. These
He's
wards. They just see everything.
They've got such great vision. He's dead now. 75 seconds, no buyback.
And Bristol are buyback for 50. Might be another set of Rex.
Palace wants to push in the creep wave, get his creeps in, get the backdoor protection off, go after this Rax up top.
And then go Roshan after.
And then he's going to do exactly that. Right, he's got 30 seconds. They know they have 30 seconds. Raven would have bought back immediately. He hasn't done so. They knew DJ bought back too. They have nothing to defend this.
Yeah, and then Moon also bought back. They're going for Megas. Like, screw Roche, get the game.
So they're going to go top. They're going to try and take a set of racks themselves in a tier 3. You've got the tier 3 taking some damage, but there's the glyph being used. So Nature's Prophet and the Ember, how long can they stay for? You've got BDZ defending and Mega Creeps coming.
I quite like this decision, actually, you know. They know they have no way of fighting them right now. Just squeeze it. Try to end the game. It's not Megas quite yet. There's still one range Rex, but every lane's going to be super pressured now.
Yeah, he showed the other half of racks when I said. I was like, oh, they didn't take it.
They didn't take it. But it's now 5 Rex.
They will.
It'll come. Yeah, of course. Maybe the creeps itself will just do it, you know?
Yeah.
When they're waiting around Roche Pit. Although they do have a problem to deal with it. Now Lifestealer sitting at 5.5k gold. The guy is just filthy rich. It's disgusting. He should not be allowed to be this rich.
Money, money. Money. Man, 16k lead. And it doesn't feel like Fnatic can touch him.
No. Lifestealer hitting the Bristol actually just heals so much health. Did Bristol end up going for that hard is my question. No. Good boy. He's going to the Bristol Blade, which makes much more sense.
All right, they see this.
They have to be a little careful here. Like Lifestealer,
I want Execration to position for the hook.
Oh, good infest here.
Astral Step going forward. They've got the silence out of the Bristle back. They've also got the infest. They're going to look for the clockwork. So instead of blocking for the hook, they're going to go after the guy who can hook them. They will get this kill onto Jabs, and they'll look over at Moon. Moon's going to try and fight Yoi, but I don't know if that's the right decision to be making. They've got the Abyssal Blade picked up on the Bristle, but now they got to try and find a way to use it. They look over at RR. Stampede gets used. RR, he fought back in the previous engagement, so he's going to be gone for 90 seconds without buyback. Hookshot comes in onto the Mirana. BDZ ends up dead, but BDZ has buyback. They've taken out the Nature's Prophet, dead for 103 seconds. That's the second time he's died. He goes up into the air. Do they have the extra lockdown? Arrow gets blocked by a creep. He popped the BKB anyway. Going to the Dissimulate, looking for an option. Now their attention is over onto Raven. Blue stun, taunt, Moon in trouble, gets a Remnant onto the high ground. He's trying to get away. The cogs are there. That should block out Execration for now. But you've got the Void Spirit nearby. Moon trying to throw a Remnant juke back and forth, looking for an opening. But the 8th Remnant's there. They've got the double edge. Moon is gone. And 108 seconds without this Ember.
And Io is going to come back in soon. He relocated out the Bristol back. And they know exactly where he is.
2, 1. Countdown over. Bash is in. He's dead.
3 heroes, no buyback now. GG!
Wow, Execration with the 2-0.
Went the complete opposite way than what I thought in the beginning. Nice pick. Easy prediction for us. That's why I don't predict.
Doubters.
GG! No, but yeah, it is. And what can we say? I did not expect it. Outplayed, crushed. I feel a little bit disappointed, especially in Moon and Fnatic as a whole. Like, they did not show up today at all. First game of the season.
Game for Moon.
Yeah. He caught like 8 arrows.
Yeah. He's not an archery target, and he caught so many arrows, it was just Moon wasn't allowed to play Dota.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to put all the blame on him, of course.
Yeah.
They just got outplayed as a team, but he specifically had a rough series. Game 1, Game 2. Yeah. Was not allowed to play Dota. Well played, Execration. First win on the board.
Yeah, first win on the board. And to break it down a little bit more for you, we've got the panel. Back over to the handsome panel.
That's a throw that I want to catch, unlike Mirana arrows if I'm an Ember Spirit. Bad news for Fnatic fans. You have had a very rough past few weeks if you've been rooting for the boys in orange, because, oh boy, this is not a real change of pace from Singapore. It's looking like more of the same, Lizard.
Man, Execration, let's talk about them. They start with 0-2 versus even what you can consider lesser teams, and then they come up to Fnatic and they're like, what's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up?
What's up? Easy 2-0, man.
Easy 2-0. And this one wasn't even off of the back of any of the crazy stuff like the 2 Medusas or whatever, or the Batrider. It's game 1.
Or the Beastmaster.
They got their Beastmaster in game 1, and maybe that shook the confidence of Fnatic, but Lacoste, this is just like a team that was just objectively better in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, even in game 1, this team just showed some dominant performance. Pleasantly surprised the way they played. Like, they set themselves up for a very nice game, especially on the bottom lane. They changed the lanes a bit, where they put the Lifestealer against the Bristleback. On the top lane, they put a Centaur. They kind of sacrificed him, and I like what he did. You know, Nico, he decides to go for a different item build this time around. He understands, you know, my job is not going to... I don't need to be as tanky as needed, because Lifestealer will do the job. He will be able to cut through the Bristleback. So I'll just get a Blink Dagger. I'll get a Force Staff to deal with the Clockwork. Like, I love those players who think outside of the box. You know, he's in a situation where he doesn't get that much farm. They prioritize Lifestealer instead, and he just itemizes perfectly pretty much.
And he was on the brink of leaving Dota again and going back into CSGO, but after a performance such as this one and winning versus Fnatic, there is no reason. I'm actually very pleasantly surprised by Execration. However, same thing did happen in Season 1. Now, what I want from Execration is stability and same performance versus the other teams, because in the Season 1, they did something similar versus TNC. They won 2 games, and then they pretty much bailed on every other series that they had in the region. This is a little bit more... fills me with a little bit more optimism, because the way they played and the strategies that they have devised are different ones in the game 2 and the game 1, and they're not as cheesy as some Mars Medusa and Phoenix.
Though this is all operating under the assumption that Fnatic is one of the giants who needs to be slain.
Yes, that's true.
What if they're not? What if we were looking at a potential relegation? Because
this is only the first match. All right, calm down.
I'm looking at Singapore too, though, and Singapore wasn't much. It was much of the same, and I had high expectations for Fnatic. Fnatic was going to be in my top 6, definitely not Neon.
Yeah, because like they look good. They look good first season, of course, in the Southeast Asia region. When it comes down to major, that performance was like whatever, you know, it was just not there. Everyone pretty much expected them to play better than what they did. This is their first series. We'll see how they adapt, but if they keep playing like this, like they looked pretty lost as well. Like Moon had 2 terrible games, but you know, we need to give credit to Yaoi on the Void Spirit.
For sure.
So many like setups, him and the Mirana BDZ, they played extremely well. Just pairing those arrows into remnants was some really nice execution.
Yeah, I'm definitely encouraged with Execration going forward, mainly because they didn't cheese it out. This was all pure. They seemed very, very well prepared for Fnatic. They had clear strategies, clear individual gameplay, and definitely encouraged that they can move forward with a 1-2 score. It's still was a rough start in week 1, but maybe it's a change of pace as they move forward, as we look forward to our MVP of this game number 2. It's going to be Yaoi on the Void Spirit. It's I didn't expect them to pull off the combination as well between the Mirana and the Void Spirit, with the Remnants turning around the Bristleback into the arrow, and you were just very, very conveniently looking at Bristleback in the face. You also got a lot of cute Psychic Headband plays.
For sure, definitely a good performance. And we were talking about Spears versus Bristleback with Mars. His Remnant also works just as well, because you turn him and suddenly he's taking all the damage. He's not that tanky. The matchup for him wasn't that easy. He's playing into the Ember Spirit. So overall, yeah, Yaoi in the first game wasn't didn't take the full spotlight with his Beastmaster. He was the focal point of both drafts, but he wasn't truly the one that was doing the most for his team. In the second game, yeah, the MVP definitely well.
First game, he's like, yeah, you're playing a Beastmaster. You know, no one can play Beastmaster with the Aghanim Scepter. You know, it sounds easy on paper, but the second game, like, he was all over the place. I like their fast movements around the map, where like they get a kill and then they like scout things with the rocket. There's a Void Spirit with the Lifestealer inside of him. They just pop on. Like, also itemization from Lifestealer was pretty much top notch. It doesn't get better than this. You know, you're just getting these like smaller items, getting the armlet, the Maelstrom to speed things up, a casual Sunge, then getting a Basher to deal with the BKBs so they can stop the TPs with, because they had no abilities that go through Magic Immunity. Mirana as well, a Spirit Vessel, even though they have an AA, just to cripple down any kind of regeneration from Bristleback, from IO. Just like solid, like real solid. Like, this is you know, 9 out of 10 performance, because there's always room for improvement, but like this was some serious top Dota that they executed today.
And I'm losing faith in the IO Bristle combination. I feel like this is becoming the go-to pairing if you want a support IO. Maybe it's because they think it has the most flex potential. They're like, oh, we could send the Bristle mid, and that's why we're going to first phase IO Bristle. But whenever it becomes a support core duo, I've been underwhelmed consistently. I feel like Caudle Bristle may be an even stronger pairing.
For sure, it has been, like, we have seen it win today, right? But overall, it's just not that great.
Yeah, it's not as auto-win.
Yeah, it used to be. Like, historically on the offlane, I remember the days in which if IO and Legion or IO and Bristle show up, you just pack up and leave. You just go away. But it's not those days. IO isn't as strong of a support any longer, and because of that, it's not as strong of a duo. But still possible, mostly because of that flex potential that you just mentioned.
Yeah, and the laning setup that Execration ended up going for. I know Black mentioned it near the very beginning of the cast. He was like, if they end up mixing up the lanes and they win, then this may be like one of the reasons why we think that they were able to do it.
But didn't we predict it on the panel as well? We were talking about perhaps a tri-lane, not necessarily predicted as much, but you needed to dodge the Prophet. With the Lifestealer, if you lane there with Yaya, you're just gone. So good thinking by them to move it up and shake it up a little bit.
And we'll get an opportunity to speak to one of the players who was sacrificed in this odd laning setup. It's going to be Nico from Team Execration. How's it going, my friend? How you doing?
I'm feeling fine, I guess. Me and the rest of the team are kind of hyped right now.
I bet.
Because we managed to, like do a 2-0 against Fnatic, which we weren't really expecting to happen. To have like 2-0.
We were not expecting it here either, but we were very impressed. Did you guys prepare more for Fnatic, or was it just now that you've gotten 2 series out of the way, then you learned more about the patch? What brought you to this 2-0 victory?
I think we managed pretty fine after the next couple of weeks after the new update, because like our first series against TNC, we weren't really used to the new map and the new meta heroes. So we had to like work it up to the extreme and get to work as much as we can to like manage to defeat at least some top-tier teams.
What does the average day of Nico look like? Like, you wake up, what happens next?
Probably wait for the scream to happen.
Now just straight up into the screams? How many screams a day do you guys play?
We play at least 2 for now, but the rest of the team are playing pubs before the screams at least, but for them, not for me.
Do you scrim only with SCA teams or maybe China region as well?
Most of the time we play against SEA team, but like probably once per week we play against some Chinese teams.
Do you try to dodge like some of the top tier teams that are in upper division just so that you don't reveal anything, or you're just like, whatever?
I think so. Since after we played with Boom and TNC, we just immediately asked them to scrim with us, and that was it.
Oh, so you're just screaming with the teams that you've already played with, right? Smart. It's easier that way. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is there some hero or that you find broken right now, or that you enjoy really playing a lot in your position?
I'm probably Seer. If you have like if they didn't prepare for the Seer pick, I think it's very strong with the new Axe.
The Axe is sick. Yeah. Well, how do you feel about the normal punch though?
The
normal punch, the shard. How do you feel about that? The Darkseer shard.
Oh yeah, the shard. I'm not really sure if it's strong. I don't think it's very strong, but it can work. Yeah. It can work. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Yeah, it's more than enough. I already was expecting Fnatic to have the interview. So Execration, I'm extremely satisfied that you guys were able to pull out this victory. We'll let you celebrate with your team, and hopefully looking forward to more wins from your team later on in the league.
All right, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. Yeah, great performance.
Darkseer on the come up. I'm seeing it quite a bit in other regions, but I don't know. Like they haven't been picking these brawler 4s that you guys are always stressing. Like the Earth Spirits seem surprisingly absent, but I guess they don't need it to pick up a victory.
Yeah, in this game they could have went with Earth Spirit as well. It would work for their lineup. I think not too much would change, because you would still have an Earth Spirit into versus, let's say, an Ember on the mid lane. You would be able to roll. Perhaps the arrows wouldn't be possible, but you would have a hero that's good versus Clock and a decent 4 that buys a vessel. So.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be the same hero. It's just like what the hero brings. It's kind of the same thing in this game, because as you mentioned, what they needed was a vessel and something that can get out of the cogs. But I like how, they're screaming only the teams that they already played, like, so they didn't want to reveal anything, which is pretty smart. That's why I asked them.
Yeah, they can add Fnatic now to the list of scrim partners, and I'm sure Fnatic will be looking forward to scrim partners, because again, this was Fnatic's very first game in the entire new patch, and Execration clearly needed some time to warm up. They said they didn't really know the patch, they didn't really know the map, they didn't really know the heroes, and now they come into their 3rd series looking pretty hot. So Fnatic, hopefully that this is just a slow start for them. Again, different roster. Very slow start. Shuyan still needs to get some more familiarity. Moon maybe needs to reevaluate, but this is the state of the day so far. Smart Omega did indeed get 2-0'd by TNC Predator, and Execration 2-0ing Fnatic. And hopefully, I don't know, we'll now be able to crown somebody who was able to predict all these things correctly.
I wonder who is it.
I wonder who it is. Oh, hey, it's a double header.
A prediction Jakiro. All right, one of these Jakiros deserves it a little bit more than the other.
Okay.
I think the heads could have been swapped,
Oh,
Black,
I'm the ice
black
one?
is you're the ice one. You're the kind of cold guy, while the black is like fire. He's all about that. He's about that
he's not
rage,
flame.
very vocal, and he's the flame of this duo.
It fits though, like you can see the color schematic and what.
I prefer this one because Dawnbreaker has a line, since she's very fire based, where she's like, I can take care of that ice head for you if you need it. Just, or I guess hammer, whatever the case is, shatter the whole thing.
Shatter the whole
But
thing.
she's only into the fire head, so I'll take it. Hammer mommy. Solid day though. 2-0s all around, and we will be able to take a look at now where we are in the standings. Boom, TNC topping the list. Omega, unfortunately, dropping a series and Fnatic and T1 with their 0-1 scores. And now Execration no longer at the bottom of the list as they have now picked up a series victory. That'll be Lilgun at the very bottom. Meanwhile, lower division, South Built and Team SMG. SMG was looking hot either earlier, I think it was earlier today. Mid1 gave an interview and he was just like, yo, I'm gonna carry this whole team to victory. We're going straight to, I don't know, Div 1, TI.
Div 1, yeah.
It's all on the cards. Motivate Trust also with 1-0. Army Geniuses right in the middle, and the rest of them still at the bottom of the pack.
South Built Esports, that's Vice.
That was former Vice, yeah.
Damn, they're looking really good in lower division. In the upper one, they definitely did not, but they found their spot here. Maybe they're different play style.
It's the goal of the DPC. You take all this upper division experience, and you bring it back down to the lower division, and it all trickles down. At least that's the idea. That's what we hope for.
You share the knowledge.
Share the knowledge, share the love. That's also the goal of these international tournaments as we make our way to Major number 2, but we got still plenty more DPC League action before we get to there. We will return on April 22nd for Boom Esports versus Neon. This will also be Neon's first debut here in the DPC League after a stellar performance at the Major. Now, while I didn't have the highest expectations of Fnatic coming into this league, I have very high expectations for Neon. This better be like a resounding 2-0. As much as I love Dreamcell back with Boom.
It's going to be difficult.
Boom's looking much better, you know, in this season than they did in the previous one. But OB Neon, they set the bar high for themselves, so better not disappoint us. You know? Even if you lose, I still want to see the moves around the map. I want to see this aggression that they've shown at the Major.
The only problem is they have a different lineup, right?
It's true, they don't have their sub anymore.
Yeah, they don't have a sub anymore that made them, well, with their own drafts and their own skill, made them get to a very high rank there in the Singapore Major. But yeah, Natsumi is back, and he's also forced to be reckoned with.
Of course, as much as we do love that Singaporean flavor that was provided by the stand-ins, still want to see all these rosters at their full potential, but you will have to wait another day before we can see that. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to HyperX and the top-level comfort of Secret Lab chairs for making this event possible. We'll see you soon.